Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Fell in Love with Rumi. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 2 weeks passed almost in a blink for Izuku, but he was rather distraught. He looked down at his hands and was disappointed by how slow his growth had been. In truth, he understood he had been in a critical growth period when developing his quirk with Miruko. After all, he had just begun to understand how One for All worked, even though an entire 2 weeks had passed. In double the amount of time he'd had with Miruko, Izuku had made almost no progress. He kept up his skills and worked on innovative ideas and moves, but he had seemed to stagnate. Whether it was because he didn't have anyone like Miruko to push his abilities as she had or something else, he felt upset by his growth. Time was his friend. He was only 16 after all, but it was also his enemy. All Might had pulled him aside during the build-up to the finals and told him his time limit had dropped to around 45 minutes. The reality of what it meant to hold his quirk became more apparent every day. The hero All Might was nearing the end of his career, deeper though it meant that he was closer to having his own confrontation with All for One. Izuku was beginning to understand just how deep that rabbit hole really went. A man who had lived through the impossible for over a century, the great evil that hid in the shadows, and the torchbearers destined to fight him. It was a weight that was crushing upon Izuku's back, but he still stood tall. Even so, the reality of what it meant was becoming more apparent. His conversations over the phone with Rumi were what helped him the most to stay focused. They shared almost everything now, and it surprised him just how easily he told her things and trusted her. It didn't take any effort and felt so natural to just share everything. The fact that she in turn did the same brought him warmth. And to his shame, his feelings for her had only grown stronger. Izuku didn't think they would go away just because some distance had been placed between the two. He had hoped they would lessen and not bother him though. Instead they had grown, and she occupied his every vacant thought. As he looked at the large assembly of heroes and teachers, however, he placed his thoughts of her aside. They had gained knowledge beforehand about the exams from Class 1B and the ever-cheerful Izuku, but that had instead only made Izuku question the presence of all the teachers. Over the 2 weeks they had spent as a class during the study sessions, Izuku had also suggested they practice their quirks and teamwork together. As it was privately owned property and Momo had more than enough space, they had group quirk sessions too. Izuku finally had his chance to truly nerd out with the rest of his class over their abilities. With his increased confidence, Izuku had jumped right into various weaknesses, strengths, and applications for all his classmates. The sessions helped to bring the class together better, but also increase their abilities and dynamic. Behind that, it had also allowed Izuku to really grasp his classmates. All the time they spent together outside of class let them be their true selves. As such, they all grew closer as friends. Before, they had already made their own small groups of people that said together. Those were still present as some people got along better with others, but they had together moved their relationships as friends and a group forward. Izuku had noticed a few things, however, like how Momo had slowly gotten her confidence back in small doses. When he had asked her about it discreetly when they were separated from the others during a session, she had slightly broken down. She rambled much like he did about her weakness and doubts while comparing herself to Shoto. He had taken it all in, and then very brutal at which he had learned from Rumi told her it didn't matter. She was her own hero. Yes, she had weaknesses, but they all did. He told her that it didn't matter, both she and Shoto had gotten in with recommendations. It just proved they were both excellent heroes and on their way to being recognized. After he told her to just be the best hero she could be, Momo had wiped her tears and fiercely hugged him. At that point the rest of class had seen, and an interesting rumor briefly popped up. He tried to help each of his classmates as best he could, and in the meantime work on fully restoring his relationship with Katsuki. They had ed and made up as others would tell them, but it was still a road to recovery. The distance and conflict between them couldn't be erased overnight, but it was well on its way. His biggest issue, however, was that Izuku still struggled in his own mind about his personal take on the ideology of Stain. They weren't the same, but he also agreed with the concept of the beliefs. That's why his biggest struggle was his classmates. Each had their own dreams, beliefs, and goals they wanted to reach, and he believed they were all good reasons. All but one. It pained him to think it, but in Stain's own words and a manner of speaking, Minoru Mineta was unworthy, or rather a fake. He hated that the thought had come to him, but despite believing in the better side of everyone, Izuku couldn't find it in him. Izuku believed, much like Achako's dream, that it was about the reason and spirit behind the goals. After all, she wanted money for others, not herself. What All Might had believed in, what Rumi had strengthened, what even the hero killer had acknowledged. Izuku's selfless spirit of a true hero, the nature of selflessness and self-sacrifice. He didn't fully understand it himself. Deep down though, he knew that Mineta didn't have it. Izuku could see the potential and future of all his classmates in his mind, all of them except him. The reason behind it being he could see absolutely no earnest desire for his chosen profession in any of his actions. When he had asked the boy about his goals for the future, he had been truthful and completely open about it, saying he wanted to be popular so he could get with lots of pretty women. He understood it was a goal like any other, but his feelings and the looks his other classmates gave the boy told him it would never be a heroic one. His thoughts were set aside as Izuku faced the teachers and listened to their explanation for the exams. All the students of 1A were shocked to hear the test was no longer against robots as they believed, but their teachers. However, they began to panic as the principal started on some chuckles that sounded slightly sinister. "You all grew much faster than we thought. The original exam would have placed all of you together as a class against robots. With the state of things as they are with your growth and the audacity of recent villain attacks, things have to change." Nezu released even more mad chuckling before he was able to gather himself. Pairs of 2 students will be against a single teacher in separate locations. Each pair will be an equal distance from a gate, but aside from your teammate you have no way of knowing who your opponent is. At each gate will be 1 teacher. Are you paired against an easy opponent, or a difficult one? There's no way to tell. Cuckoo, do you charge ahead or look for other methods? I can't wait to see. But one parting word of advice though, students. He drew in a breath and was quite serious with his delivery. If you fail, remedial courses are obvious, but how you fail, not as much so. Take this any way you want, but also understand its importance, know your weakness, and accept it with grace. That will be all. You will be directed to your starting places. However, make no mistake, though the teachers will be disadvantaged with their weights, we are taking this quite seriously. Izuku tried to ignore the gleam in his eye and listened for the teams, as Nezu went over the rest of the rules for the test. He managed to gather a guess towards the meaning of the test by the pairs he watched being placed together. Each had similar abilities or weaknesses. When he was placed with Katsuki, they grinned to one another with a light fist bump. His other classmates were still baffled even after 2 weeks that they had transformed their relationship. When a loud hearty laugh was heard behind them, the entire class turned. "You didn't think we intended to make this easy to pass, did you? I'm what you would call the secret boss, ha ha ha. Be prepared, my young eggs, for I am here." Izuku trembled slightly as he took in All Might in his full glory. True, he had lessened his fanboy tendencies, but from an objective standpoint it only made him realize how terrifying All Might as an opponent was. He had nearly double, perhaps triple the weight restrictions placed on him compared to the other teachers, but he knew it wasn't enough. Also, the way he kept his gaze locked on Izuku and Katsuki slightly unnerved him. As he released a deep breath, he readied himself while thinking about how to pass the test and make sure all his classmates did too. The teams had been given 5 minutes once in place to discuss strategy and how they wanted to proceed. Izuku talked with Katsuki about how he believed it was best to adapt to the situation once it presented itself. They knew each team was an equal distance from a gate, but they didn't know how far, nor what direction the gate was, or what teacher they would be paired to. "I say we just need to defeat whoever gets in our way, doesn't matter who it is. If we run into anyone then we just defeat them." Izuku laughed lightly at Bakugo's words, but he knew what he meant. Just as they finished their conversation, the large siren went off signaling the start. Once it did, Izuku immediately felt complete dread shoot through his spine. His only warning was the sudden wind pressure that whipped around him before a large explosion was heard. He knew it didn't come from Katsuki, however. He was right next to Izuku and they were both blown backwards off their feet. Izuku shot out Black Whip and attached it to multiple surfaces as he anchored himself down and caught Bakugo. As quick as it came, the wind died down, but in its wake was a destroyed city and his worst nightmare. Before the two stood All Might, and no words were spoken as he stood vigilant, watching and waiting for their moves. Immediately his first thought was to flee and escape as he believed there was no hope or other option. He took a deep breath and looked beside him. Katsuki was shaking in nervousness, but also joy as evident by the large grin on his face. Izuku thought the situation over with deep inspection. He knew running was an option, but given their presented opponent it wouldn't matter. All Might would instantly catch them if they both fled. They weren't fast enough. He would also immediately defeat one and then catch the other if they separated. His thoughts went to Miruko and questioned what she would do. A chuckle came out as he knew her answer. She would tell him to kick it until it stopped moving, with a wide grin on her face. She would charge fearlessly and fight until she couldn't fight anymore, much like Katsuki in that regard. The situation as it was, though, he also believed it was the only answer they had. It was only a test, but he also understood it was meant to symbolize the real world. They would never know when or from where a villain would attack. All Might remained rooted to his spot and he could only guess he wanted them to make the first move. Izuku turned to look at Katsuki, who was also looking at him with a brow raised. Together, Izuku asked. He knew they were friends again, but he didn't know how far that stretched yet. Katsuki seemed to think it over for a moment before he nodded his head. Together, he answered. They charged as one towards All Might, who grinned wide and gestured them forward in challenge. Listen, All Might, we had to make this slight change in the test because of Midoriya. Everything will still mostly be the same, but it's obvious his experience in Hasu as well as his work study has changed him. We can all see that clearly his ability and confidence have skyrocketed. Toshinori was inclined to agree with that fully as he watched the two boys charge him. He knew they had both greatly grown from the beginning of the year, but he had also gotten his job from Nezu and Aizawa. He couldn't help but think on their thoughts as he dodged the first attempted team attack. Initially I had put them together solely for the fact they can't get along. They have managed to get over that, it would seem, though they still have issues. All Might, you are the greatest obstacle for both, but their test will be different from the others. To win they need to lose no matter what. I believe that what Aizawa is trying to say, All Might, is that they are both quite assured of their abilities. For both to keep growing they need to show true teamwork. That's step one. How they will be judged, however, is by their defeat. No matter what, don't hold back. They both need to face a total and utter defeat at your hands. Whether they pass or fail the exam will all be based on their actions afterwards that we will closely monitor. Teach them a new meaning for victory, huh? They make that seem like it's so easy. These youngsters are scary, I say. Crazy strong doesn't do them justice. Despite his inner conflict, Toshinori grinned wide. He was certainly feeling slower, but it wasn't enough to stop him from outclassing Katsuki and Izuku. The baseline was there, but their teamwork was patchy at best in his eyes. It's going to push my limit close, but Nezu also said he wanted it dragged out as much as possible. Yes, I should start fighting back a bit. He surged forward and delivered a swift punch to Katsuki that made him lose his lunch. Izuku was quick to grab him and retreat out of his line of sight. All Might knew where they were, but by not chasing unless they got too far away, he gave them time to think. The more ways they came up with to fight him and he crushed would back them into a corner and force a deeper introspection once they failed the test. A small smile of mirth came across him. The way Aizawa and Nezu wanted him to confront the boys was slightly harsh, but he also understood. They surged around the corner from their hiding spot and All Might noticed they were circling him from the front and back. He tracked them both with his eyes. As he did, they engaged in close combat again, with Izuku throwing admirable punches and kicks while Bakugo fired explosion after explosion. When he surged at Bakugo again and blasted him away, he caught Izuku in the corner of his eye. Izuku had one for all, surging lots of energy through him as he used Black Whip like an anchor. His eyes widened when he caught one of Katsuki's grenade gloves on the boy's arm. With no words but a subtle look of apology in his eyes, Izuku pulled the pin. All Might was hit point blank with a full force explosion. There was minor discomfort caused from a few singes and the shockwave had his ears ringing, but he also smirked as they charged him right at him. You fired the blast in the same direction I already destroyed? That's smart thinking. I believe I taught you that lesson on day one. I'm proud you remembered. Perhaps it's time I teach you a new lesson. All Might grinned wide as he destroyed both boys' grenade gauntlets in a moment and then slammed both into the ground. Team 2 Asui and Takoyami pass. He looked down as Katsuki coughed dirt out and Eden needed air for his lungs. They're broadcasting that stuff. Seriously, All Might grinned at his words before he picked him up by his arm and he dangled in the air. He looked almost like a ragdoll, but the fire in his eyes told him his fight was far from over. Just because you broke my gauntlets doesn't mean I can't use that attack, you know. They are just there for me to use it safely. I'll keep firing and using them until you can't move anymore. Bakugo reached up his free hand and went to release a blast in his face. Before he could, All Might smacked the hand up and the blast went off in the air, doing no damage. You should have already learned that lesson from young Midoriya and the way he's progressed. If you injure yourself and can no longer keep fighting or reaching out to save people, then why did you even show up? He glared hard with his eyes practically glowing blue as he crushed Bakugo's wrist until a snap was heard and then kneed him hard in the chest. Katsuki bounced several times before All Might turned to find where Izuku had gone. Team 4 Yaoyorozu and Todoroki pass. Team 7 Gyro and Koda pass. Just as the announcement was made, All Might fell to a knee as a quiet blast of air hit the back of his knee. As he turned to the location, Izuku was in front of him with a kick charged for attack. With a brave half smile on his face, he released it. He brought his arms up to block the kick and was mostly successful as only a small amount of wind pressure whipped around and cut his cheek. With his vision clear again, he watched Izuku hide away with Katsuki once more. All Might coughed lightly, and a small dribble of landed on his fist before he wiped it away. He bent down and stretched his legs a bit before he pursued the two students he had been tasked with. These weights really are slowing me down. I almost couldn't block that kick from Midoriya. He's certainly gotten faster, but I didn't think I had gotten that slow even with the weights. All Might pondered for a moment. Team 6 Ishido and Kaminari fail. The smirk he had was almost sinister. He couldn't help but think that the defeats were beginning. Yes, it's time for another lesson in defeat. With a quick push, he shot off and was immediately upon Izuku and Katsuki, who looked shocked but jumped into a defensive stance. They were quickly broken out from the stance as he swiped Bakugo's legs before he could react and grabbed Izuku's head, which he smashed against a wall. He was surprised when even through the pain he hadn't dropped his hold on One for All. Team 8 Shoji and Hagakure pass. All Might pulled Izuku from the wall and held firm to his head, while below his foot he had Katsuki pinned to the ground by his chest. They were both still conscious despite the clearly great pain they were both in. Time for my last lesson of the day, boys. Bakugo, victory is important, but perhaps you should look deeper into what victory should mean to you. Fists don't always stop your villains. Sometimes your words are more important. Midoriya, you have improved a great deal. It's time you think about why you are growing. For what reason you are becoming a hero. You have always said it was your dream and goal to save people. Don't take this the wrong way, but ask yourself why. With that said, it's about time you both had a nap. All Might gave a swift but powerful chop to their necks. Once they slumped, the siren went off. Team 10 Bakugo and Midoriya fail. He gave a brief sigh before he slung the boys over his shoulders and headed for Recovery Girl's on-site tent. Izuku was in deep thought over the words All Might had imparted to him. Counting him and Bakugo, 8 students had failed the exam, nearly half the class. That made him feel slightly better, but it also hurt just as much. He wanted to consult Rumi at first, but he believed it was like the train back from Hasu again. Any answer he came up with would have to be his. They had finally been told that their break-off was instead meant to be a training camp to increase quirk growth. It still hurt when Izawa told them results on who failed and passed would be revealed at the end of the week and before they were set to leave. Dread filled his thoughts, but Izuku took his thoughts on All Might's words very seriously. From the quiet and subdued mannerisms Katsuki had exhibited after the fight, he knew he was taking it seriously as well. He had asked himself the same question All Might had asked over and over. What type of hero did he want to be? What were his goals, his reasons? But most importantly, why, for what reason did he want to be a hero he wanted to say to save people and help them, but it somehow didn't feel whole? Izuku had passed his thoughts on to his mother during one of their dinners, and she had informed him that she had no answer. Some people wanted to be doctors or pilots when they were children, but eventually they moved on to other dreams when they lost interest or thought it unachievable. He had never truly wavered, though yes, Izuku had stumbled and tripped along the way, but he had always wanted to be a hero. Nothing he could do would stop his thoughts as they ran rampant all over. During one restless night after he had texted Rumi, he dreamed of the first user of One for All. Just a normal dream, not one of his quirk-induced visions, and he once more found a unique perspective. Heroes weren't around back then, not in the same sense as the modern day, but the ideals and morals were still there. It wasn't the job of a hero itself that made them who they were, but rather their beliefs and ideals. The first user had never chosen to have his power thrust upon him and all the responsibility that came with it. He had instead taken what he had been given in life and used it to make a better world. Greatness was thrust upon him in a manner of speaking, but he had risen to the occasion rather than crumble under the pressure. Izuku had experienced it during the festival as well. He had felt that glimpse into what it meant to stand at the top. Almost as though a physical weight of responsibility had been placed upon his shoulders, and it was heavy, so very heavy. He took a deep breath, and as the final day of the term closed in, he found himself sitting across from All Might in his office. What can I help you with, young Midoriya? All his thoughts, doubts, and worries had accumulated into one sole thought that bothered him more than anything about his current goal. The only person who could answer the rough question he really wanted to know was his idol. All Might, have you ever failed to save someone? His ultimate doubt, what plagued him from every corner of his mind. What if he failed? What would he do? What could he do? Of course, all the time. After all, there are people right now in danger somewhere in the world, I'm sure. I don't want to get philosophical, but the world is a big place, young Midoriya. The most important thing and what I always try to follow is saving everyone I can reach. If your hands can reach them, then they can be saved. Izuku took the advice and thanked All Might as he walked off back to the rest of his day. It passed agonizingly slow as his thoughts persisted. 2 days remained before the semester was over and they were off for their training. Results had yet to be revealed and it pricked at the back of his mind harder each day. He knew he had passed all the written courses, but with the failure he had received on the practical he was worried. Without knowing how it was weighted, Izuku could only hope he passed. Bakugo had been quiet and reserved the entire time, as had much of the class. With the figurative weight and pressure of their test results and what it would mean, they couldn't help but be tense. Conversation had been light, and as the final day arrived they held their breath and waited for Izawa to come into the classroom. Once the door opened and he walked in ever the same, the quiet atmosphere was almost palpable. You all already know that each of you is going with us on this training camp. I will start with this. Everyone passed the written tests. I'm surprised but proud of your improvement. Let's get right into who failed and who passed overall. Aizawa's hair seemed to levitate as he activated his quirk for emphasis. Aoyama pass, but only by the skin of your teeth. Reflect on why that is. Ashido pass, you might have failed the actual practical, but you showed improvement on what we were looking for. Make no mistake though, it was by the smallest margin, just like Aoyama. If it was up to me, you'd both be taking the remedial classes. Mina threw up her hands in a cheer as a small glimmer of hope passed through the rest of the class. Isui pass, Ida pass, Uraraka pass, but like Aoyama, since you were paired with him it was barely. Ajiro pass, Kaminari fail, so you'll be joining me for remedials. Kirishima fail, Koda pass, Sato fail. Attention returned with almost 3 failures in a row as the class grew quiet. Denki looked absolutely devastated since Mina had passed, but Kirishima and Sato seemed to understand their failure. Shoji pass, Gyro pass, Zero fail. True, you got a bad matchup, but you knew your opponent's abilities. In the real world that's far less likely to be the case. You more than most need the extra classes. Takoyami pass, you had a great partner, but much personal work is still needed. Todoroki pass, you're strong, but don't over-rely on that. I'm sure you learned your lesson. Izuku took in a deep breath, for he was almost up to the chopping block. Inside though, he knew the truth of what was to come. Hagakure pass, Mina fail. Just like Zero, these remedials are very much needed for you. Yaoyorozu pass, and then finally the last 2, the troublemakers. Bakugo and Midoriya, you both passed, rather well to my knowledge. Katsuki looked shocked, but Izuku was absolutely floored. But sensei, why? The class looked at him in silence, wondering why he would try and question a passing grade. Aizawa only smirked with a wicked gleam in his eye. You and Bakugo were purposely placed against All Might. Do you really think your test was graded the same? I shouldn't have to say this, but I will. The fact alone that you asked why you passed should be your answer. Izuku took the words in. At the base he understood it. These tests were made to make them acknowledge their weaknesses and confront them. They had been given unwinnable odds against All Might. Even so, his thoughts lingered on his winning failure. I don't feel like I passed. This victory doesn't feel earned. He nodded to Aizawa, but he slumped into his seat, distraught. Regardless of his conflict over the passing grade he received, Izuku was excited for the training camp to come. When he had told Rumi of his test and subsequent fight against All Might, she was intrigued. She had asked him over text what it was like to fight his mentor and idol. At the time he was feeling cheeky and had responded that it felt like fighting her but less impactful. After he texted her, he finally allowed himself to turn red at the thought of their final spar and almost. His chest ached every time the thought of her crossed his mind. At first, he had tried to ignore them, but that had instead only made him hyper-focused on them. Mostly he felt regret at his inaction regardless of what would come from any consequences involved. He wanted answers. Every thought about Rumi and his feelings for her demanded an answer, but he was conflicted over the images they conjured. Ever since their spar he hadn't stopped wondering what her lips would feel like. Would they be soft and concede to his own, or would they be rough and mesh with force? Those thoughts wandered into what she would be like as her. Would her rough hero persona carry over and she would be dominate, or would he see a softer side of her that fell to his desires? The deeper he allowed himself to imagine, the more those thoughts plagued him. He had grown to accept that he had an appreciation for her muscles. How could he not after he'd had such pristine views of them? Izuku did want to know what they felt like beneath his hands. Would they tense at his touch or relax into the softer whims of her femininity? Her hips had looked like a supple area to firmly rest his hands, and he wondered how well they would fit. The line he drew, and where his thoughts normally crashed his brain, was when he wondered what he hadn't seen. Due to the one shower incident, he had a firm image of her burned into his mind, but he had wondered what lay just beneath. He knew her were large, but his mind would fill in the thought by asking how much he could hold in his hand. When he reached that point, he normally turned almost tomato red and felt utter shame at his thoughts. His desires and thoughts were normal for a young growing boy his age, he knew that. However, it didn't stop him from thinking the thoughts wrong or impure. He questioned how they would make him look like to his classmates. Would they think he was as bad as Minda, or was it okay because he didn't act on it or outwardly display the behavior? That led him to realize that despite the rather revealing nature of some of their costumes and the closeness to the rest of his class, he didn't have the same thoughts. The only person that brought about such thoughts or caused any reaction to him physically was Rumi. He had the occasional look at the others when he couldn't stop himself or it was right in front of him, but he didn't feel any quickness to his chest like he did for Rumi. Izuku let out the breath he was holding as he rested on his bed and waited for the time to move forward a bit more. Aizawa had given the class a list of things they would need for the training camp. They each needed at least 1 or 2 items. As such, Hagakure had suggested they go as a class to the mall and hang out. A time had been agreed upon for the weekend before they headed out, and Izuku was waiting for a bit before he left to meet them. When the time to leave came, Izuku tossed a quick goodbye over his shoulder to Inko, and she wished him well. He was still surprised at the attention he received each time he went out, but eventually he had gotten used to it and accepted it. Over a month had passed, but he was still recognized from the sports festival. Izuku had changed his mindset from being embarrassed by the attention to viewing it as future training to be a hero. If he ever wanted to truly be on or above All Might's level as his successor, then popularity and fame weren't things he could run from. What surprised him most was how quickly he had adapted to it. All kinds of people approached him, from children to adults. Each asked or said something different, but the nervousness and pressure that used to be there had vanished. From a distance he could see the rest of his class, bar a student or two, meeting in the central plaza. The initial plan was to meet up just after lunch around 1 o'clock, but Mina suggested they arrive early at noon and have a class lunch. After a small discussion and debate, it was agreed to be a clever idea. "Hey guys, hope I'm not late." Izuku threw in a quick greeting as he said his hellos. They quickly greeted him back as everyone broke into conversation. He noticed Bakugo with Kirishima as he made his way over to them. "That should only leave Ayama and Uraraka, and then everyone should be here," Hagakure exclaimed in joy. She had been the one most looking forward to the trip aside from perhaps Mina and Momo. Izuku bumped fists with Katsuki and Kirishima. Both had smiles on their faces. He was still bitter about how the test went, and the weight of All Might's words hung over him. That didn't stop him from analyzing and trying to reshape his dream around the words that had been given to him. There was a thought he had that bothered him. For all his intelligence, Izuku only thought of the current future. What did he want after he was a hero? Izuku was so focused on the close future that he hadn't thought of the distant future. He didn't think All Might was unhappy, but from an outside perspective Izuku felt he couldn't live the same way. Yes, he wanted to be a hero, but did he still want to be a hero like All Might? As a fanboy, he had only seen All Might as this great and unreachable goal to always look up at and admire. Recently, with his shifted views and new outlook, Izuku saw him as his mentor and guide towards being a better hero. On the outside though, when he looked objectively, his beliefs weren't the same. All Might had once told him during one of their private meetings about his own goals and drive. The true meaning of the symbol of peace and the pillar it represented, truthfully, it frightened Izuku. How could Japan know? How could the world place so much weight and belief in one person? He thought deeply on those implications. All Might was near his end. Only he and a few other people knew the truth, but it almost brought Izuku to his knees. How long did they have before he could no longer carry out his duties? A year, a month, a week? He knew that time was finite, to be sure, but it had never felt so immediate. What would the world have done if All Might had died against All for One in the more immediate future? How would the world function when All Might could no longer carry on? Would the world ever know the truths he knew? What would All Might even tell them? He had so many questions with so few answers. Izuku did know that he and All Might were very different people. Not right this second, but someday Izuku wanted family, children, and a wife to love with all his heart. His mother told him so little about his father, and he never truly knew what had happened to the man. Inko always told him that his father was overseas and working hard to provide them stability. Izuku never fully believed her though. Even if that was the truth, he felt it wasn't right. Whether they had a lot of money or not didn't matter, for Izuku would rather have just known his father. He would never tell them, but All Might and Aizawa had in their own ways filled that gap, even Katsuki's father when they were children. Never had he thought so deeply on it before, but Izuku knew he wanted a family, a big one. The reality of those thoughts brought him back to his goal of being a hero. He wanted to save people, but why was it because he had wanted a hero to save him from his own problems when he was a child, or did it run deeper? Gosh, Aoyama, I told you it's not like that. The sudden shout drew his attention away from his thoughts and towards Yuga and Ochako. They were the last to arrive and were deep in a conversation. He noticed whatever they discussed had made Ochako blush a deep red while Yuga seemed to have his normal glint of energy around him. You need not lie to yourself, mademoiselle. Speak only the truth from your heart and soar free like a bird. Nothing would make you sparkle more, I'm sure. Izuku watched as he struck a pose with his hand by his eyes as they finally joined up with the rest of the class. As Mina was most familiar with the mall area, she gave them options on food. Once they all agreed on pizza, the group took off towards the restaurant. Izuku stayed in the middle of the group. He had always gotten along well with everyone, but with his increased confidence it made conversation with the others easy. Izuku fit into each group with ease as he could share or relate to each person on at least some level. The restaurant came into view and the group was seated into a large party table in the back. A small conversation began over who liked what and how hungry each of them were. After a small debate, it was agreed 10 pizzas should be enough to feed them all with extra leftover. While the pizzas cooked, they talked about what they thought would happen at the training camp. Aizawa had explained to them that it was a special course to increase their abilities, but had otherwise told them very little else about it. Tenya gestured wildly as he debated the large need for secrecy. Momo said that with the increased villain presence it made sense to keep the information exposure to as few people as possible. I wonder what we are supposed to learn though. I got some new moves I wanted to test. Should help me be more efficient as I crush you all beneath me. Katsuki spoke out as the others had some humor in their eyes. It was subtle from his mannerisms to tone, but Bakugo was also warming up to the class, and they to him in turn. Izuku chuckled as conversation continued to flow and the food arrived. He hadn't felt so light or carefree in a long time. Aside from Katsuki, growing up he had no friends. After Bakugo had pulled away, Izuku had no one. Spending time with all his new friends was unlike any other experience he'd had before. I'll be right back, guys. With the food mostly complete and conversation winding down, Izuku excused himself to the restroom. I don't want to seem like a gossiper, but what's up with Midoriya? He's been like a totally new person since the work-study. Denki said as conversation heated up in whispers. No kidding. Did you see how he used his quirk during the race for the first class back? He was crazy fast, and that weird mist-like thing. I know he said he made a huge breakthrough, but isn't that too fast? Debate began to spread amongst them as Kirishima made his comment. What about that confidence? He was always so meek, and he stuttered. Izu used to struggle with calling me Tsu, but now it's no problem for him. Asui said her own thought. I'm telling you, he had some master-student bonding time and she ruined him. Did you see his costume? And the moon Miruko marked him. What about him calling her Rumi too? Mind his more perverted comment was ignored in favor of his good points. I can see what you mean. I don't think it's just the teacher he had though. Fighting the hero killer must have surely had an effect as, well, right? Momo turned her question towards Shoto and Tenya. They looked at one another before Shoto shrugged his shoulders and went first. He already had those new moves from what I was able to gather. They weren't as developed as now, but he had already started using them. The confidence was there too. He took control of the situation and his charisma was hard to ignore. Midoriya is like another person now when he enters combat. Shoto gave his thought. Todoroki is right, but I think it's not as much of a change as you are making it out to be. Midoriya has always been very smart, strong, and confident. His charisma has also never been in question. I don't think it's ever come up before, but both myself and Uraraka were in his test site for the entrance exam to UA. When everyone else ran from the zero-pointer, Midoriya didn't hesitate for a moment and jumped right in to save Uraraka. I had been so focused on the test and comparing us, but despite the situation I still saw it. Anytime Midoriya stops thinking and acts on pure instinct, there is this drive and fire in his eyes that pulls you in and can't be ignored. These traits have always been there, but I believe they were buried under the surface of his nervousness. Now that he has had a teacher in the form of Miruko that was devoted to his training, from what he told me they are surfacing. By having his confidence boosted, Midoriya is finally showing us who he really is. Tenya's thoughts and words left them speechless. They each thought on what he said and how true it may have been. Conversation again started, but it was low and full of theories as they discussed Midoriya. Before any deeper thoughts could be made though, Katsuki turned his head and scoffed. In the pit of his stomach he felt guilt over the fact he had been a cause of Izuku's quiet and nervous tendencies. The noise also alerted the others that Izuku was on his way back. Izuku walked up to the table and noticed it was rather quiet, and the others were all looking at him. He tilted his head slightly with a questioning look on his face. After a quick glance across at all of them, he had a light chuckle before he rubbed at the back of his head. "Did I miss something while I was out?" once he asked his question. Their chatter quickly broke back out and cheer was evident in each of their words. Conversation switched around several topics before it landed back on their quirks and abilities. "You really do have clever ideas, Midori. Not only from the race training, but also the quirk study sessions. I've been thinking of my quirk really broadly. There is probably a bunch of cool stuff I can do that I just never tried." Mina waved her arms around in excitement as they discussed several ways to use their abilities. Lunch had carried on for around an hour before the group made its way out into the center of the mall. They agreed to split up and all get the various supplies they each needed and then meet back up at the center in 2 hours' time. Izuku watched the rest of his class disperse and found interest in the separate ways they went. Despite seeming to be at odds, both Uraraka and Aoyama left in the same direction having a conversation. Katsuki was also being trailed by Kirishima and Kaminari. "Hey, you're that kid who busted himself up and won the UA Sports Festival, right man? That was so cool. Can I get your autograph?" Izuku went to respond with the calmness he had practiced before an arm was strung over his shoulder. The individual was a lot more forward than others had been, but he also had a strange uneasiness about him. "I can't believe we get to meet again like this. Almost makes me wonder about things like fate. Though from your perspective, I suppose we haven't met since the attack on the USJ. Have we?" Instantly those words put Izuku into an unhinged state. Before he could move, though, a hand had wrapped around his neck. Every finger but one was touching him, and he turned to the person seeing their face. "Tamura Shigaraki, what are you doing here?" Izuku wanted to ask more, but the hand on his neck slightly tightened. He grinned at Izuku in utter madness, but he could also see a glint of anger and confusion in his eyes. "Just act natural, no need to draw any attention this way. Calm down and breath, I only want to talk to you. That's all, don't make a fuss though." The one finger not touching his neck briefly wiggled as if in warning from Shigaraki. "The instant all 5 of my fingers make contact, you'll crumble from the neck. In about 1 minute you would be nothing more than dust." Izuku calmed his breathing as best he could, but his heart still thundered in his chest. If you did something like that with so many people around, a hero would definitely catch you in no time. Izuku tried to look brave as he turned to Tamura in challenge, but he had a maniacal grin in place. "Without a doubt, but look around. All these people around us, any one of them could use their quirk at any time. They smile and laugh while all gathering. It's only safe because the laws and rules of society assume they have morals. Everyone is convinced that nothing is wrong, and no one would attack at a moment's notice. Before I'm caught, how many people do you think I could kill? 20? No, maybe closer to 30. His words completely stopped Izuku in his place as his heartbeat ferociously increased, but he calmed his breath. Once he did, he steadied himself and returned the question with one of his own. "What do you want to talk about?" The evil grin on Shigaraki's face was disheartening to Izuku as he was forced to follow his flow. That was the right choice. "Since we've got this free time, why don't we have a sit for our chat?" Izuku was pulled along to a planter box with a built-in cement base to sit on. They were still in the middle of the mall, but he noticed that the area around them was slightly sparse of people in comparison. "A lot of things piss me off, but the biggest one right now is that damn hero killer," Tamura said. "He's not with your League of Villains?" Izuku asked. "I never said anything like that, but that's what the news says." "Pisses me off? That's the problem. Everyone's talking about the hero killer. It's like my attack on UA. At the USJ and the Nomas from Hasu don't matter. He took all that attention, and no one is looking at me. Why, aren't we doing the same thing? All he did was just destroy what he didn't like, right? How is that any different from what I'm doing? Tell me, Midori. What do you think the difference between us is?" Izuku coughed slightly at the increased pressure on his neck before he thought about how to best answer that question. "What's the difference? I can't understand or agree with you and who you are. For the hero killer, I don't agree with his methods, but I do understand his beliefs." In a twist of irony almost, for both myself and the hero killer, it all started with All Might for us. When I encountered him, at the very least he wasn't destroying just because he wanted to. He didn't give up at the drop of a hat with the first inconvenience like you did. Despite what he did being wrong, he was living up to his ideals and what they meant to him. He turned to see Shigaraki's red eyes open and wide. Regardless of the situation, or perhaps because of it, he noted that Rumi's eyes were a far more appealing and almost warm red. Shigaraki's were instead a cold and lifeless crimson red that almost seemed like, I feel like a weight has been lifted from my chest. The dots have finally connected. Why, I hate all of you so much. Everything's all because of All Might. The wide and empty smile that stretched across Tamura's cracked lips made Izuku shiver. With everything said, I ended up in the same place anyways, but it's so much clearer. Why was I worrying so much? All these people laugh and smile without a care, and it's all because All Might laughs and smiles without a care. Izuku struggled slightly to breathe as he felt like his windpipe was being crushed. It's all because All Might smiles and acts like there isn't a person in the world he can't save. I'm so glad we had this talk, Midoriya. It's great, I don't have to do anything differently. Whoops, now, don't struggle, or do you want to die? The pressure on Izuku's neck increased greatly before it was suddenly gone, and he gasped down air. Time for me to leave. If you try to follow, I'll get angry. The next time we meet will be when I've decided to kill you." Izuku rubbed his throat and gathered air without abandon as he called out, "Wait, Shigaraki, what is all for one?" After he took deep breaths as he tried to analyze the situation. Tamura had stopped only a few feet in front of him and had his back turned. No one was near him, and his guard was down. "Just think calmly," he said. He needed all 5 fingers to be in contact for his quirk to work. "Think, what's the best thing to do in this situation? I can't allow him to get away, I can't act rashly, but as long as he doesn't touch anything it should be fine, right?" Izuku took a deep breath and felt one for all activating quietly. Who knows that geezer always speaks in riddles. With Tamura's attention fully off Izuku, he shot straight at him using 15% full cowl. It hurt and ached slightly, but he couldn't waste the chance before him. Izuku shot out several tendrils of black whip that wrapped around Shigaraki and practically mummified him. From the moment he had seen the previous user of black whip use it in his vision, he knew they looked different. When Izuku used it, the ability looked almost like a mist or gas, but the other users had seemed stickier, almost like glue. With that thought running through his head, he tried to make the tendrils as thick and dense as possible. He paid the most attention to the one wrapped just below Shigaraki's waist that had his hands crushed against his thighs. Izuku wouldn't let him touch anyone or anything, and as he fell to his knees bound, his hands laid flat against his legs. If he wanted to escape at all, he would have to sacrifice his legs. As Izuku left his face open so he could breathe, insults and curses came out in quick fashion as people around them looked on in terror. He was slightly disheartened to see they were looking at him in fear, but he also understood. Whether it would be considered self-defense or not later, in these people's eyes Izuku was the one breaking the law. "Call the police, I have apprehended a villain and need immediate assistance from the closest heroes." This is the highest priority. Izuku would have used his own phone to call All Might himself given the situation, but he was far too focused on keeping Tamura locked down. The situation quickly escalated and then resolved itself as the entire mall was shut down and then evacuated. Shigaraki had quickly been placed inside an Iron Maiden with quirk suppressors wrapped around him. Izuku was escorted to the police station where the situation was quickly explained. He had been transferred directly over to Tsukachi once he heard Izuku's name. All Might's friend was quick to tell him he should feel proud, and that given the circumstances he wasn't in any trouble for his quirk usage. A breath of relief came out of Izuku as he quickly after told the detective everything he knew. Once he confirmed they were in a safe room and couldn't be overheard, he even went into detail about what he had learned of All for One. When their discussion ended, Izuku was let out and briefly ran into All Might. They had exchanged few words, and he was overly worried, but All Might had pulled his head to his chest while telling him how proud he was. Stunned slightly by the moment, he hugged All Might back and a few tears leaked out as he told his mentor how scarred he'd been. Shortly after, he was led to his mother. Despite the crazy pace of the situation, Izuku still had the presence of mind to ask to be allowed to call her. He had told her that he was all right, but that he had to answer some questions regarding the situation he had been involved in. She had been understandably distraught, but also understanding. After all, she finally had her Izuku back, in her own words. A few tears still leaked from her eyes, and he noticed slightly red marks around them, but her smile was wide. He calmly walked over to her and wrapped her in a hug as she emitted a slight sob and crushed him to her. "My baby boy, you're going to give me a heart attack. I know I said I would try to worry less, but you aren't making this easy on me." Izuku had a small sobbing laugh of his own as he repeated All Might's own action and used his hand to hold her head tight to him. "I know, but I'm okay, I promise. The situation was serious, and I had to act, but I'm fine. I love you, Mom, and I did promise to make you worry less. This should be a good start, right? I'm not hurt, and I caught a villain, even if he was caught off guard." Izuku mumbled the last bit to himself, still on edge from the event. He quickly took his mother's hand and they went to the police car waiting to take them home. Izuku had put a dent in the villain's plans, but deep down something nagged at him that said it was only just the beginning. This is definitely a very good situation we have found ourselves in, All Might. But we also don't know how All for One will react to this. We'll hopefully come to learn more as we interrogate Shigaraki, but we still don't know his exact connection to the League. He could very well start making moves again, so we need to be prepared. Tsukachi said, "I agree. For the moment it's a wait-and-see situation, but we are on the edge of change. I can feel it. This time for sure I will stop him." All Might briefly puffed up to emphasize his point. The detective agreed with him and took off his hat to hold to his chest. "Let's properly arrest him this time and make sure he stays locked away." The two traded a few more words before they went their own way. That night, news had quickly spread of the arrest of the supposed leader of the League of Villains. One theory quickly popped up and spread like a wildfire, however. No one knew from where or how the idea had come up, but by the next morning everyone believed Shigaraki was a figurehead and the real threat was still yet to be seen. Deep in the darkness, where none dared to step, a slow but methodical beeping of machines was heard. Only one sound disturbed the beeping, a slight chattering noise from various screens. The quiet atmosphere was broken as slight steps were heard approaching and a chair squeaked as it turned. Sitting in the chair was a man horribly disfigured, who was attached to all the beeping machines. "Are you sure this is all right, Master? He was your star creation, right?" the bespectacled figure asked of the man sitting calmly. He huffed slightly as a rough breath came to him. "It truly is a shame that hyper-regeneration wasn't any use after my wounds had already healed. Time is ever our friend though, doctor. But, is Tamura worthy? I had intended to give him everything. He was born twisted enough to be the next me after all. Lately though I believe I may have been wrong. Some things still escape even me, it would seem. Truly it would have been the ultimate shock to finally break all might. Then again, perhaps there can only be one true ultimate evil. Shigaraki's growth has been quite slow and disappointing recently. The wasted potential from the hero killer was unacceptable. All these new recruits as well are simply waiting on our doorstep to be used properly. So much potential wasted, it might just be time for me to step back out. We cannot act with our full force yet, we still need the right quirk, but the league might not be wasted just yet. An era of change is coming, and I know just the way to shake the public's belief in their precious heroes. Deep within the prison dubbed Tartarus, strapped tightly to a chair and unmoving, was Tamura Shigaraki. He was observed from all angles by various monitors and cameras. From the moment he arrived, the man was eerily silent and unmoving. However, he had spurts where he went savage and tried with everything he had to escape and curse all around him. His true prison wasn't the walls, glass, or the cameras around him. What bound him was instead his deeply conflicted thoughts. Tamura's own mind was a far worse prison to him than the equipment he was strapped to. Without being able to destroy anything or incessantly scratch at his throat, he was trapped in his worst nightmare. Who my master said he would always be there for me. Why isn't he saving me? Did he lie? Can he not get to me because of his injuries? Tamura suddenly thrashed violently as he cursed the world and those around him. What's my name? Am I Tamura or Tenko? I can't remember anything anymore. All around the young adult, the darkness of the world slowly encompassed him. Izuku conversed animatedly with his classmates as they all built up their energy on the bus. He didn't recognize the surroundings he could see from the window, but he could tell they were headed deep into the mountains. Aizawa was being rather tolerant of their noise, which he found slightly suspect, but put it to the back of his mind. After his encounter with the hero killer, his ideas and views of a hero had shifted, but his desires were still the same. Tamura Shigaraki was a unique experience altogether. The man was far less driven, but he inspired a different and deeper darkness. Just as there were many different heroes, there was just as many villains. He had at first believed his goals and views needed a drastic change, but they didn't. His goals themselves were fine. He had added a few things to them, like being the best hero he could be. Izuku also wanted to raise the levels of other heroes as well, but what he had changed was how he viewed his goals. Being a hero didn't need any fancy reason. It was just like he had told Tenya during their fight against the hero killer. A hero didn't act because they were wanted, but rather because they were needed. Even if they didn't want your help, it was a hero's duty to reach out and help anyone that needed it. I was so focused on everything else that I forgot the most important thing. My reasons and goals are mine, but it's not about me. The dream of the hero I want to be is helping anyone I can. I feel like I can see their pain. Whenever I see anyone hurting or in need of help, I will do anything within my power to give it to them. He nodded, proud of his resolution. What it all came down to was what he already had. The true spirit of a hero was budding in when they were needed but not wanted. He had already seen the effects of his actions through Shoto and Tenya, even Katsuki to a degree. Izuku had no doubt he had done the right thing. The mall event was still fresh in his mind and a nagging feeling was still there, but he placed it aside. A loud whoosh of air was released as he listened to the wheels of the bus and its brakes squeak to a halt. Izuku looked out the window and noticed they were on a plateau that was wide open and halfway up the mountain. In the brief time he'd been talking and distracted, they had gotten deep into what looked almost like jungle for as far as the eye could see. Once the bus came to a full stop, Izuku noticed there was also a black car outside on the plateau as they all disembarked from the bus. Izuku looked around and noticed they were near a cliff's edge with lots of space as they all spread out. He watched Minter running around in circles looking for a bathroom, but he felt slightly bad as he knew there probably wasn't one around. A small tingle went up his back, and when he turned around, the inner fanboy quietly resurfaced with stars in his eyes. Lock on with these sparkling gazes, we've come to lend a paw and help, coming out of nowhere stingingly cute and cat-like Wildcat's half version. His eyes shined in wonder as he looked at the cat-themed heroes in their pose of power. They were after all one of the few hero teams still working together in full circulation. It's the Wildcats. I can't believe they're here. They are so cool. As a team they've been together from the beginning and have 12 years experience together. A great record of mountain rescue and teamwork. They are one of the oldest. Lost in his thoughts, mumbled aloud. Izuku was unprepared as a paw glove suddenly covered his face. I'm young at heart, you know. It's rude to call a lady anything but 18. Now say it again. How old am I? Izuku could see a terrifying gleam in her eyes as she looked at him with her paw around his face. 18 at heart, he said. Oh ho, you catch on quick. Give it another 4, no maybe 2 years and you will be a prime candidate for marriage. Eraserhead, you have a pretty good selection here. You think I could steal 1 or 2 from you in a few years? A red hue came to Izuku as the words processed. Why is she talking about marriage? Suddenly Aizawa seemed to have the same question as he quietly asked Mandalay. From the side of her glove though, Izuku watched a young boy in the back looking at them with what Izuku believed to be hate. Suddenly though, Pixie Bob was face to face with him and gave a few small sniffs before she pulled back. Oh my, what a shame, seems you're already taken. It was said in such a small voice Izuku barely heard it, but before his face could turn scarlet his situation only got worse. This should be fun to watch. Pixie Bob had a smirk on her face before she gave his cheek a small. He would have normally been a tomato, but a feeling of complete dread shot down his spine. One for all furred to life, and he suddenly surged backwards. He only got a few feet away from Pixie Bob before a much smaller gloved hand was wrapped around his face. Izuku could do nothing to fight back against the hand before he suddenly found his head crashed into the ground and the world around him started spinning. With his power still coursing through him, it didn't hurt that much, but it had still jarred him. Through the spread fingers of the glove he was able to see a dark wheat-colored skin tone and warm red eyes piercing him. Grin in place and wide, she was exactly as he remembered. "Seems you didn't forget everything I taught you." The reaction time was slow though, and if that's what you call a defense, I'm surprised you're still alive. Probably got a big head since you caught a villain. I'll just have to beat humility into you. The smile present on his face was blinding to anyone who saw it as the student got chewed out by his teacher. Rumi, Izuku shouted in glee. His heart was beating hard and his chest was warm. If he didn't know why he was experiencing the sensations, Izuku might have thought he was dying or having a heart attack. No matter what happened, his smile wouldn't go away. He could see a small true smile in her eyes as well, but the wicked grin on her face was more apparent. She removed her hand from his face and stood tall while Izuku tried to sit up. Before he could, her foot instead replaced her hand and his face was once more pinned to the ground. Izuku felt a great deal more pressure on his face that slightly hurt as he had dropped full cowl. His class watched on in utter shock. True, they were awed to see Miruko, but far more they were afraid. "I told you to call me sensei or Miruko when on duty or training, didn't I?" She increased her pressure as Izuku had a slight cough. "Ah, right, sorry Miss Miruko," Izuku said. She let out a disappointed huff and lifted her foot. Before he could move, it came back down viciously and thumped him in rapid succession roughly 5 times. "What did I say about calling me miss? Guess you did forget everything. I'll kick it back into you, brat." His vision slightly swimming, Izuku finally managed to get up on wobbled legs, but his smile was still present. He looked around as all his classmates looked at him in slight worry and heavy fear of the figure looming behind him. "You look healthy though. Need to stop growing. I'm going to be left in the dust." "I'm short enough, damn it. You don't need to make me feel shorter," Miruko said. Izuku looked at her and noticed she did seem smaller to him. He felt that he was seeing her now as Rumi the woman. Before he had been focused on Miruko the larger-than-life hero. Although he hadn't grown much physically, he now felt the actual difference between them. As much as discovering and admitting his feelings helped him see things clearly and with a new perspective, he also found it made several lines blurry and muddled. He was just as much conflicted as he was sure of what he wanted. What he did know was that he had been completely wrong about his feelings. Izuku believed they would taper off or lessen once he was away from her and had admitted them to himself. They had instead left him confused and empty, only wishing to see her again. Now that she was before him, he was still just as confused, but instead of being empty, he was fit to burst. Everything Izuku believed he had set aside or tempered down through his friendship with her was trying to break free. His chest felt like it could barely contain his beating heart. "Maybe it's all the carrots you eat, they could be keeping you short. I know you enjoy them, but too much and the sugar will rot your teeth." I mean Miruko. He couldn't help himself. Izuku was overjoyed to see her again and had a bit of teasing fun. Carrots were a nice treat for rabbits occasionally, but they were after all bad for them in copious quantities. I wonder how that applies to her though. She is after all Izuku had his thought cut off and his vision shifted towards the sky as he felt his legs be swept from underneath him. He landed on his backside with a slight oomph. Once he realized what happened, he broke out into large hearty laughs. "I'll eat what I damn well please." Izuku was almost wheezing in laughter as Rumi crossed her arms under her bust and turned her head aside. Her gaze went over the rest of his class and they straightened up in fear. A wicked smirk was once more in place on her face that Izuku could see. "Don't think you get any special treatment just because you are my students. I'll kick you all too." Izuku had a small snort come out as the rest of the class stood in shock and looked ghostly pale. He recovered quick and stood back up in time to watch Pixie Bob and Mandalay walk over next to Miruko. From the edge of his vision he caught Miruko throw a small glare with her eyes at Pixie Bob. He wondered what had upset her. Before anyone else could ask questions, Minda continued to run in circles holding his bladder as the beginning exercise was explained to them. Izuku knew it was a training camp, but he didn't think it would begin before they were at their destination. Mandalay pointed into the distance at the base of a mountain and told them they were expected to arrive before or at noon if they wanted to eat. As she finished speaking, Izuku suddenly found his face once more crushed by Miruko. She had a look in her eyes that he couldn't place, but it sent a shiver down his spine in a pleasant way. It left him with hope for the future that his feelings might not be crushingly one-sided. "Make sure you survive, Izuku." A sudden warmth reached his forehead as Rumi bumped it with her own lightly. He had no time to question her before he was suddenly hurled over the cliff's edge. Izuku plummeted down the cliff and twisted to land softly as he watched the rest of his class be thrown over by a surge of liquid earth. Rumi began her day like any other, only there was a certain level of excitement coursing beneath the surface. She had left the office in the care of Himari and was impatiently waiting outside for the car that was supposed to retrieve her. After Nezu had called her using the number on her application from the sports festival, her heart had soared. An opportunity to see Izuku again had been presented to her, and she wouldn't let it slip away. He asked her several questions and they had an interesting conversation, but once he got to the details she was slightly offset. It was one thing to take in Izuku and train him, but to act as a supervisor and helper for 2 classes of 20 students, she wasn't sure if she was up to the task. Team training wasn't her expertise by a long shot. Rumi had been intrigued by his choice of the other supervisors for the training camp. After she had agreed to his proposal and been given the details, Rumi found interest in them and researched her fellow helpers. They were quite different from each other, but she also found parallels in their work ethics. Her slight displeasure at waiting became apparent as she crossed her arms under her bust, and her foot started to thump against the ground. A few minutes passed before the car arrived. When it did, she watched Mandalay exit from the driver's door. From the back came Pixie Bob. Both were very kind around her, but she could tell they felt like they were on eggshells. Rumi had her bag filled with clothes and other supplies for the camp taken from her and placed in the trunk. She was then offered the open door for the backseat. Once she entered, Pixie Bob followed Mandalay and took the passenger's seat up front. Miruko turned to the side and noticed a small child was seated beside her with his seat belt already strapped in. "Oh, that's my nephew. Kota, say hello," Mandalay called from the driver's seat. She turned to the side and looked at the small child. He looked at her with a complete lack of interest and even had a small scowl. Kota let out a grunt and scoffed before turning his head up at her. What a precious brat. Manners could use work though. Miruko smirked before she gripped his head and turned him to look at her. The previous look of uninterest was replaced with one of fear as she glared down at him with a smirk. "Try again, this time from the introduction," she said with false anger. He gulped down his air and nodded in her grip. "My name's Kota, nice to meet you." Pleased with his words, she released him. The boy was quick to turn away and rub his head through his hat. Their car ride was long and slow as they made their way deeper into the mountains. Miruko only half listened to Pixie Bob's explanation and plans for the next few days of training. She only half listened, because the rest was nonsense babble about wanting to be married and find a good husband. Many heroes, especially those who had been around for a long time, had their own odd mannerisms, and Rumi accepted that. The sudden voice in her mind caused her to sit up straight, alert. However, "I'm sorry about her. She won't always be like this, I promise. Recently she's just had lots of bad experiences with dating and is worried about her age. It will be great to have such a strong and accomplished hero such as you with us." Miruko saw Mandalay's eyes looking at her in the rearview mirror and nodded in acknowledgement. She wasn't one to join a team herself, but she wouldn't look down on others just because they were part of a team. Despite her views on teams and dynamics, which she knew to be her own personal issues, she couldn't ignore the results. As heroes in a team, the Wildcats were just about the best around. Perhaps, with her time spent with them, they could even teach someone like Miruko teamwork, she idly thought. She knew there was a difference between working alongside others at your own pace and working with them. Initially, she had offered to meet up with the other heroes, but they had gone out of their way to accommodate her. Rumi knew it was meant as a gesture to show how much they valued her as a top hero, but it also bothered her. Respect was earned through merit, and she had plenty of that, but when people didn't see her as just another regular person, that bothered her. After a few stops for various things they needed, or a break to stretch their legs, the mountains were in front of them. She admired the various views and appreciated the brisk and clean smell of the woods and nature. It wasn't as great as her hearing, but Miruko's sense of smell was stronger than a normal person's. The various scents mixed into a pleasant aroma that she savored. Once they arrived at a plateau, Mandalay turned off the lights but left the car running. She then explained to them about how they were planning to greet the students and how far away they were according to Aizawa. Rumi felt a slight increase in temperature across her body as her heart started beating faster. Her reunion with Izuku was fast approaching and she didn't know how to react. Just let it flow naturally. Don't force anything. You already decided, no more hesitating. From the beginning I said I would have no regrets when I decided to become a hero. I won't start now. Come what may, I will find the time and express my feelings properly. Her mind set, Miruko waited for the arrival of Izuku and his class that they had talked about over text. When a bus pulled up beside them and Vlad King stepped out with his class, she huffed and munched on a spare carrot she had brought. From her side she watched Kota as he looked over all the students and had a small glimmer in his eye before it died and went out. Once all the students were out and conversing, Mandalay and Pixie Bob got out to greet them with their signature saying and pose. Miruko thought it was slightly funny, but also creative and cute in its own way. Izuku wasn't there, but she had agreed to help all the students unbiased. She viewed it as the give and take, or rather, the price to see Izuku again. Rumi stepped out of the car, and all gazes faced her once she was in front of them. Even Vlad King had a brow raised in surprise at the sight of her, though he had been told ahead of time that she would be participating. Her best guess for the disbelief was that she was present and offering to help others in a team fashion. He was ignored as Rumi looked over all the students. Most looked at her in fright, but she noticed a few that were odd. "Welcome to hell. I was told to encourage you brats, but truthfully I'm just here to improve you by breaking you down. If you can't handle that, then quit being a hero while you have a chance. This path is filled with death and loss, far more than some would like to admit." Her smirk was wide as she glared down at them and put them in their place. "Oh, inspiration through fear. Does that mean you are trying to scare us straight? We won't fear things like that. I'll have you know we of 1B are the far superior brood of students in comparison to 1A. You are out of your element playing at teamwork, aren't you, Miruko the rabbit hero? Monoma said haughtily. Miruko only titled her head at him as her ear twitched. I can't speak for the rest of your class. After all, they are looking at you quite funny. You, however, in comparison to the one person of 1A I know, are far, far below satisfaction. Courage is good to have, as a parent by ear to talk back. Without the power or merit to back it, however, it's more like the yipping of a dog looking for attention. So, tell me, if you're looking to be a hero and help others, where's your humility? Rumi took one quick movement and was standing before the boy. His eyes were wide, and those around him quickly backed away in fear of her. Nito opened and closed his mouth several times, but no words came. He was tall for a young man his age, but as he shrunk in on himself, she seemed to tower him despite the nearly half-foot difference between them. She turned her back to him and started to walk off. That's what I thought. Until you can prove otherwise, you should work on your attitude the most. Confidence is great, but for those not tempered, it quickly becomes arrogance. Keep yipping until the end and you will have a defeat so horrible you'll never recover. I'm all about rivalry and striving to be the best. I wouldn't be where I am otherwise, but the top is far out of reach for you. Her ear twitched as Miruko heard him shift. The noise was easily recognized as him lunging for her exposed back. Rumi wasted no movement as she spun low far before he reached her and swept his legs clean from under him. He fell back with a hard thud as she sprung into the air and spun like a top before she brought her leg down in a falling kick. Before it connected, she caught herself with her other leg. Her heel was inches from his face, but the wind pressure knocked him back down and tossed aside his hair. Being a poor loser is also a mediocre quality. If you truly want to get anywhere, then learn from your defeat. She pulled her leg back and stood tall as Monoma turned ghostly white and laid down. To Nito, his whole life had flashed before him, and he saw his death in her heel. With nothing left to say to the other students that were stiff as a board, Miruko retreated to the car. Kota eyed her with a small twinkle in his eye, but she could see it buried deep beneath other feelings. The boy had upset her greatly with his words, but from what she had seen of the others, she thought they showed promise. From the files Nezu had provided, she also had an idea on how well each student would pair against her training. After Pixie Bob tossed the students off the cliff, she and Mandalay returned to the vehicle and conversed lightly. While they waited the next 30 minutes for Class 1A to arrive, both looked at her once it was quiet. That kid was really rude, but that was an awesome move. Is it one of your lunar specials? Pixie Bob asked animatedly. Miruko shook her head no lightly and ruffled her hair from side to side. I wasn't actually going to use a move or anything on the kid just because he was a jerk. Rumi coughed lightly as a small hue came to her cheeks when Kota looked at her. She always had to be careful around kids because of her language. Mandalay covered her mouth with one of her paw gloves and gave a light chuckle. The move was a mix between my lunar ring speed technique and lunar falls kick. Should have scared him straight. Haha, poor kid looked ready to piss himself. Rumi laughed at her own words. From her side, Kota let out a small snicker as well, and she turned to flash him a smile. He saw it and then turned away again with a hue of red on his own cheeks. Time passed idly and comfortable as conversation was passed amongst them. Miruko found herself opening gradually to the atmosphere and light conversation. Aside from Himari, she had few friends her own age. The Wildcats were a few years older, but she didn't mind. She enjoyed talking with them and found the company relaxing. Around all other heroes, she always felt herself pulling away. Maybe that's what being a team is about. They remind me of my time with Izuku. I got along with him great and it was easy to be myself. Anytime I'm around other big-name heroes, it's all about waving around what you've done recently. This is nice, I feel comfortable around them. Rumi leaned into her chair as time passed quick. Class 1B's bus with their luggage left on its way to the actual camp while 1A was due any minute. Miruko felt her heart quicken again as anticipation built up in her. She was unsure if she fully agreed with Himari and what she felt for Izuku was love, but she did know an attraction to him was there. When she heard the whoosh of the shocks decompressing, she jumped in her seat lightly. From her seat in the car, she watched the students disembark and agreed with Izuku's texts. His fellow students and classmates were a unique and wide assortment of individuals. When he finally stepped off and was in her vicinity through the tinted window, a hand was clenched in front of her chest. It ached and throbbed, but it filled her with a deep and pleasant warmth. Mandalay and Pixie Bob left and once more performed their pose as the students watched them in awe. Kota stepped out to stretch his legs, and she saw him glare again towards the students. She had a chuckle as Izuku started spouting off facts about the team like the hero nerd he was. When Pixie Bob picked him up and talked about his marriageability, however, a small tinge went through her. Does she have no shame? She's older than I am and she's talking about the potential husband material of the students. I thought I had some conflict, but she's diving right in. She opened her door and stepped out lightly. Her ear twitched slightly at her fellow hero's words of being taken, and a red hue came to her. All thoughts broke, however, when she watched the other hero, Izuku. That hussy, he's mine, damn it. Miruko dived right for Izuku as he surged backwards. Her hand gripped him roughly, and despite the anger, the moment he looked at her it left. A hero smirk she had perfected was in place, but her eyes locked with his and softened. She tried to display through her look alone all the words she couldn't say, all the things she wanted, but mostly her joy to once more be with him. Izuku looked around at the rest of his class as they all found their footing and landed beside him. The cliff was roughly about 50 feet up, not an overly large fall by the standards of what they trained for. Mina charged straight for a bush in the distance with his legs tightly crossed, but in front of him a large beast made of earth roared out. His bladder that he had until that point managed to hold and released itself without reservation. Before the beast could swipe him, Izuku surged forward and blew it apart with his fist, reminiscent of All Might's Detroit smash with the wind it kicked up slightly. Other beasts began to appear all around the clearing, encompassing them all in a tight circle. They must be made using Pixie Bob's quirk. The Wildcats did tell us we had free usage of our abilities, so this is probably a test as well. If they keep this up the entire time we make our way towards the mountain's base, we will quickly run out of energy. Izuku ran some quick ideas and theories in his head before he saw Momo about to create something. Yaoyorozu, hold off on using your ability. Everyone else gather close, don't spread yourselves out. Try and stay as close together as you can. We need to concentrate our efforts and conserve energy. The camp is still quite a ways away. We need to efficiently take out these monsters while still progressing forward. His classmates looked at each other and then him before they grouped together. Don't think this makes you the leader, Deku. I just don't have a better plan yet, Katsuki said. Izuku had a good chuckle before he kicked the next beast beside him. That's fine, Kaken. If anyone else has a plan, don't be afraid to speak up. We will face what comes up as it goes, but teamwork is key to being heroes. Yaoyorozu, I think it's fair to say you're the most intelligent person among us. Please let me know if you can think of good formations or compatible quirks to help us move forward with little effort. Momo lit up with stars in her eyes as the class all nodded and smiled at her. From the practice they all shared together at her house during the study session, they worked well enough together. As a whole class in the confined environment, however, it was patchwork at best. Izuku, Katsuki, Tenya, and Shoto kept the front clear as the heaviest hitters for the class. Momo stood in the center of them all like a silent commander, watching her soldiers as different ideas and plans came to her. She watched the way each person moved and how they applied their abilities to fighting the enemies before them. When roughly 15 minutes had passed by, she nodded her head in thought as they slowly but surely kept moving forward. Todoroki, with your abilities the front is a poor place for you. Since we are in the forest, using your fire is a bad idea, and you also have less fine control over it than your ice. Please move to the back and cover our exposed side with your ice. That should also allow you to have more freedom and range since you won't catch anyone else in your abilities' path, Momo said. Shoto quickly nodded and took his place as their rear vanguard. Kirishima, since they are made of earth, the beasts will be quite heavy. Rather than waste energy attacking them, cover our left side. Let them attack you while hardened, they will break under their own weight and strike while you only need to guard. Bakugo, like Todoroki, you should limit your explosion power because of the fire, but please cover our right side. He scoffed at her but blasted one beast before moving into place anyways. Don't tell me what to do, you damzilla, Katsuki said. Izuku had a light snicker of his own. He might have been working better with the class, and his words far less harsh in delivery, but he was still Bakugo. Glad to see structure coming together, Izuku flashed Momo a smile. Midoriya, you will have the largest strain for now, but with your quirk's versatility it's the most appropriate place to be. Everyone else has very good quirks we can use to subtly support from the back to lessen the burden on those 4 pillars. Ida, you will be the backup. If you see one of them getting tired or a blind spot in attacks, please quickly cover it. Plan laid out, the slightly squeaky wheel that was their teamwork was slowly building up traction as though it had been oiled. Itsuka let out a huff of disappointment. Her class had been advancing at a comfortable jog for around 30 minutes. They had moved at a set pace uninterrupted, but the second they had suddenly come under attack by earth beasts they had fallen apart. Each student went their own way, and little teamwork was being shown between each of them. From the moment they had come under attack, the progress they made had grinded to a halt. The camp was getting closer. She knew that to be true, but it was at a gruelingly slow pace. She had managed to pull the class back together after they spilled apart, but the beasts were unrelenting in their desire to break them apart. Punch after punch was thrown out, but she was beginning to feel exhausted, and her fists ached a bit. She wasn't new to the punishment of punches over and over, but against a surface as rough as the beasts, small dribbles of build-up. Despite all those things, she had a smile on her face. Itsuka knew the training would be intense, and she was glad for it. Anything Yue could throw at them would only make them stronger in the end, so she was willing to face whatever they had. The other reason she was happily breaking the monsters was the brief glimpse she had gotten of Miruko. As she grew up, Itsuka had been greatly inspired by the tough female hero. For her, the reason she was helping them didn't matter nearly as much as the chance she was getting to meet her hero idol. I can't wait to formally greet her and experience her training. From the brief glimpses I caught of Midoriya, it seems to be very effective. No one knows what he did to capture her attention, but the fact team-hating Miruko took on a student from the sports festival was everywhere. Nearly the whole time leading up to the work studies and after, it was all anyone talked about. Itsuka was lost in her thoughts as more beasts surrounded them. Together as a class they continued to fight them off for another 30 minutes from when they had appeared. They were slowing greatly, and it showed. Normally around 30 to 40 of the beasts surrounded them at once, but it had dwindled to a constant 15. Eventually the beasts stopped forming altogether, and they all plopped down and caught their breath. She didn't know when the beasts would attack again, but the brief break they had been given was used. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and they had begun a slight walk towards the camp again before they were surrounded by more monsters than ever before. "Oh, come on already, we can do this." Class 1B charge. Izuku gave her rallying call before a blur suddenly shot forward right into the heart of the class. She noticed the blur was green before it jumped straight up. Out from the blur, large black almost ink-like tendrils shot out and wrapped around the monsters. In a tug of ridiculous strength, she knew even her tough fists couldn't equal. The beasts were all lifted from the ground and crushed against each other in the air. "Izuku Midoriya." Once the dust settled, she called out to the boy she recognized. He was different from what she remembered. Before they had been equals in height, but now he was an inch taller than her. She also realized he was far more built and defined than she believed. The feat he just pulled showed that. As he had lost his uniform's coat and tie, however, his physique was in full display from the white undershirt. After Momo had given direction to the class and the burden of combat had been split, progress was made at a decent pace. Izuku looked back when he could, proud of the class and the progress they had all made. Even in the brief time that had passed from the final exam, he could tell they had each grown. He kept up one for all at a constant 10% with full cowl, and only raised it briefly to 15 or 20% when he used an air pressure attack to distance the beasts. In the hour they had been in the forest, Izuku estimated they had made it a tenth of the way to the camp. Considering their situation, the progress was good, but they wouldn't make it by the noon deadline that had been given. That could be part of the training as well. Rumi did mention during my work study that heroes don't always get breaks. Everything now could be a challenge of our endurance and stamina to keep pushing forward. If I had to guess, they will always keep us right on the edge of exhaustion and only give enough time to recover a bit. We probably won't reach the camp until it's closer to dinner time. Izuku finished his thought and then shared it with the rest of the class. As they had just had a small pause and beasts being created, each was taking a small breather. Discussion over the situation was made quick and brief as they agreed that his deductions had made sense. They were all already well on the verge of exhaustion but knew that they could keep going. It was agreed that they couldn't force or rush anything, and that the best course was to continue as they had and keep a steady march to camp. When they hadn't encountered any beasts for almost 10 minutes, Izuku began to grow worried and tried to extend his senses as much as he could. From a distance he heard a brief shout about what he couldn't tell, but his instincts kicked in. "I'm going ahead. Gyro, please use your sensitive hearing to direct everyone towards what I heard," Izuku said. He then sped off towards the small noise he heard. If he had caught the noise, then he had no doubt Gyro would find it. The distance from the noise had been covered in around a minute. Giant earth beasts he recognized were spread all around, but Izuku could also clearly make out Class 1B ahead. With his speed he shot into the middle of the group and then hopped up. Izuku then shot out Black Whip and grabbed the beasts. His tug made the tendrils rigid, and with a great deal of effort Izuku broke them against each other. "Izuku Midoriya," he turned to the voice and dusted himself off from all the gathered dirt. Izuku was a few feet away from who called him, and he recognized Itsuka Kendo 1B's class representative. A quick smile was flashed to her as he looked around at all the other students before the monsters began to rebuild themselves. Izuku knew a fair amount about the other classes' abilities and quirks since he loved learning about new and different quirks. However, he also knew that they had no experience working together. The two classes had almost always been against each other rather than together when they encountered each other. He didn't have to wait long for the earth creatures to be reformed and looked around at the considerable number of them. His class would catch up quickly, but before they did he needed to create a path for them. With a quick look over the class and what he knew of their abilities, he made a quick decision. Black Whip wrapped around Tetsu and Izuku lifted him up. "I'm throwing you, please harden and clear a path." He waited a moment before the other boy gave a nod and crossed his arms. Once Tetsu activated his quirk, Izuku slung him around like a missile and flung him in the direction he had come from. When he broke through the encirclement of monsters, Izuku knew his class would arrive shortly. Before they did, he quickly worked with Itsuka and the rest of Class 1B to clear away all the earth creatures surrounding them. They quickly rebuilt and replaced everyone destroyed, but he noticed their number never got more than 50. He gathered that to be the upper limit Pixie Bob could control at once and focused his efforts. After the third set had been destroyed and the fourth was slowly making itself, Gyro blasted though with a whip of her ear jacks. The two classes had a brief standoff before Momo and Itsuka smiled at one another and shared a laugh over the situation. A rough plan was created and then enacted. Izuku was still left covering the front, but he was joined by Katsuki and Itsuka. Momo had broken off other groups of 3 to 5 students and they were all once more making steady progress towards the camp. Before long a dynamic was established, and the monsters were more distraction than obstacle to the heroes in training. Conversation was brief to conserve energy, but the classes were mingling and setting aside their rivalry for the moment. Izuku could tell Monoma was quite disgruntled by the situation, but he also was very subdued in comparison to what was normal for him. When he asked Itsuka about it, she had a small chuckle. You guys were also greeted by the Wildcats and Miruko, right? Izuku smiled at the mention of his master's name and nodded. From her side, Katsuki only grunted and blasted another beast. I was completely in awe of her, but Nito mouthed off like normal. She turned her head to the side at the chalk noise she heard and was surprised. Katsuki looked rather afraid, which she thought to be impossible, and Izuku had a hearty red to his face before he burst laughing. Rumi probably didn't take well to that at all. Izuku gave him a strange look at the use of her hero's first name but put it aside. She instead nodded her head and had a small smirk. She definitely didn't. A few choice words were said. Although she did pull off a badass spin kick and for a moment I almost thought she might kill him. Instead she scarred the crap out of him, and he's been pretty quiet ever since. As though Itsuka's words made perfect sense to him, Izuku nodded his head with a fond smile. That sounds just like Rumi. It wasn't the same thing, but I also upset Rumi. She gripped my head and even gave me a few kicks. It was nice to see her though. Izuku had a wide and deep smile on his face as he conversed with Itsuka about Rumi. Miruko stepped out of the car along with her fellow heroes. She shot another small glare at Pixie Bob, upset from her actions. Pixie Bob had a deep look of concentration on her face and a small buildup of sweat on her brow. It was understandable as she had been using her quirk to its fullest ability to combat the two classes of students for around an hour. The camp itself was quite nice and larger than Miruko had expected. Given that it would need to house and handle 40 students though, it did make sense. As she looked around and took in the sights, Mandalay directed her towards her room she would be staying in. It wasn't anything over the top, but rather quaint and earthy just like the rest of the camp. Rumi appreciated that as she felt more at home in those types of environment. Aside from working by herself, that was also why she didn't have a large hero office. She enjoyed having just enough space to call her own and had what she required. The expansive outdoors would allow her plenty of space to train, and the full-sized bathing area she had seen looked pleasant. Once she had the lay of the land, she exited from the building and caught Mandalay passing Pixie Bob a bottle of water. A break was needed for the pro too, as such Mandalay took over since the students were within her range. Small communications between not only individual students, but also all of them caused a great deal of confusion. Mandalay told her they caught on quick, but it still caused a small break in concentration. Her quirk and how she mastered it allowed her to not only communicate, but also throw off the pitch and direction of her thoughts. That allowed her to turn the students in the wrong direction and even cause a few small internal fights before they ignored her. Rumi wanted her own chance at the heroes to be, but knew it would be best saved for after they had recovered and were prepared. The wait for the students to arrive was agonizing as they continued to be delayed by the two heroes. Once the sun had started to fall around 4 or 5 hours after the students had first arrived, they no longer impeded them and allowed for a smooth journey into camp. In that time Miruko had been pulled into helping to prepare food for them once they arrived. She was by no means an expert, but between her and Himari, Rumi had developed enough skill to prepare hearty meals. Still, I'm a bit surprised Eraserhead. Not that I care since fast pace is the best way to go. But why are you and Vlad pushing the training so hard for your students? Rumi asked. From the side she caught both hero teachers in her vision and directed her question. He shrugged briefly in nonchalance, but it didn't bother her as he was a respectable hero to her. I don't care one way or another, but the principal said it would be best to push them hard. My class is already ahead of most from their villain encounters. Midoriya especially because of you, but 4 students of mine act as the class's pillars. Personally, I don't think they are better than the other students of 1B, but they do have experience under their belts. With the increase in villain activity and the unknown threat of the League of Villains being forefront, the students are all going to try for their provisional licenses. Both classes need a large push for that, and we know that each class being present for the others' training will pit them against each other. That also forces them to strive harder for better results. His point made, Aizawa seemed to fall asleep in place. Once the food was almost fully cooked, Miruko noticed Kota came out carrying extra ingredients in a box that he set down. As he did, her ear twitched and she caught noise on the edge of her range. She alerted the others and let them know the students were almost to the camp. Pixie Bob perked up in interest as she went to the tree line and watched them walk out. Miruko wouldn't say they looked defeated, but all the students of 1A and 1B looked exhausted. Their clothes were all scuffed and covered in dirt. Quite a few were also covering their stomachs in pain. From the looks she could gather from them, there were 2 sides. Those who were hungry and starving, and those whose abilities left them on the verge of puking. Oh, that was quite a bit faster than I expected. Well done, young heroes. We have prepared dinner for you with plenty of extras, so please enjoy, Pixie Bob said. From her side she watched as the students all grumbled and complained about the original goal being noon and it was almost 6 in the evening. Oh, I just said noon because that's about how long it would take us to get here. More grumbles were shot out from the students as they collapsed and caught their breath. She looked over to Izuku, and though he still looked tired, she was proud he looked far better than all the others. If he wasn't the best, she would have been upset. Rumi had told him during their training that she would accept nothing but the best from him since she had taken him under her wing. That said, I was definitely right about you. Miruko crossed her arms and thumped her foot in slight agitation as Pixie Bob circled Izuku. Really is a shame about you being taken. However, you, and you not counting Greenie here, I can't wait to see what you 3 will be like in 3 years. Her anger slowly dissipated as Izuku was left alone and the man-hungry cat started blowing ease at other students. From what Izuku had told her, she identified them as Tenya Ida, Katsuki Bekugo, and Shoto Todoroki. Aside from Pixie Bob mentioning them as husband potentials, she did note that the cat had also spotted the strongest members of all those present. She wouldn't know for certain until the next day's training began, but from all the students, those 4 did show the most potential and growth. In her own humble opinion though, she also felt and knew that Izuku was above even the best by a fair margin. Not so large that the others couldn't keep up, but if his growth continued at the same pace the gap would only grow, leaving him in a world his own. He shot her a smile, and she had to cough down a blush that wanted to rise. From her secret knowledge though, Miruko also knew that he would eventually surpass all of them without any way to come close. His quirk of strength alone belonged to the world's greatest hero, and Izuku would eventually surpass that in time. On top of that, he would also over time have another 6 equally ridiculous and strong quirks stacked on top of that. Truthfully, she was scarred and eager for the future to come. Izuku would continue to grow and catch up to other pros and even her in time. He shifted his vision from her, and she noticed him looking at Kota. I don't mean to sound rude, but I didn't think any of you had kids. Who is that young boy? I also noticed him when we exited the bus, Izuku said as he gazed at Kota. Mandalay answered that he was her nephew and would be with them for the entire stay. Rumi watched as Izuku turned his head to the side and approached the boy. Nice to meet you, Kota. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I hope we can get along well during our stay here. Izuku flashed a smile that warmed her heart, but her chest also constricted painfully as she watched the boy wind his fist back. With a straight jab he let his fist fly, the missile punch aimed straight at Izuku's groin. He shot out his own hand and caught the fist, but she could see sweat on his head. I don't intend to spend any time with loser hero wannabes like you, the boy shouted and quickly marched off. Mandalay called out to him, but he refused to answer. Miruko could see a silent fire burning in Izuku's eyes at those words and knew he would try to get involved. As the food let out a pleasant aroma though, hunger quickly came back. The students all lined up with bowls and quickly dug into the food like starving beasts. She took a seat near the end of the benches made from Pixie Bob's quirk and observed all the students. Even the ways they ate and conversed with silly comments about how the food was cooked would allow her to know them better. Each showed their own promise to her, but she knew in her heart she would only ever have one true student. Rather, Izuku was more like her apprentice. Rumi had made sure to make it seem like she was open and could be talked to, but the students all avoided her. A small scoff of disappointment was let out before she turned her head to the side. It didn't surprise her that they were either too awed or afraid of her, just like all others had been to approach her. Her head did turn back as a clink of a bowl next to her reached her ears and the others got quiet. You should eat too, Rumi. Normally you always take care of others before yourself first. Himari told me that. I even added extra carrots just to make up for my earlier comment. The smile Izuku flashed her was blinding as she smiled in turn and took the bowl from him. She noticed the other students were quiet and watching them, but Izuku paid no mind as he sat right next to her and animatedly chatted. Volume and conversation slowly returned, and she caught it all with her sharp ears. Despite the conversations and looks being thrown at them, Izuku continued about all the stuff he'd wanted to share with her since their training. Rumi found herself listening and caring less about what the others said as she focused on Izuku, and a warm smile was present in full bloom across her face. She fell into the conversation with ease and even laughed joyously as Izuku recounted his fight with All Might in full detail. Pride was evident as he talked about his defeat with such grace and commented on his desire to have another earnest bout with his teacher. When he mentioned also wanting to have more spars with her, a light blush crawled up her neck in remembrance of how the last one ended. Even so, she had told him she would take him on any time he wanted. A pleasant warmth encompassed her entire body, and Rumi found herself lost deep within Izuku's emerald green pools he called eyes. Her food was nearly empty by the time Rumi heard a small shuffle of feet and looked at who approached her. She saw a pair of teal eyes accompanied by a head of orange hair. Across from her and looking with a sense of wonder in her eyes was the class president of 1B, Itsuka Kendo. Rumi eyed the young girl with interest as she squirmed slightly under her gaze. She turned back towards Izuku, interested in continuing their conversation, before Itsuka made a small noise from her side. Ah, Miss Miruko, I don't want to bother you, but I really want to just say thank you. You really inspired me towards the type of hero I wanted to be when I entered middle school. Rumi rose an eyebrow in surprise. She hadn't shown the exact same gumption as Izuku, but Itsuka had approached and spoken to her. What she also noticed though was that Class 1A looked at Itsuka in worry. I appreciate that. I'll enjoy teaching you, you've got some good guts. However, Lesson 1 is really simple. Miruko reached out and gripped Itsuka in a death grip by her head and lifted her up as she sat up. She pulled Itsuka in front of the class and held her as the girl held onto Rumi's hand, grabbing her. Lesson 1 to all of you, don't call me miss. It's either Miruko or teacher. And Lesson 2 will be the most important thing I'm willing to impart. She dropped Itsuka with a grin as the girl fell onto her butt. Miruko then pointed to Izuku before she shifted her finger over to Nito. The difference between experience can easily be made up, but that's not all it takes to be a good hero. What you need to learn is most exemplified between these two here. One is a poor loser, the other is a sore loser. Rumi gave a wide grin as she looked down at the heroes-to-be. Learn the difference and there may be hope for your careers yet. Figure out why they are so different, but I will tell you this. Izuku is the sore loser and he's the correct one. I hope you all find good answers for me. The smirk she held sent many a shiver down the young heroes' backs. Izuku watched as everyone stopped eating and took in Miruko's words. He in turn did the same, though she had said he was right. He also knew he would need to answer her. The difference between a sore loser and a poor one. They were the exact same thing in Izuku's mind, but they meant different things to Rumi. Dinner was finished quickly after, but despite how she had been manhandled, Izuku retook her place next to Miruko. Izuku could only guess that she genuinely did look up to the hero and wanted to know her. The conversation they held was slow and rough, unlike his own had been with Rumi. As he watched though, Izuku could tell Miruko was enjoying the girl's stiff and flustered talk. Each class helped clean everything up and place the dishes back where they belonged. Once they were finished, the Wildcats directed them to gather their belongings from the buses and head to their rooms. There was one for all the girls and one for the boys. Teachers and the heroes would have their own rooms. After they settled in, Mandalay told them to bathe and then head to bed and prepare for the next day. Within the span of about 30 minutes, they had all gathered their items from the buses and headed to their room. Izuku looked around and found it to be quite spacious. Although they were there to train, it really did feel like they were at a summer training camp. He took in a deep breath of the fresh air before he set all his stuff down and headed with his class to the baths. As soon as they entered the changing room and clothes started coming off, Izuku felt like their tongues became loose as well. We should award Midoriya a Darwin Award for his comment to Miruko. Though he is still alive, so maybe an honorary one. I seriously thought you were trying to get yourself killed, man. How on earth did you survive your week with her? I've barely been around her a few hours and I'm afraid. Denki said. Izuku laughed. As ridiculous as the other boy was sometimes, it didn't surprise him that he knew about such an under-the-radar term. The other boys also found humor in the offhand comment. As they all talked together, the boys of 1B gave them some strange looks for a minute before Yosuke snickered. When he did, his own classmates gave him a side look as the boy held his stomach almost in pain from his laughs. I don't know what he did, but it can't be worse than Monoma. If anyone deserves the award, it's him. He tried to talk back to Miruko in his normal Holithanthu way. At the time I was afraid for my life, but I can laugh about it now, he said. Hey, Monoma shouted with indignation from the side. Seriously? Crap, man, that's scary. Still, I don't know if that beats Midoriya. He didn't even say anything at first. Just like with Kendo, she had him locked in a head grip. The conversation was so normal at first too. It was just like a student and master reuniting after a long time. It was super manly when she scolded him, Kirishima said. From his side, Shoto shrugged, uninterested. That was after he called Miruko by her first name. He did the same thing at dinner though, and she didn't seem to care at all. She only mentioned to him that he shouldn't use it when they were training. Shoto quipped. The other boys looked at him before it shifted to Midoriya. He had just about finished with his towel and looked up. What I already told my class. She doesn't mind. She told me it was no big deal. He looked completely innocent as he said his words. For you maybe. I'm sure if any of us tried to call her Runope, isn't going to happen. I'm afraid she would figure out and kill me. Still, after that was when you insulted her height and love of carrots, Kaminori said. All the boys looked at him with wide eyes in disbelief. Izuku only chuckled and rubbed the back of his head as they entered the water. From his side, Takoyami closed his eyes and crossed his arms. Still, Midoriya, for how smart you are, I was surprised how crazy your actions seemed. Was that because you knew she wouldn't truly hurt you? You never did tell us what exactly happened at your work study, Fumikage said. His nervous tick back Izuku had a red hue as he laughed and rubbed the back of his head. He went to talk before Mina scoffed from his side. They all looked at him as he focused on the divider wall. Midoriya and his weird affair isn't new, not that I can blame his taste. A devious grin spread on his face as he wiggled his hands and small dribbles of drool escaped his bottom lip. Izuku bristled at the comment but kept his anger down and said nothing as he sat in the warm water. He won't tell us anything and denies it at every turn. We should be paying more attention to the happy accident happening right now before us. Just take a small listen. Right next to us, Eden is within reach. Despite not wanting to, even Izuku listened with everyone else until he heard it. On the other side of the wall and at the same time as them, light and almost music-like, laughs resounded. The girls were on the other side of the wall and bathing at the same time. Izuku's thoughts turned for the worst against his best effort and went right to Rumi. He imagined her full and luscious body on display with a perfect ratio of sweat and water glistening off her every curve. Her snow-like hair would appear plastered and rough, but he would his hands through it regardless and find it soft like velvet to his touch. She would take a step out of the water and everything hidden from him would finally be in full delicious display. Miruko would act just like before and pretend he wasn't there, then slowly dry herself before she wrapped her body in a towel. At that point, Izuku would regain his control while also losing it. He would take the opportunity and push her against a wall by her shoulders. Her body pinned against his as warmth spread between them. Then he would dip his head just low enough to take in her scent from the crook of her neck she left wide open for him. Finally, he would look deep into her eyes filled with crimson warmth before he claimed her lips with his. You can see it, I know you can. Just on the other side of the wall is the glorious Eden just out of our reach. Izuku coughed out of his delusion from Minta's words. The young boy stared at the wall like it had all the answers to the world. Minta, you know that is wrong and immoral. We should merely enjoy this rest time that has been given to us and relax before tomorrow. Ida gestured wildly as he tried to sway the natural-born pervert away from his goal. Izuku watched as his words were ignored. Walls are meant to be overcome, plus ultra style, he screamed as he began pulling from his head and climbing. Izuku prepared to stop him, but despite his small size, Minta was fast. By the time he went to shoot out Black Whip, the other boy was reaching for the top of the wall. Before he could, Izuku watched Kota appear. The boy said something to Mina he didn't catch before he swatted his hand. Mina fell from the wall and Izuku had a small chuckle, as did the rest of the boys, as he landed ass first onto Tenya's face. Kota turned to the other side and turned a bright red before he fell off his ladder and into the boy's side bath. Watch out! Izuku surged forward at his top speed and cradled the boy's unconscious body. Not sure what else to do, he dried quickly as best he could and wrapped a towel tight around his waist. With the most important part in his mind covered, Izuku shot out looking for Mandalay. Miruko was asked by Itsuka in a quiet but strong voice to join the other girls in the bath. While reluctant at first, she remembered her words to Himari and accepted the invitation. She had promised her longtime friend that at the very least she would try to be open to those around her. Izuku had been the first to truly break through the wall she'd built around herself, and she found it not unpleasant. As willing as she was to form bonds and relations with others, she knew it wouldn't or couldn't equal Izuku. He had managed to break through to her in a way no one ever had before. It wasn't just her walls of self-protection, and others that she put up to protect herself. The most elusive one, that not even she knew was so well guarded but also fragile, had broken. Within the brief time they had spent together, Izuku wormed his way deep into all of her. She had to not only face, but also embrace, parts of herself she had left forgotten and hidden. Miruko was jealous and possessive by nature, but she had come to understand it was because she feared things being taken from her, like her parents. Her lack of team effort, and trusting others, it all came from others never living up to the trust she placed in them. Izuku had broken through that on day one without trying. His reasons were shaky at best, saying it was a gut feeling, but he had trusted her implicitly. It made her want to give it back without reservation. Everything about Izuku made her want to be a better person for him, but mostly for herself. Give and take had never felt so true. She didn't want to be better because he asked her, but because she knew she could do so. He had been ingrained into her every thought and action, all because he saw her in a way no one else had. Her self-reflection had also led her to begrudgingly accepting Himari's words. Deny and try to run as much as she wanted, Rumi had come to accept that what she felt could be nothing but love. The thought alone split her in two. One side of her wanted to run and hide away from it all, especially the utter feeling of dread in her gut that it wasn't mutual. Her second side wanted nothing but to embrace it and run headfirst into the fire it stirred in her heart. She placed the thoughts aside as much she could and joined her fellow ladies in the changing room for the baths. Around her she listened to their various conversations and idle chat. Before long, her walls dropped, and she had been roped into the conversation. Aside from Himari, she had no friends, female or otherwise, so she was surprised with the warm joy it brought her. What she asked the question once all the girls had undressed and conversation had gone silent. A look around didn't tell her anything other than what she already knew. They were all naked and looking at her. Rumi glanced down her body and didn't see anything of interest. It was the same as she had always remembered. Skin dark like a warm wheat color, her were large, only Momo was a fair rival. Her hair cascaded down her back. It helped to accentuate her slim waist, wide hips, and taut stomach. Muscles trained to their peak, and long legs that could crush skulls. The tail at her back's base helped accentuate her large and full rear, just as the patch of trimmed hair that crowned her core clashed against her dark skin with its snow-white tint. The girls could all say, at the very least, that her curtains and drapes matched. Miruko, however, saw nothing aside from what she knew to always be there. "I'm so jealous. It's not fair how gorgeous you are." Rumi was utterly beside herself as the others all agreed and suddenly swarmed her. Various pokes and prods against her frame made Miruko uncomfortable with the attention she received. Mostly she was surprised how comforting it was to hear other women were envious of her body. It empowered her belief that she did have charms. Even if it came from younger girls, it was still a confidence boost and nice to hear. With the tension completely broke, the girls all talked amongst each other about their various stresses. The compliments to Rumi's body kept coming, but conversation also drifted to the other girls' frames and their worries. Her tension had completely left, and Miruko found comfort in how relaxed she was amongst her fellow females. Once they entered the water, Rumi couldn't help the groan she released as the warm temperature eased her muscles. She forgot how long it had been since she had last taken care of herself with a relaxing full-body bath. When the conversation switched again, however, her tension came back full force. Tradition is at stake, ladies. It's not quite a sleepover, but with bodies bare it's boy talk time. Love talk is where all the fun is. Nina pumped her arms around as the other girls tried to divert the conversation. Several, though, had blushed and turned away. Mina narrowed in on them as her targets. Mina's attention and those around her focused on Rumi when she attempted to cover her red face and non-interest behind a poorly veiled cough. The devious girl pretended to not hear Miruko's sputter and narrowed in on Gyro. "We should start with you, Kyoka. It's definitely Kaminari, right?" Miruko listened in, glad to not have the focus on her any longer. She watched as Kyoka turned a cherry red and tried to deny with all her might as she waved her arms about. The teasing continued for a bit before the girl lightly sank down and murmured quietly, "Yes, okay. Now move on to the next person. I can't help that I like the stupid idiot." Her words of confirmation only seemed to stir the other girls on. Conversation quickly turned to if she had told him or if they had. Small giggles and squeals came from the group as the question of crushes got thrown around. "What about you, Achako? It's totally Midori, right? Don't think I haven't caught the glimpses, and Ioma has definitely been teasing you about it." Mina acted as the pseudo-ringleader of interrogation while the girl gained a dark shade of red. Deep in her chest, however, Rumi felt the pang of several emotions. The first landed on sadness, thinking she would never have a chance with Izuku if one of his own classmates liked him. Next was anger that she was even upset to begin with over the situation. It was a harmless question. Finally, she landed on jealousy. She was envious that other girls were talking about Izuku in such a way. She gazed over to Achako and dread settled in as the girl tried to sputter out some words. After a moment she placed a hand to her chest and took a deep breath, but some of her accent still bled through as she was flustered. It's not like that, really. I like Deku, but not like that. He inspires me to be better. The type of hero you look up to and want to be. If you want to use a word, then I admire him, but it's not love. Just like his name Deku implies, I want to be a hero that can do anything like him. Miruko had a hand of her own placed upon her breast over her heart. She could tell from the girl's honest words that she was telling the truth. As much as it settled her heart though, it also left her just as offset as before. Other people were beginning to see in him what she already knew was there. But she was pleased that it was only surface level. She could tell by the way they conversed that they didn't know the real Izuku deep down, like she did. You keep teasing us, Mina, but what about you? You've definitely got the hots for Kirishima. Tsuyu called calmly from the side. Miruko didn't think the pink-skinned girl could blush, but a good dusting covered her as she stuttered. Focus now turned fully on the instigator. She broke down nervously as she rapidly scratched at her head. Ijiro is just a childhood friend. We went to the same middle school, that's all. She turned completely scarlet as all attention focused on her. Even the girls of 1B had gotten into the talk and were staring her down. Momo placed a hand to her lips and smirked with joy. It's so adorable, just like my books. Childhood friends turn lovers as they face down all that tries to separate them. I can't take it. You have to tell him, Mina. Kirishima would definitely take your confession as manly. Light snickers were traded between those who knew of Kirishima's eccentric ways that could match Mina. The girl in question deflected the attention right back to Momo to escape the situation she had caused. What about you and Todoroki makes a good love story, doesn't it? The two elites pulled together through trial and tribulation. The princess saved by the cold prince, she melts his icy heart and allows for fiery passion. Momo turned a bright red as she covered her face with her hands. The poor girl looked like a cherry as she suddenly started sprouting nesting dolls from across her body. Miruko gave a hearty laugh at the situation as she spread her arms and relaxed comfortably against the pool edge. Her smirk in place, she didn't see the devious grins of the girls around her. You must have stories, right, Miruko? Tell us all about them. What it's like to lose yourself in the throes of passion with a lover. Oh, or how nice it feels to cuddle all day and do nothing. Does it hurt that bad on your first time, or is all they're made out to be? Miruko sputtered and choked on her air as she was surrounded and bombarded by the girls and questions. I'll kick you all into next week. Even her threat of violence didn't make them back off, and she knew her voice was weak when it came out. She had no real heat behind her words as she tried to beat down her own blush and thumping heart. It had never throbbed so hard unless she was around Izuku, but she knew it was because she was being confronted on her feelings. Back off, and one at a time, or you'll get nothing out of me. Her words were stronger and sharper this time. Eventually they did back away from her, but they all had gleams in their eyes. They were almost like starved dogs as they looked ready to pounce on any weakness. I can't answer any of those questions. The girls instantly swarmed her again in disgruntlement. Her ears twitched as they begged and pleaded for something. Her embarrassment was in full force as she had the same questions they all did. There is no answer because I don't know. I've never had a lover or boyfriend before. Not even at first. I'm not much older than you girls and I was always focused on my career. No one has ever stood out in any significant way until recently. Miruko was a fine shade of red as they all squealed and giggled at her. From her side, however, she could tell Kyoka had caught her whispered words at the end. Until recently, no way was the perv mine to write. Are you seriously? After Midoriya, Miruko had no words as she did her utmost to remain neutral. The bath was suddenly silent as they all looked at her in surprise. Before she could deny anything, Mina was the first to take a breath. Seriously, that is so awesome. I knew something was different when Midori came back. He lit up every time his phone went off, and he stared off into space the first few days he was back. This tops everything. Please tell me it's true. The girls remained silent as they all leaned in towards Rumi, eager to hear her words. She could try all she wanted, but she knew there would be no denying it any longer. Miruko had already admitted her feelings to herself, but saying them aloud and to others would only make it more real. It's true. Instantly she felt lighter than a feather as she recalled everything about Izuku that made her fall for him. A hand gently came up and rested against her chest. Her heart was fast but steady as she poured her words out for the world. Perhaps not like you think, but I do have feelings for him. He got under my skin in a way that no one else ever has before. It wasn't until our final day of the work study that I truly knew I cared, but I wasn't ready back then. His lips were so close, but I just didn't know for sure if it was mutual. Now he's all I think about. I'm in love with Izuku Midoriya and I don't know what to do about it. She felt the warm water ease her skin as the girls remained silent. The silence was broken as they all started hugging her and crying tears for her. Miruko was so overwhelmed she could only stand there and take all the attention being given to her. Once they all separated and had wiped their tears away, a fire had been lit in their eyes. That can't be the end. You must tell him how you feel. Don't run away. Obviously I don't know for certain, but I'm sure Midori is smitten with you. Maybe you can't see since you love him, but he practically glows around you. And did you hear the way he uses your name? He uses it with such reverence that it's adorable. Almost like he takes all of himself and puts it behind that one name. This has to be the story of the century. Mina had stars in her eyes as she gushed over Rumi and Izuku's supposed mannerisms. Before long all the girls were discussing it and Miruko felt like her supposed namesake, a scared bunny. The more attention that was placed on her and her situation, the more apparent it was that she had to face it. She knew that would happen eventually, but doubt slowly crept in before she shook her head. No, you already said it, right, ever since you decided on being a hero. No regrets, no regrets, no regrets. I'll face Izuku head on and tell him what I feel. One way or another I have to know what can be. Resolve firmly in place, Rumi stood back straight as she told the others she would tell him. Giggles and laughs of delight were all around as they comfortably enjoyed the water again in their small silence. Plus ultra was all they heard before they looked up to the top of the wall. Just as they saw a hand peek over the edge, the young boy Kota appeared and swatted it away. Thanks, Kota, it was that perv Minder, right? The young boy turned at his name, and Miruko could tell his brain had fried at the pure sight before him. He tipped over the edge into the men's bath and they heard a shout. Watch out! Needing a breather from the other girls in the bath, Rumi stood and began to dry herself off as she wrapped and tied off a towel tight to her body. That sounded like it might have been serious. I'll go check it out. Enjoy the rest of your bath and night, ladies. Miruko stepped out of the bath and was quick to follow the sounds of talking voices. She lightly pressed her back to the wall and focused her ears on the conversation. As she listened and Miruko heard Izuku converse with Mandalay, she reassured him that Kota was fine. The boy had passed out from the shock of falling but was otherwise fine. Pixie Bob came in slightly after with drinks, and Miruko was allowed in on Kota's past just as Izuku was. Ever the hero nerd, he listened in and recognized the story of the boy's parents. When he asked and then had it confirmed who they were, Mandalay went on to explain Kota's side of it. His story reminded Rumi of her own. They weren't the same, but it was similar. Kota was young and didn't know why his parents had been taken from him, and blamed everyone else around him. She had lost her parents at an older age and understood what it meant. Miruko also had the responsibility to take care of her siblings, so she had shut herself off and allowed nothing but a strong front. The longer she thought on it, the more it made sense that the beginning of her rough and tough side all came from the start. As she heard the story and Izuku's responses, she knew more than ever that his heart went out to the young Kota. However, she also knew that not everything could be solved with words and no action. The meaning and weight carried by words had to follow action. That's why she placed so much attention on climbing the ladder. Her reputation would allow her words to carry weight that others couldn't. Their conversation continued in lighter tones as Izuku apologized for bringing up the situation. Mandalay waved him off and said it was all right as Miruko listened in from the wall. Her ears twitched lightly as they cleaned up around them, and Mandalay dismissed Izuku to head back to his classmates and prepare for tomorrow. With the discussion over, Miruko wiped the small tears from her eyes that had formed and pushed off the wall silently. Distracted by what she had heard, Miruko turned the corner and felt her body smack against another person. She reached out to steady herself as her eyes shut in mild pain. Before she opened them, she felt a small wetness press against her that was offset by the incredibly warm presence. She opened her eyes and realized her face was pressed to a bare and muscled chest. Miruko went to move back and have a select few words before she realized who and in what position she was faced with. Her hands were pressed flush against Izuku in her attempt to steady herself. One was around his waist, and the other on his chest flat against his heart. She felt it thumping hard but steadily as she looked up into his green eyes slightly covered by his damp and dripping hair. Her own heart beat rough against her chest as she tried to maintain a calm and even breathing. Izuku's hands, she could feel that they had wrapped around her waist to keep her steady. He had one rested directly against her waist in a soft but strong grip. The other was splayed out flat against the base of her back just above her tail. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Izuku stared deep into her eyes and she felt as though he was looking at all of her. "Rumi," he said. A shiver racked her body at that one word. Stuck on the words the other girls had taunted her with, she focused on the way he said her name. It was deep and sounded like it left him breathless. One word came to her mind, and in the situation, she could only describe his voice as husky. Everything around them ceased to exist as her hands shifted to his shoulders, and as gently moved back and forth caressing her. Their eyes were locked deep, but she didn't have the strength to move. Everything in her body told her this was the time, but she was locked in place. Just a small movement, you can do it, no regrets. She trailed her eyes down to his lips and the final wall shattered. Izuku. Rumi used her superior strength and placement on his shoulders to press Izuku against the wall back first. A moment of hesitation came over her, but she pushed through it and locked her lips to his. Everything around her was non-existent as the world narrowed down to her lips pressed firmly against Izuku's. Her hands shifted to his neck, one gripped at the base and the other snaked into his hair. She felt his hands shift as well. The one at her back pulled her closer and flush against him delicately. The other moved from her waist and gripped the back of her neck and pulled her away from his. Miruko let out a groan of disappointment that turned into a of appreciation as his lips locked onto her neck's pulse point. Rumi. Her name had never meant as much to her before. The desire and warmth coursed through her entire body as she wrapped herself flush against Izuku. her pressed against his chest, and no words could describe the moment. Miruko felt warmth across her entire body, but in a very pleasant way. Izuku. Izuku's brain had stopped long ago. He was purely moving on instinct and desire as he meshed his lips against Rumi's. Bliss was the only word that could come to him, but he could only vocalize it by the grunt that escaped him. His body was flushed to Rumi, and hers to him. She was too close, yet not close enough all at once. Everything about her overtook all of his senses. He did everything he could to keep up, but it was pure sensory overload. Instead, Izuku gave in and embraced all that he could without thought. When he latched onto her neck and gave a not quite rough nibble and was rewarded with Rumi's, he knew he would do anything and everything to hear it again. Rumi, her name left him breathless, and not just from the air her had robbed him of. Izuku had many other things he wanted to say, but he also knew that was all he could say in the moment. His thoughts were once more taken away as Rumi opened her mouth, breathless, and Izuku dipped back in for another. Nothing aside from the give and take, the push and pull of their bodies mattered to him. Soon, they broke apart again and their foreheads gently rested against each other. Izuku's vision locked firmly with Rumi's deep red eyes, and the gaze said far more than words could. His entire world was narrowed down to the person directly in front of him. He dipped his eyes down low and caught a wondrous view of Miruko's cleavage as her chest was pressed against his and heaved with her breath. Embarrassment was nowhere to be found as he soaked in everything. Her towel prevented him from truly appreciating everything before him, but what he could see was more than enough. Pressed so close against her, he could feel more than he could see. The sight would forever be ingrained in him, but a deeper desire wished to rake his hands against every curve. His deep desires and instincts told him he would never be sated until he had every inch, every dip, every part of her bare and burned into his every pore. Until he could know all of her, and she all of him, it would never be enough. Gently he caressed her cheeks with his thumbs, and she leaned into his touch with her eyes closed. Izuku had never felt so empowered yet so weak all at once. Rumi, so much was loaded into that one word, that he could speak nothing else. She opened her eyes, and tilted her head open for access again as she locked onto Izuku's lips fiercely. His world narrowed down once more to the press and feel of her against him. Izuku felt emboldened and his hands snaked down to the edge of her towel. Just as he snuck underneath and went to grip the bounty before him, he froze as Miruko's ears twitched and he heard voices in the distance. They pulled back and gazes locked firmly as the world around them and their situation flooded back in. A great deal had been expressed in their moment, but so few words had been truly spoken. Rumi's eyes said a great deal, but like the seas parting she removed herself from Izuku's space. He felt like an entire limb had been ripped away from him, and he was left with a feeling of emptiness. Before any words could escape him, whether it be her name or a declaration of love, she had turned away and was gone from his sight. Izuku's hand that reached for empty air fell back to his side and he was frozen. Then right when we were surrounded he crashed in. He used this cool black energy thing and grabbed me. I felt like a human rocket. He had this real serious face and was like, "I'm tossing you," and then I flew like a freaking missile. Izuku turned and saw the rest of the boys exited the bath and were dressed. "That's so manly, we should definitely talk about making that into an awesome team super attack or something." The voices got closer as Izuku's eyes glassed over and died for a moment as everything caught up to him. "Ah, I can do that all by myself, while you chumps need someone else to help you." He knew that voice to be Katsuki as they were only feet away and finally caught sight of Izuku. "Oh, hey man, we were just talking about making a group attack using Yori. You alright dude? You don't look so good." Tetsu asked as Izuku came back to himself. He coughed briefly into his hands and regained his thoughts. "Yeah, I'm fine, sorry, just distracted. Koda is with Mandalay, he just fainted from the fall. She told me something that's sticking with me, that's all. I'm exhausted, go ahead without me and I'll catch up in the room. Still have to dry off properly and change into my night clothes." Izuku brushed off the concerns and headed towards the baths. His mind was both empty and running at the speed of light. Everything was jumbled and contradicting itself in his mind as he tried to steady himself. He knew the other boys were staring at him as he passed them, but he had no other words he could give them. Once he turned a corner and was out of their sight, he sank against a wall with his shoulder and slammed his fist against it. "Damn it, I'm so confused. She had me, right? That must mean something, doesn't it?" Izuku questioned everything he knew as his breathing was ragged and the world around him spun. He placed a hand on his chest and found his heart beating like a drum. Despite his joy of the situation that had happened, he was devastated from its after effects. Like a snail, he was sluggish and slowly slinked his way through everything. Izuku was soon dressed and prepared for sleep as he drudgingly made his way back to the room he and all the other guys were staying in. If he noticed the stares they continued to give him, he didn't comment on it. He fell into his sleeping space and closed his eyes, but knew sleep wouldn't come. What did I do wrong? Is something wrong with me? Am I not good enough? Why did she run away from me? I'm so confused. Izuku slowly curled into himself as silent tears escaped him. He tried to sleep, but nothing came to him, and the small amount he did get was restless and fitful before the sun finally peeked over the mountains and into the room. Rumi retreated from Izuku with haste, but as she turned the corner towards her room a bright smile graced her face. Her heart beat slow and steady as it spread joy throughout her entire body. She had a small hop to her steps and a giggle escaped her as she placed a hand to her chest and entered her room. After a quick toss of her towel, she changed into her sleepwear and hugged herself as she rolled around on her bed. Her nightwear consisted of a simple white t-shirt and gray booty shorts that she wore over her undergarments. The incredible moment from only a few minutes ago played repeatedly in her mind as she fought to keep a girlish squeal inside. Everything was new to her, but she kept herself composed and made a silent promise to not freak out. The pit in her stomach that had bothered her for so long was finally gone, instead replaced by the feeling of butterflies flittering around. It wasn't entirely pleasant, but it left her with a calm, warm feeling and a large, earnest smile on her cheeks. Her thought on that brought her hands to rest where Izuku's had, but it wasn't the same feeling of all-encompassing warmth that his had been. Next, she brought her hand to her lips where she could still feel the lingering presence of where his had pressed against her. Miruko lost her battle against another small giggle that escaped her. When she reached her hand up to her neck, the area was still sensitive to the touch. A blush dusted her cheeks as she remembered Izuku's bold move there and her own involuntary noise that had escaped. Her thoughts drifted to everything that had happened, but they also trailed off to everything that hadn't happened. Deep in the dark recesses of her mind that she vigorously beat down, she questioned what would have happened if no one interrupted them. I wonder if we could do that again. The moment felt like it lasted forever, but now that it's over I feel like it was a blink. It was nowhere near long enough. His touch is already fading. Another giggle escaped her as she blushed scarlet and rolled around again, holding her pillow to her chest. Deep in the rational side of her mind, the thought did cross her that many obstacles and judgments would be thrown their way. If anything was to come about, such as a real and lasting relationship, they would have to face many hardships. Rumi, however, ignored those thoughts for the far more pleasant ones of when she could again Izuku. Sleep was like a blissful and fluffy cloud that encompassed her in its warm embrace. She fell asleep with a soft smile and was calm, with no thoughts of any struggles that she may face ahead. Morning came quick, and she had a sublime sleep of thoughtless dreams. Rumi gave a stretch, feeling her muscles all relaxed and well rested. After she finished the rest of her morning stretches and routines, she placed her sleepwear on her bed and grabbed her training clothes for the day. They were very similar, the tank top having her arms exposed and the shorts slightly longer extending to her mid-thigh. She thought about her choice a moment before she looked down at herself. A small idea to tease Izuku came to her mind. Instead, she reached into her bag and grabbed the clothes she normally wore when she practiced her boxing skills. Rumi grabbed the black sports bra and workout shorts that tightly clung to her frame and exposed a great deal of her weak-colored skin. She dragged her hands over the swell of her and down her flat and sculpted abdomen with a smirk of pleasure. After she dug out the black fingerless workout gloves to complete her outfit, a hand was placed to her chest as she thought of Izuku and what he would think of the outfit. Miruko went through all her memories with a fresh set of eyes, and had concluded that Izuku did enjoy her figure. She had never put much focus into it aside from being in shape for her hero work, but from the few glances she had caught from him, he liked it. The thought left her giddy as she remembered the instances she had caught him looking. Izuku seemed to rake his eyes across her body despite appearing not to. When she thought to just the previous night, Rumi remembered the way his glazed eyes dipped down to her cleavage. Beneath her hand she felt her heart thump harder as she remembered that just after that he had almost grabbed her ass. She fought back her thoughts as much as she could, but the idea of what may have happened had her chest beating harder. Her mind drifted back to the moment and she felt herself surprised by how she had acted. While she had initially pushed Izuku against the wall and taken the first step he had given as good as he got. Rumi always believed that it would be more one-sided, whether it was him overpowering her or the other way around. Instead, it had been a very even moment of equal participation. She was surprised, because it didn't make her feel weak or angry to release control to another person. Miruko felt nothing but trust, and dare she hope, mutual love between them in the moment. As she shook the thoughts aside, she instead focused on what her plan for training throughout the day would be. The idea could sit for a while as she decided that first she would see what Aizawa and Vlad had planned for their classes. Rumi pushed down the minor trepidation that festered when she grabbed the door handle for her room. Deep down she knew that once she stepped outside the bubble of her room, she would have to fully embrace Miruko and be ruthless. Much as she would wish for nothing more than to be alone training with Izuku like during his work-study again, it wouldn't happen. She had agreed to help UA and train the prospective students, which meant she would have to focus on more than just him. At the same time, a small feeling of dread settled over her about how he would react after what had happened. They hadn't spoken anything other than each other's names, but they hadn't needed to, at least she thought so. Her thoughts pushed down, Rumi opened her door and stepped out as Miruko. Grin in place and wide, she strutted out to where she heard groggy and tired voices coming from the students. She caught Aizawa tossing a ball up and down briefly as he explained to Class 1B the test he had given to his own students on day 1. Intrigued, she slowly made her way over until she stood next to Vlad and Aizawa. Both teachers gave her a side glance at her outfit, and she in turn did the same. When on duty it made sense to always be in costume as they were, but out here it didn't make sense to her. That and her costume was 90% cosmetic. Aside from her plated boots, her abilities were all her, no gear needed. She looked over the students and caught their various gazes as well. She felt a small thumping of her heart at the attention she was receiving. The boys all looked at her with lust, but that wasn't anything new to her. Some tried to hide it better than others, it was still obvious to her. Her glance to the girls said it was either in jealousy or pride of what they could become with enough training. She looked for Izuku in his glance as her heart thumped harder. Once she did catch his eyes though, her heart clenched and slowed. Despite all the training and confidence she had installed into him, she expected a blush, splutter, or some reaction. Instead, what she saw was a clearly disheveled Izuku, whose eyes looked dead and appeared to look through her. A horrible and painful clenching of her chest overtook her as she placed a hand to her bosom in hopes of alleviating it. She turned her head to the side and focused on Aizawa. Rumi knew if she didn't, a tear may escape her. Things had changed between them, she knew that, but she had believed it would only be for the better. Rumi hadn't expected the cold and almost lifeless gaze that Izuku carried. It hurt greatly. Her heart ached at the sight of him. If she had caused it, she couldn't bear the pain. On the other hand, if she could fix it, she would do anything she could. We will use the ball test as a point to express the true purpose of this training camp. I've been watching your individual progress, and while it's impressive, it's also not fast enough. Bakugo, Midoriya, step up. You two are the perfect examples for what I want to showcase. Miruko watched them both go forward and again fought down the pain of looking at Izuku as he was. Last time we did this test, Bakugo, you scored 705.2 M. Midoriya, you got 705.3 M, but broke your finger in the process. Before you throw, let me instead ask your classmates, how far do you think they can throw it now? Question directed at the class. Miruko listened in as they debated that it would have to be around 1 kilometer. Aizawa grinned wicked at that and his hair seemed to float as he passed the ball to Katsuki. Dai's shout was met with little surprise by all those who knew him, but she watched as his smirk fell when Aizawa turned the measuring device. When it beeped and showed 715.6 M, barely further than what Aizawa said he had initially thrown, she caught on to the purpose of the display. She then watched Izuku step up with a far-off look in his eyes. The light smell of ozone picked up as his green electric energy surrounded him. With a small break in the sound barrier much like Katsuki's throw, Aizawa grinned wicked again and turned the device. Izuku had thrown 715.4 M, less than Katsuki, unlike the first time, but both still incredibly close. The students quickly erupted into conversation and debates over why their two best students had seemed to barely improve. The answer is simple: you haven't been training your quirks to their fullest extent. Midoriya, you have been on the right path, not breaking yourself and all that, but there is still more to go. The experiences each of you have gotten are invaluable, that's true, but you have let your other skills fall to the wayside. Bakugo, your improvement has mostly been mentally and physically for your body, as is true for the rest of you. Your quirks are a different matter though. We need to push them until you can't anymore, then push further and break you down. Quirks are much like muscles in that regard: rip and tear them apart, and once they recover they will be stronger than ever before. I'm sure you've heard it before, but that's our style. Find your limit, then break past it and don't look back plus ultra. Aizawa smirked as he sent a gaze out to the students before him. Rumi watched his hair float back down before he turned to her. Me and Vlad will keep an eye on everything. In the meantime, Miruko, since you are our extra security and trainer, you can have your pick of the students. She nodded her head and thought for a moment before she faced him. Her thoughts on Izuku would have to be pushed aside for now as she raised her arms and stretched them. No mind was paid to the action, but she did cross her arms under her bust, which caused it to smush together and lift, emphasizing her admirable size. And what of the rest of the brats? Surely the two of you can't watch over all of them yourselves? She posed her question before her ear twitched and she caught the noise behind her. That's where we come in handy. Now back together and fully assembled now. Wildcats full version Miruko and the students turned to take in the four pro heroes in their pose of power again. She still found it cute and funny in her mind, as such she fought down a small giggle. With my search I can watch over all of you, no problem. Ragdoll gave a small smirk as she stuck out her tongue at the edge of her lips. Depending on your needs I'll use my earth flow and create you the ideal environment to train in. Pixie Bob gave a grin as she blew ease again at all the students present. Miruko nodded along before she started pointing to various people. Then I'll start without pause. Mina Ashido, Ijiro Kirishima, Shoto Todoroki, Momoya Urazu, Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku Midoriya, Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, Tetsu, Setsuna Takage. Those 10 are coming with me. Be warned, I'm going to put you through a worse hell than anyone else. You aren't allowed to run away either, so expect pain and do your best to survive my kicks. She grinned wide as she stared down the selected students. They each looked at her with various responses, but she was glad to see none of them were negative. Her grin was full and in place as she walked over to Pixie Bob and requested what she wanted for her training area. When the other hero looked at her in interest, Miruko returned it with her familiar smirk and a gleam in her eye. The request was quickly made, and a large dome of earth was created roughly the size of a football field. She gestured for all the students to enter before Pixie Bob closed the entrance behind them. Miruko looked over her designated protégés for the day and was hit with a sad pang as Izuku still looked as dead-eyed as earlier. Everything else had to be put aside though, as such she shook her head and smirked wide. You have the basic concept from Eraser: use your quirks to the fullest and then keep using them. All of you will be my opponents. However, you will be in pairs of 2, that person is your teammate and the only person you can work together with. Consider all other teams your enemy. The first team to draw or land a solid hit will be the victor. Ishido and Kirishima, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Bakugo and Kodai, Takage and Tetsu, Midoriya and Kendo, those are your teams. Try and make this worth my while, and I'll promise to leave no lasting injuries. Expect plenty of bruises and sore muscles though. She brought her hand up and gestured for them to attack as she brought one foot up and bounced on the other. Being barefoot would allow her a better grip of the earth, but without her boots her kick's power would be less lethal, more crippling pain. Miruko watched each team pair together and discuss their abilities slightly before she attacked. She wanted to give them the best chance of survival that she could, after all it wouldn't be fun otherwise. Once a few moments had passed and they were all faced towards her and tensed, she smirked widely. Don't give up too quick. Entertain me. She charged in and went for Kirishima first. His reaction was good, and he activated his quirk before her blow landed. That didn't stop her punch from breaking through as she punched his gut and he spat out all of his air. Simple quirks like yours don't take much thought, mine is much the same. Tetsu, you take this to heart as well. Either don't break and be the ultimate wall, or if you do break, harden again so quick that it doesn't matter. You both lack strength and durability right now, so learn through your pain. To empathize her point, Miruko bounced from her spot straight into Tetsu and gutted him just like Kirishima. The difference was that he wasn't quick enough to activate his quirk and took her punch full force. As such, he retched and tried to hold down his breakfast. Miruko retreated to the center of her arena and continued to bounce on one foot as she taunted the other students. Bakugo was the first to charge her and Miruko watched as Kodai supported him from behind. A small pebble that was flying towards her suddenly turned into a large boulder that blocked her view and covered Katsuki. His call gave his intentions away. Miruko thumped the ground hard and shot 50 feet into the air out of sight. As Bakugo blasted the boulder and sent shards everywhere, she noted how long it took for him to notice she wasn't there and start searching. She could tell his instincts were sharp as he caught her image before she landed with a small crouch. From her lowered position, Miruko shot forward and past Bakugo before he could move. She landed next to Yui and grinned up at her. The stoic girl's eyes widened slightly as she attempted to throw out a punch. Miruko dodged with no effort and pulled back a fist. There is nothing wrong with quirks better suited for support, but that generally means you're weak up close. Think about how you can improve and better utilize your quirk. Her words said, her punch landed true and Yui collapsed holding her stomach. Katsuki came behind her in the pause and attempted an explosion at her back. Before it could go off, she swept his feet and he grunted as he landed on his back. You're brash, but bold, and that can take you far. On the other hand, you rely on your sweat for stronger explosions, and self-destruction isn't the right way. Learn to increase your power with less sweat or less strain to your muscles. Break them down and let them heal if you need to. Truthfully, you already are stronger than some pros, but don't let that inflate your ego. There's still a long way to the top. With a spin flourish, she landed a kick to his side and Bakugo bounced before he crashed into the earth wall. A spike of ice caused her to retreat before a wave of flames followed it. The attacks were easy enough for her to avoid. They might have been powerful, but they lacked speed and precision. She knew he had good control over the ice, but his flame had no temperament to it. Her ear twitched and caught the slight sea of gears grinding before she dodged the cannonball net aimed at her from behind. Your teamwork is good. Looks like you have experience working together. It's still not good enough. She dodged another ice attack and swung a kick into the back of Shoto's knee. When he collapsed down, she gripped him into a headlock and pined his legs, preventing him from standing back up. He gripped at her arm around his neck, but he couldn't pry it loose. When he went to activate his quirk, she gave a light reprimand in the form of a knee to his ribs. You think too little, and your teammate thinks too much. Yaoyorozu, you locked up, decide on an idea and run with it, because perfection doesn't happen on the battlefield. And you Todoroki, you could use your ice or fire on me, but I'm so close that it would also affect you. Elemental quirks are incredibly versatile, so stop thinking so narrowly. Miruko increased her pressure and Shoto quickly fell into unconsciousness. She looked down and felt a small piece of flesh attached to her leg. It gave a slight tugging force and she was forced into a split as the flesh held her down against the ground. Miruko looked up and saw the floating dismembered body of Setsuna. Her smirk returned before she punched the flesh on her leg. She could tell it didn't cause a lot of pain, but Setsuna did flinch slightly. Miruko spun from her split position and pounced into the air as Takage tried to recollect her pieces. When she was right before the young girl, Miruko watched as she closed her eyes and crossed her arms. She expected a punch, but instead Miruko flipped her body and aimed her legs at the girl. A swift kick out to the air sent a bullet of wind pressure to crash into Takage and knock her down, but also flung Miruko hurtling toward the ground. With a spin and another kick, she offset her speed before she cleaned up the remaining students, attacking her without mercy. Once she was done, the only ones left were Izuku and Itsuka, as they had stayed back and watched all the other fights play out. From the beginning of the fight, only around 10 minutes in total had passed. As such, Miruko was still in peak condition, no signs of fatigue present as she grinned down the last two. Izuku looked focused, but she could still tell that his gaze felt empty. He nodded to Kendo, and Miruko watched as two tendrils of black whip shot out from his arm. Both wrapped around Itsuka, one around her waist, the other around her upper torso. She was lifted from the ground and then hurtled with frightful speed at Miruko. The distance between them was covered in a moment before Kendo was upon Miruko. Both excelled in close-range combat, but Miruko had the edge in technique, speed, and experience. Izuku offset her disadvantage admirably well with her quirk, but Miruko easily saw the flaw. She went to strike the girl down, but before she could, the tendril around her waist yanked her back and Miruko missed. In the next instance, Izuku was upon her with the force of a hurricane as he attacked. As he trained with her personally and she had taken him on as an apprentice of sorts, he knew her moves better than most anyone. Because of that, Miruko had her toughest challenge yet. She had to admit it was clever to swap out and then team up using various combos with Izuku's Black Whip, but she wasn't holding back. You have a good simple quirk, but your activation time is slow. Keep working on that and don't limit your thinking about what you can do. A foundation of martial arts is good, but I can tell you focused on your fists, don't forget you have legs. Miruko swung low and swept Izuku before she slammed a foot into the side of her head. With a turn, she was faced with Izuku, the last one standing. He punched a fist forward at what looked to her to be 20%, and she had to dodge the air blast it created. His opening attack allowed Izuku to charge in close to her and engage in combat, but Miruko saw his every move. Just because he had trained with her and knew all her moves, the same was also true of her. Miruko knew Izuku's every ability. The way he implemented them, however, had changed. When she went in for a punch, Izuku stabbed Black Whip into the ground and halted his movements. It was reminiscent of what he had done for Izuku only moments earlier, so Miruko anticipated it better the second time and didn't overextend. She used her momentum to instead roll and grab Izuku's legs with hers and trip him up. With her roll complete, Izuku was on his back and Miruko sat on his waist, Izuku's legs pinned in place. She looked down and hoped to see some spark of the previous night in his eyes as she gazed deep. Instead, she saw only deep sadness as he seemed to gaze at her in what she believed to be regret or self-hatred. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me for how I acted." His words greatly confused Miruko as she loosed her hold on his legs. Once she did, Izuku escaped her hold and rolled away so his back faced Miruko. As he turned from her and helped Izuku to stand up, Miruko felt a deep and painful pang in her chest. She shook her head and wiped the tears trying to surface as she beat down the hurt that coursed through her entire body. Izuku felt as though the title she had been given was unnecessary. She didn't feel like a big sister or anything of the sort, but she always realized she did tend to hover and watch out for her fellow students. As a result of those tendencies, she tended to notice things that others didn't. Just like all the other girls, she found interest in the fairy-tale-like romance supposedly blooming between her favorite hero and her fellow student. The situation didn't seem far-fetched to her either. From everything she had seen and heard, it seemed like a foregone conclusion. As such, when she woke up this morning and caught Miruko with a wide smile from ear to ear exiting her room, she knew something had happened. From the beginning, she had been able to tell there was sparks and tension between the two, and it seemed to have come to a head. What she couldn't understand was why it caused two very drastically different results. Miruko had been, dare she say, nervous the previous night during the baths. Izuku, from what she had watched the previous day, was the opposite, strong and sure of himself in all his actions. When the morning passed, however, it was as though they had traded places, but to a drastic degree. In the brief time, Izuku had gone from confident and sure to his previous meek and withdrawn self. He still fought like she had witnessed from his change. He was strong, but his actions all lacked something she couldn't identify. On the other hand, she had watched Miruko go from powerful badass warrior woman to something more normal. Izuku knew that Miruko was normal just like any other person, but meeting your personal hero always shifts views. She had always seen Miruko as an unbeatable and unshakable pillar of what a hero should be. That was still the case, but Izuku had been humbled and reminded that heroes were still just people. "Get yourself together, Kendo. I have high hopes for you. My kick wasn't even that strong, now stand up." With a quick shake to refocus herself, Izuku looked up to Miruko and her wide grin. After the earnest smile she had seen, though, her grin looked almost fake and forced. She rubbed her ribs on her left side and sharply inhaled when she touched a tender spot. Miruko might have claimed it was a weak kick, but Izuku knew she had bruised her ribs, possibly even cracked one or two of them. Izuku looked around and noticed all of her fellow students were in similar conditions. All of them except Izuku. He had to be in just as much pain as her, if not more. From what she could see, he was heavily bruised and nursing a bad ankle, but he still fought. What she had seen of his earlier anguish was gone, or perhaps hidden was a better word, as she could still see something deep in his eyes. Regardless of that, he seemed to put everything aside and was solely focused on the moment and fight in front of him. After the first bout against Miruko, she had caught something on his face that reeked of a deep pain, but he had put it away and charged right back in. They were in their fourth or fifth fight against Miruko. She couldn't remember how many it was now, but she could tell they were improving. Despite telling them to initially not work together with other teams, Miruko had said nothing when it eventually happened. At that point, she had noticed the first real shift in Izuku. He realized Miruko was giving them false alternatives for a villain scenario. After that, they had all teamed up together in efforts to try and take down Miruko, but she was too strong. Fight after fight, they were all knocked down and kicked to the verge of unconsciousness. Izuku had taken charge once he realized what was happening, and all the others followed without real question. Izuku could tell now what the other girls of 1A had been talking about with his major change. She had always viewed him as meek and weak, but she never judged him based on that. After all, despite that, he had still won the sports festival. He was a mystery that Izuku couldn't quite place. She could understand why Miruko had landed her eye on him and initially sent out a work-study invitation to him. Something about Izuku seemed to draw in those around him, almost like a silent magnetism. No matter how he tried to hide it or pretend he wasn't strong, however, that all changed in a fight. Regardless of whether his attitude was faked or true, Izuku was powerful. In every fight they had against Miruko so far, he was always the last one standing, and neither he nor Miruko pulled any of their punches. She had watched him reel from clearly painful attacks over and over, but he always got back up and charged in for more. Even Bakugo, who she knew to be tough as nails and quite stubborn, had fallen to his knees and gasped for breath as he held his ribs at one point. The only person who didn't was Izuku. Something in his eyes was different. She didn't want to call it a madness, but it almost seemed that way. She had seen this burning fire in him that truthfully terrified her, for with no care of his own pain and injuries, Izuku always got right back up and charged in. Izuku jumped up, ignoring the dull throb of her side, and charged in, followed by some of her fellow students. The attack proved for naught when they all had various attacks dodged, countered, or cancelled out. Miruko had still yet to lose a match. Izuku could tell she was getting tired just like the rest of them, but the odds were still in her favor. 10 versus 1, and Miruko still handled them all, seemingly without care of effort. After nearly 2 hours of the continuous fights, however, Izuku could tell it was starting to put a strain on all of them, even Miruko. She blocked a kick with her enlarged hands, and they stung like nothing ever had before. With a quick thought to use Miruko's advice, she shrunk her hands and used them for momentum to swing a kick from Miruko's jaw. Izuku was lifted up off the ground from her leg as Miruko had caught it. Being held by her ankle was a new experience, and not a pleasant one, as she felt like a rag doll. The grin she caught on her hero's face spelled pain for her as she did her best to brace for the attack. Despite her guard on the opposite side of her ribs that weren't hurting, a devastating kick landed, and she now throbbed with pain on both sides. Too shallow, your kick was weak, and your form needs work. The reaction time on your quirk was half decent though, keep it up. Izuku knew the advice was helpful and well meant, but she couldn't appreciate it in the moment over her pain. She drew in shaky and painful breaths as she continued to watch the fight from her spot on the ground. Much like all the others had played out, Izuku watched until only Izuku remained. He charged forth with speed that Izuku knew she couldn't match, and just like had happened all previous times, both fighters seemed to go into a different gear. Miruko always seemed to be just at their level, leaving an opening for them to capitalize on, but only if they had the skills to do so. When she fought Izuku, however, she gave no such opening and beat him down without mercy. With a quick glance she could tell he was black and blue nearly all over, but he still fought on with that fire in his eye. Izuku didn't know whether to call it willpower or stupidity, but it did draw her in. She put aside her pain and attempted to fight alongside Izuku, but she could instantly tell it was fruitless. When Miruko fought Izuku, she was a different person, as was he. Silent agreement or not, they both seemed to be expressing something through their fists. Izuku realized her folly when Miruko sent a fist straight for her gut, and she knew she couldn't dodge it. Unlike all the previous attacks, however, this one surged at her without anything held back, and Miruko wasn't looking at her. She knew that if she blocked the attack, something would break. Before she could even try, she felt a tug on her shirt and went sliding backwards. Izuku could see the small black tendril that extended from her to Izuku's arm, but he didn't even look at her. His fist flew and met Miruko's that had been aimed for her, and she definitely heard a crack or crunch as their fists met. It was clear whose, and then Izuku flinched, but he just slid back to gain some air. Damn it, I knew the gap was there, but I didn't think it was so far. She used her sharp ears to narrow in on Katsuki laying at her side. He held his ribs in deep pain with one hand while the other punched the ground. His eyes, however, were locked squarely on the fight in front of him. Izuku returned her eyes as well, and they widened slightly. Izuku had assured everyone else that the green lighting energy was purely cosmetic and a byproduct of his quirk, but it did help identify how much power he was using. She watched as the small surges that surrounded him seemed to speed up and arc more powerfully. By the twitches his muscles gave off, his even more labored breathing and grimaced face, it clearly caused him pain, but he increased his power. He shot off towards Miruko at speed she could just barely follow and watched as the two clashed over and over again. It was as beautiful as it was terrifying to watch them attack with such vigor. Izuku tried to use the moment and gather her thoughts, but they suddenly trailed back to what Miruko had said, the difference between Izuku and Monoma. She fought down the slightly sick feeling that bubbled up when she watched Miruko land a punch and Izuku's skin rippled under the powerful punch. He seemed to pay it no mind though as he charged in and went for a slight break in Miruko's attacks. Izuku focused her thoughts again as she watched. Nito would never take that much punishment. He is a decent guy, despite how much of a jerk he always acts like. What's the real difference between them though? I get that they are totally different people, but Miruko made a big point out of them. A sore loser and a poor one, what's the difference? Izuku thought hard as she once more watched Izuku be knocked down, but he couldn't get up as Miruko held him down with a foot to his chest. That's the end once more. None of you have managed to win yet, but for now that concludes part 1 of training. Should be right around lunchtime now I believe, so we will stop and break for lunch and then begin part 2. Miruko had a grin on her face, and Izuku watched all the students go into despair over the thought of more training under her. Everyone except Izuku, who still had that fire in his eye, even under Miruko's foot. All at once a multitude of thoughts entered her mind as she further compared Izuku and Monoma as she tried to stand on wobbly feet. She made it all the way up before she teetered and almost fell to her knees, but before she could, an arm was wrapped under her shoulders to help support her weight. Itsuka turned and noticed it was Izuku who had been released from under Miruko's foot. In that moment it clicked for her. Izuku was in far worse condition, but still put her first. She turned to Miruko and almost gave herself whiplash as she called out, "Miruko, I think I have an answer for your question." The hero turned to her intrigued, as did her other fellow training students. She was the center of focus as she straightened herself with Izuku's help. Miruko tilted her head with a seeming interest as she spoke. "Do you or do you not have an answer? There should be no thinking about it. You need conviction and belief in yourself, otherwise it's wrong." Itsuka nodded her head at the words and stood straight without Izuku's support. "I do have an answer. It's conviction, or maybe willpower is a better word. The difference between a poor loser and a sore one, it's their drive. A poor loser will suffer defeat, but only complain about it and not do anything to change it. A sore loser will accept their defeat, but still get right back up and do it again, and they keep trying until their defeat is turned into a victory." Itsuka smiled wide with what she had come up with. Her smile faltered slightly as Miruko approached, and though she was taller than the hero, she felt short before her. Miruko stood silent and appraised her for several moments before she grinned wide. The number 7 hero then reached out and ruffled Itsuka's hair with a proud gleam. "I knew I liked you." "That's correct, it's all about desire and drive. A sore loser is graceful about their defeat and doesn't let it keep them down. On the other hand, a poor loser is anything but graceful and won't accept that their defeat was from a lack of effort." "Well done, Kendo. You have a good head on your shoulders and a promising hero future." Itsuka practically preened at the praise and had to fight down an ear-splitting smile. Proud that she had been correct and the first one to have an answer, Itsuka kept up her beaming smile all through the day. Lunch was an interesting affair. She looked around and noticed that all her fellow students looked just as tired and exhausted from their training. A closer inspection, however, told her that Miruko had worked her and the other students she was training a lot harder. While the other groups looked tired and physically exhausted, Itsuka and her group sported far more injuries and looked as though they would drop on the spot. Deep in the back of her mind she was grateful, as to her it meant they were getting the more rigorous training. On the other hand, she hadn't truly ached or hurt like she currently was in a very long time. As was told to them by the wild cats, they had to cook all of their meals now. Some of the students seemed to fit right in. Itsuka had no problem with it, and she noticed a few others doing really well either overall or with specific skills. A few she noticed, however, looked as lost as could be, almost as though they had never even set foot in a kitchen, so they had been designated simple tasks. Itsuka shot a glance over to Izuku and caught him looking at Miruko with a far-off look in his eyes before he looked away and down. Only a few seconds later she watched Miruko look at Izuku and then turn away with a confused and hurt glint in her eye. She knew something had definitely happened between the two, and she desperately wanted to know what. The logical side of her brain, however, told her it wasn't her business and she should only observe from the side. It wasn't hard to notice, though everything about the two and their dynamic had shifted overnight. They interacted completely differently from how they had even just the previous day. Something big had happened, and it killed her not to know. Despite how she always acted as the big sister and took responsibility, Itsuka was still a young teenage girl of only 16. Deep inside, her young fairytale heart wanted to fix whatever had clearly happened to pull the two apart. With a nod of her head, she decided to gather information subtly and try to help fix whatever had happened. She wanted the situation to fix itself first and naturally if possible, but she had also decided to step in and act if she could. Miruko watched all the students running about and making food for each other with a fond smile. It brought a small warmth to her, knowing that she was actually helping to grow and develop the students into better heroes. She finally felt like she had managed to find a place she fit in without question. Once the food had been cooked, she realized it was a hearty stew to help keep everyone energized and restore lost energy. Rumi was about to grab a bowl for herself, but she then watched Izuku silently sit next to her and place a bowl down. She was still greatly confused about what had caused the great and rapid change in Izuku, but it was also a private matter. If she wanted answers, and she would get them, then it would have to wait until she could get him alone again. "I added extra carrots for you." It wasn't the same as his earlier coldness to her, but it also wasn't his fit to burst joy either. Miruko promised herself she would find out what had changed him and get Izuku back to his normal self. If she couldn't, then she would keep pushing and trying until she couldn't anymore. Deep in her chest, it truly hurt to see Izuku in so much pain. Whether he thought he was hiding it or not, she could clearly see the pain deep in his eyes. Miruko finished her lunch quickly and with small idle chatter with Itsuka, for the girl had grown on her. Izuku had remained silent, but he was still sitting beside her, and in her mind that was progress of its own. He wasn't avoiding her completely, which meant she would find the root of the problem that had caused his behavior. Once everything was cleaned and put away properly, she noticed that her group of students had managed to get some life back into them. "Are you ready for part 2 of your training? It might just be worse than what I've already put you through." Miruko grinned wide as she stared them down and judged their expressions. She expected a few grunts or looks of despair, but Itsuka's earlier correct guess of Miruko's view on losers seemed to have sparked them. Despite knowing they would soon be faced with difficult challenges, they were all ready to face it, come what may. Very good, then know that this will be far less physically taxing, in terms of pain at least. We will now move to what this training is really about, extending your quirk's usage. By now you are just about at your physical limit from fighting me, now use your quirk to push its limits. Let me or one of the other teachers know what you are struggling with and we will provide a way to stretch your limits. From fighting you I have a good feel on what you should improve, so I can give suggestions and recommended answers. Otherwise, you are on your own and I will supervise your training from this point on. They all nodded at her before they approached and asked her suggestions on how to best improve on what they were lacking. 30 minutes later found each of them in a hell of their own as they pushed their abilities while already on the brink of physical exhaustion. Miruko watched over her training students with pride as they each pushed and pushed at their limits. It brought back a sense of nostalgia to her, for she always kept pushing herself to be and do better. A small voice at the back of her head questioned her though, when had she given up on being the best? Miruko always wanted to be the best version of herself that she could be, but she had also realized she was content where she was. Her career in comparison to other heroes had been quite short and fast. At the tender age of 26 she was already the highest-ranked female hero and within the top 10 greatest across all of Japan. Even across the world she was already well known and respected. Somewhere along the line, she had realized that she no longer strived for the top. It wasn't unreachable, but she didn't desire it either. She tossed the thoughts aside and watched her students. When she caught one struggling or they stopped for a moment, she gave either advice or encouragement. As much as she claimed to despise hero teams and working with others, she realized she was quite good at it. The thought brought her some warm joy, and she knew that Himari would be proud to hear she was getting along with others so well. Training ended quickly and dinner was served in the same fashion as lunch had been. It still surprised her how well the students all worked together with little to no practice or actual team-ups. Across from her during the meal, Izuku had gathered quite the courage and conversed with Miruko without hesitation. On her side Izuku was still mostly silent, but he did contribute words and input occasionally. Dinner was wrapped up quickly and Miruko watched as all the students cleaned up and then went their separate ways. Izuku, ever helpful, was one of the last remaining students after all the others had left. Once Miruko noticed he was alone and no one else was watching them, she grabbed the back of his shirt and dragged him off. He protested slightly, but she pulled him until they were in a quiet and secluded part of the forest away from the camp's main building. "Talk. You have been strange all day." Miruko flinched internally. She may have been too direct or blunt, but Izuku was being strange around her and it hurt to see him like that. For a moment he was silent and unmoving as he stared at her with worry. The next it was like a dam had broken loose and he rambled without end. "I didn't know what to say to you, or how I should act. Should I have pretended nothing happened? Would it have been better to not talk to you at all? How should I have apologized for my actions? Was what I did wrong? But then you were the one who acted first. Why did you run off all night? It was all I could think about. Was that wrong? There are so many questions I have, but I don't know how to ask anything. Is it weird that I have an attraction to you? I'm so confused." Rumi. She watched him ramble on further for several moments as he looked down and hunched into himself. She caught everything with her sharp ears. What stuck out the most was that he felt just as she did and was attracted to her, but what hurt her was that he somehow believed he had done anything wrong the previous night. "Izuku, breath." Miruko pleaded for him to listen to her and stop his rambling, but it continued without end. She needed some way to make him focus, but she also knew she couldn't use any of her normal violent methods. Based on what she was hearing, he would take it wrong and the situation would only spiral. Rumi took a deep breath and did the only thing she could: leave him breathless. She grabbed his shoulders and titled his head up before she crashed her lips to his. Instantly the same pleasure and joy of the night previous returned to her, and she felt as Izuku stiffened under her. A moment later all the tension released, and he felt like jelly beneath her as she gently clung to him, but tight enough he couldn't run away. When her breath grew short, Rumi pulled back and placed her forehead to his. She noticed his eyes were almost clear of their previous fog, and back to a calm green. "Now talk, and slowly. I got most of what you said, but I don't understand why you feel that way." Rumi spoke softly and with a gentle voice as she caressed Izuku's cheeks. Slowly he opened his mouth and went to speak, but words failed to come out. He took a few moments and gathered his breath again before he gently lowered his head and rested it against her. She fought down any emotion it may have caused and watched Izuku. He had his eyes closed and his ear pressed to her chest. Miruko realized he was using her like a pillow and listening to the heavy but steady beat of her heart. He opened his mouth again and words came out slow but measured. Rumi listened to everything and said nothing, giving Izuku all the time he needed. She had known something had happened to him since last night, but she hadn't realized just how far off his thoughts had gone. When he finally said that he felt as though he had done something wrong and driven her off, she put her foot down. Miruko was quick to break that delusion and told her own side of the story. Their talk was slow and heavy, but after nearly 30 minutes, they had both managed to say everything they needed and resolve their issue. Miruko gently caressed Izuku's back as a few tears escaped him. She leaned down and softly locked against his lips again and felt warmth spread through her as he gently grabbed her waist. It hurt her to know Izuku was insecure about anything he did, but she would help him to know she appreciated it all. "What exactly does this make us now?" Izuku silently questioned. Rumi toyed with his words for a moment and thought on how to answer him. After a few moments she gently eyed him again and let her actions express her words. I don't think we need any sort of label, we are just us. What we have learned though is that we need to talk to each other. Promise me you will, no matter how silly you think it may seem or how much it scares you. We should be able to tell each other anything, no matter what it is. The same goes for me. Just like when we texted, I want to tell you anything and everything, and I want to hear everything you have to say. Miruko was deeply hurt throughout the day from how Izuku had acted, but she also understood. Their entire situation was just as new to her, but she jumped all in without a second guess. She always dealt with everything as it came and tackled it head on, but Izuku had doubted himself and reverted to how he was before she had helped him. It hurt to know that she had caused confusion for him when she took off, but it was just a misunderstanding. Deep down she knew it would only make them stronger as they worked through it. Rumi looked deep into Izuku's eyes and saw his normal vigor and light return to his eyes. His actions were nowhere near as forward, and his movements slow, but second by second he was rebuilding himself. Miruko leaned down and put everything she had into her to express all that she could with that one movement. Izuku's lips parted, and she pressed as tight as she could to ingrain it all into her mind. Her hands snaked to his neck and hair, just as they had before. Once more the world bled away, and all that existed was that one single moment between the two. She pulled back and panted briefly before she dived right back to savor every moment that allowed her to express her feelings to Izuku. They had talked over the situation that caused the misunderstanding and why it had happened. But Miruko couldn't care less, only glad that it had been resolved and her Izuku was back. She was hurt and had begun to believe she had done something wrong herself. All she wanted was to express her love through her and wash away any doubt that she didn't care. Rumi felt like she was dying of thirst in a desert, and Izuku was the oasis in the distance. She drank deep and as much as she could as she pressed him against a tree gently and raked her hands across his shoulders. Once she pulled back, her hands trailed down Izuku's chest and across his abs before they landed on his waist and he was left panting. Rumi, her name sounded just as heavenly coming from him as it always did. She beat down that threatened to escape from her joy when Izuku latched onto her neck again. Instead she gently pushed him back and recaptured his lips again as her left leg curled around his. Miruko was panting and breathless as she looked deep into his eyes and said all she could. Izuku, wait. Izuku was breathless, and he didn't want to think about anything other than Rumi being pressed up against him. However, he had a thought in the back of his head that wouldn't leave him alone. He was afraid to bring it up and ruin the moment, but he trusted Rumi and they had just agreed to talk everything out that bothered them. Is something wrong? Rumi looked into his eyes as she asked her question, but Izuku only lightly shook his head. He took a deep breath and then shifted his hands from her waist to her cheeks and gently kissed them. Nothing is wrong, I just don't like how our conversation ended and want to clarify something. Izuku could tell Rumi was worried about him and his words to come, but he still pressed forward. I want to clarify what we are. A label isn't necessary like you said. But I do want to define what we are to each other. Whatever it is we are, even if we don't share that with others. For our sakes I think having a clear definition or boundary is important. Rumi, why don't you want to label us? A heavy breath was exhaled as Izuku waited and dreaded her answer. Rumi took her own light breath in and answered. This talking and understanding thing is a lot harder than I thought it would be. She and Izuku shared a laugh together before Rumi leaned back into Izuku. With her head raised to meet as Rumi stole a quick before she rested her head on his chest and listened to his heartbeat. There isn't anything wrong with a label. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't want that. It felt like my jealousy taking over. I was afraid that if I tried to use a term or label to define us, you might pull away, afraid I was being too clingy or forceful. Rumi exhaled her own heavy breath of doubt. She had already known, or at least expected, but she had started to realize just how much work a real relationship was. More than that was how truly terrified she was of ruining and losing what she now had. From the moment she had first met Izuku, everything had shifted and changed in her life. I have feelings for you, Izuku, but I'm just so afraid of messing something up. He looked at her and knew everything would be fine. As different as they were, both shared many similarities. Don't worry, Rumi, I completely understand that. After the way I acted today and what happened yesterday, I thought for sure I had already ruined the best thing to happen to me. But then you came right back at me head on, and now we are here. Rumi, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? She couldn't help the small chuckle that escaped at the way he worded his question. Of course, if you will give me the honor of being my boyfriend. Regardless of the slightly comic direction their conversation had taken, she felt light. Though she had told him it didn't matter, and she was afraid he would take it as jealousy, it felt really good that they had defined their relationship. Rumi placed her thoughts aside on the resolved matter, and went back to what she really wanted in that moment. Her hands on Izuku's waist pulled him back in, and she captured his lips and sank into the warmth they spread throughout her. The sensation was like nothing she had ever experienced before, and it always left her wanting more every time they parted. As empty as it left her when it ended, the sense of fullness it gave her in the moment was unbearably delicious. Izuku fell back into the without effort and pulled Rumi tight and flush against him. Even only one day away from her, which he had caused, left him drained and empty. Rumi had already become ingrained into his life, but now that they had stepped in a new direction he couldn't think of any moment without her. Assured of what they now were and knowing she would tell him if she didn't like something, Izuku consumed Rumi with an unending hunger. Every surface he was comfortable touching was passed over multiple times to ingrain its every detail into his mind and body alike. He found a particular liking to Rumi's neck, the noises she released, and the slight sense of dominating power it gave him were exhilarating. Izuku he pulled away from her neck lightly and panted as a shiver racked his entire frame at the way his name left her lips. Izuku looked deep into her eyes and found nothing but what his own eyes reflected back. They both had a deep desire for more. At the same time, they were both hesitant to push forward too much. After a moment passed, Izuku gathered his breath as he rested his forehead against Rumi, and they stared deep into each other's gaze. The slight tilt of her neck was noticeable to Izuku, as was the beginnings of a red mark he knew to be a hickey. He had always heard of them, but never believed he would be the cause of one. The sensation it gave him was foreign, but he liked it. Izuku had a primal urge call out to him. It told him he needed to strengthen the mark. The urge told him to make sure everyone knew what was his. He was slightly surprised by the sudden thoughts. However, he couldn't deny it gave him some level of carnal satisfaction to know Rumi wanted him that badly, and when her neck was opened further to his sight, reason was put aside. Izuku snaked his hands down and got a firm grip on Rumi's ass, pleased with the way it filled his hands, and when it spilled over he released a slight groan. When Rumi also released one, he knew he would do anything to hear it again, just like all the various noises she made. Emboldened, he needed the pliable yet firm flesh beneath his hands and was rewarded by several more releases of pleasure from Rumi's mouth. Izuku used his more confident strength and lifted Rumi from the ground, her legs without hesitation wrapping around his waist. With the difference in height gone, Izuku and Rumi were face to face, their lips able to meet without hesitation. Izuku reversed their earlier position and lightly crashed them both against the tree. Rumi's back pressed against it, and the bark lightly scratched at her, but she didn't feel it. Pinned between the tree and Izuku's entire body, she was encompassed in heat that was all-consuming. Izuku couldn't stop his hands as they continued to knead at Rumi's rear, but he didn't want to either. He found his spot back on Rumi's neck, and knew it was a sensitive spot for her when she instantly released it and tensed against him. Knowing she wouldn't could stop anything she didn't like, Izuku used his teeth and lightly nibbled at the same pulse point. His efforts were rewarded with Rumi's hands gripping the back of his head and locking him in place as she released more S. If his breathing wasn't labored and his heart beating wildly, Izuku was certain he had died and gone to heaven. Everything about Rumi took over his every sense. His touch firmly gathered everything beneath it and memorized it all. Taste was firmly occupied by Rumi's supple neck and beating pulse beneath his lips, and feeling emboldened his tongue slipped out and ran over the same spot. He was rewarded with the loudest yet, and Rumi's legs crossed over his back in an X pattern and pulled him tight. He savored every smell on Rumi, from the slightly acrid smell of her sweat to the fruity scent of her hair caused by her shampoo. His sight was rather limited, as he mostly had his eyes closed, but when they opened he took in everything. From the way her chest heaved and gave him a deep look into the valley of her cleavage, to the way her hair had become disheveled beneath his caressing fingers. Everything about her was beautiful to his sight and he couldn't get enough of her. His hearing was the sense most overloaded at the moment, but it was all perfection. He listened to any and every noise Rumi made, the way her breath left her and escaped into various s and groans. Even the thumping of her pulse and rushing of her was evident. It may have even been his, or an imagined noise, but he took in everything. Izuku wasn't completely unaware of his own body either. The pleasant but also slightly painful throbbing from his loins was very evident. His grip slackened just a hair, and Rumi slid down just a few inches. That was all it took for her core to align with Izuku, and both released a very heavy and heated groan. Knowing Rumi had a firm grip on him, he released her and rested his hands against the tree to try and regain his breath from the sudden surge of arousal. He locked eyes with her, and as much as he wanted to press forward, and knew from her gaze she wanted the same, it wasn't right. Not the action or desire itself, but rather he knew it wasn't the time or place. What they both wanted should be special, and as much as he knew it would be regardless, he didn't think outside camp in the forest was the romantic image either had. With a great struggle and heavy fortitude of willpower they forced themselves apart from each other. Once Rumi was back upon her own 2 feet, they were both still less than a breath away from each other. Izuku struggled to pull in a breath, still caught in the moment, and gently leaned back down to Rumi's lips. "Good night, Rumi." He pulled away slowly, but an unknown force had him firmly rooted in place. Rumi closed the distance between them, but she ducked her head low and rested it on Izuku's shoulder as she pulled him in. Her hug was deep and powerful, but Izuku still enjoyed the contact. She pulled away after several long moments passed and slowly pushed Izuku away to arm's length. "Good night, Izuku." Her breath was heavy and voice low, almost meek. Izuku had never heard her like that before, but he reveled in it. After a moment more of staring at one another, they softly parted ways into the night. Once Rumi knew she was a safe distance away from Izuku, she gently rested her shoulder against a tree and used it to support herself. With a deep shudder she reached up to her shoulder and still found it slightly damp from Izuku's tongue. She had never experienced anything like what had just happened, and as much as it terrified her, she wanted more. A sense of trepidation came over her, and she gently reached down to touch her core. Izuku had only lightly bumped her there, but the bolt of lighting it had arched across her entire body was unlike anything else. She found it still highly sensitive, and quite wet. With another deep shudder she slumped harder against the tree. Rumi took several deep breaths and tried to cool her heavily overheated body that was practically burning. After several long and slow breaths to calm herself, Rumi gently stood back up. No longer needing the tree for support, she started a slow and deliberate walk towards her room. A shower or bath would have been well deserved, but until she could control or know what she looked like, it would have to wait. Rumi looked herself over carefully as she made her way towards the room she had been provided. Izuku had been particularly attached to her neck, and although she had gently rubbed and soothed the area to cool it, she noticed he had still left a mark. The thought made her slightly giddy, and a small chuckle escaped her, but she still pulled up the low collar of her shirt to cover it. Her shirt had been tousled from rubbing against the tree, but it had been easy enough for her to straighten it. On the other hand, her hair that Izuku had thoroughly raked his fingers through was wild and couldn't be fixed without a brush. She didn't mind it, but she also didn't want to run into anyone either. The only other visible reflection of her entanglement with Izuku was the slightly damp spot on her shorts that clung to her thighs. Thankfully her shorts were dark, and she only knew about it because the cloth stuck to her from the wetness she had created. Her door was only a few steps away, and safety was in sight before she jumped when she heard a voice behind her. "Miruko, I don't mean to push, but I noticed something happened between you and Midoriya today. I wanted to know if there was anything I could do to help you both." Rumi cursed her sudden lack of attentiveness and turned around slowly. She came face to face with both Kendo and Gyro. Both girls had very different looks on their faces. Kendo was eager to help and wide-eyed. Gyro was shrinking into herself and doing her best to imitate a cherry-red tomato. Rumi glanced over both girls, and they in turn did the same to her. She watched as Kendo looked her over and seemed confused about her state of being. On the other hand, when she looked over to Gyro, she noticed the girl did everything she could to look away from her. A slight sense of trepidation washed over her, but she pushed it down. "I appreciate the thought and effort, but that won't be necessary. We have already resolved our differences." Kendo gave Rumi another once-over glance and seemed to conclude her thought as she nodded her head. "Okay, I asked Gyro to listen, and when I saw you drag Izuku off. Looks like you guys fought it out through fists though. If I can do anything else to help, let me know." Rumi's mind shorted for a second before it caught back up. Kendo and Gyro both tried to turn and leave, but she finally understood Gyro's cherry state. She knew the girl had good hearing, but if Kendo had specifically asked her to focus it on herself and Izuku. Rumi shot out her hand and grabbed the back of Gyro's collar. Kendo continued on, unaware of her lost compatriot as Rumi stared her down with a death glare. Embarrassment was too light a word, but she had nothing else to describe her mortification as she held on to the young teen. After a breath to compose herself, she looked Kyoka dead on and spoke. Not one word. She didn't need to say anything else, they both knew what she was talking about. Gyro formed no words and only shook her head up and down vigorously to stave off any wrath Miruko may send her way. After she was sure Gyro had been scarred into silence, Rumi gently let her go. Before she could scurry off, however, she gave advice. "It's worth it, so say something before it's too late. You never know how much time you have in the hero career, but more than that, if you don't act he may just find someone else. If that were to happen to me, I'm not sure my heart could take it. Just some friendly advice." Kyoka turned with a smaller but deeper blush across her cheeks and bowed low and grateful to Rumi. Her distractions gone, Rumi entered her room and quickly tossed all her clothes aside. The gentle breeze that came through her window did well to cool her body and ease any tension Gyro and Kendo had caused. She gently caressed her neck again and thumbed over the mark Izuku had left. A small giggle escaped her as she slipped into her night clothes. Once she had laid down and was resting on her bed, she decided she would need to wear her hero costume the following day. The high collar would allow her to cover her new mark without question. She wasn't ashamed of it, not in the slightest, but it was also something shared between her and Izuku. Izuku had a restless night. Sleep hadn't come to him from the previous night in utter dread and with a heavy heart. As he now made his way to the shared boys' room, after allowing his body to cool down, he was light as air. He could hardly believe everything that had happened in only the span of 24 hours, but he wouldn't change it for anything in the world. His walk was purposeful as he headed toward the room, but his mind was anywhere but present. Izuku thought over everything that had come to pass and could do nothing but smile, and wanted to jump and scream for joy. Or a million other things he could do to express that, but what it all came down to, he realized, was the one person he wanted to share it with already knew. Even if she hadn't, he would make sure she knew. With an almost skip, Izuku came upon the door and entered to see the other boys prepping for games. They all turned and looked at him before they waved him over. "You just missed the extra studies getting pulled away again." Monoma's face was awesome. "Midoriya, you should have seen it. He was all like, this is nothing, it's only proof 1B is better since only one person failed. As if he wasn't that one person, aha." Izuku chuckled along with Kirishima and joined the other boys. They had pulled out various card games and other ways to pass the time. His thought from earlier persisted, and Izuku excused himself for a moment as he went over to his bag. Once he reached it, he dug around until he found what he was looking for. He wrapped his fingers around his phone and pulled it from his bag without issue. The screen lit up and he went through his contacts with a familiar ease. Izuku scrolled for a bit as Rumi was near the bottom of his alphabetical order. Once his finger glanced over the name, he smiled at it before he gave it a light click. Her name popped up, and he tapped into his message chain with her. He tapped away without thought as he tried to find the right words he wanted. Dearest Rumi. No, that's not it. Izuku shook his head and tried again. I had an enjoyable time tonight. It was a decent thought, but probably too forward. He should rework it a bit. His brow furrowed in concentration as he tapped away again at his phone. Rumi, I just wanted to tell you I love. Suddenly Izuku realized what his next letter was about to be, and it stopped him in place. He had to take a moment and think of the ramifications of what he had unconsciously just tried to say. I've never felt like this before, but is it really love? Not that I don't think it is, but that word means so much more. It's almost like a promise of what's to come. Izuku had several other thoughts, and his mind began to spiral again before he remembered Rumi's words and lips that crashed against his. Breath. Just breathe. Even if that is how you feel, that doesn't mean you immediately need to tell her. It's okay to feel that way and then wait to tell her. Breath. Just breathe. After several deep breaths in and out, Izuku calmed himself and typed out a clear message with purpose. Thank you for everything. I'm glad we had that talk. I can't wait to see you again. Good night. He released his held breath and calmly waited for a return message as soon as he sent his. Only a few moments passed, but every second was like an infinity as he waited for them to pass. When he heard the light but distinct chime of his phone receiving a text, his heart stopped for a beat before it doubled in pace. I'm glad too. I enjoyed myself. Good night. The message was short and brief, but it conveyed everything it needed to, and the red heart emoji that ended off her text filled Izuku with a warmth he couldn't place. Hey Deku, you want dealt into the next match or not? He glanced over his shoulder at Katsuki and nodded his head with a smile. Izuku placed his phone back into his bag and sat next to Bakugo. What game are we playing, Kaken? His smile was wide and unending. How weren't you listening earlier? I'm not going to explain the rules again. Izuku chuckled as he played games into the night with his fellow classmates and 1B students. We got everything from him we could. At first he was mostly unresponsive, droning on about various things and spitting curses at us. Once he finally calmed down into a subdued state, we got a few things out of him. The words by themselves weren't very helpful. Bar, portal, recruits, betrayed. They do fit with context into our investigation though. A close eye has been kept on the League of Villains when at all possible, and the words help put that in focus. Near the area where Shigaraki was captured, we had a report from a civilian of odd individuals coming and going from a bar. With Shigaraki's words, we now believe it to be one of their main bases of operations. Everything else we gathered from his interrogation is less reliable, but we believe it easy to link Portal with Kurogiri. Betrayal is a little harder. As we both know, All Might, it's likely All for One is behind the League. Perhaps Shigaraki feels betrayed by him as for recruits, due to the increase in activity in that area as mentioned by the civilian. It's likely that after Stain's influence was linked to the League, they are using it to gather new members. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but they are all solid leads and bases. I'm sorry we don't have more, but it's been a tough investigation. Honestly, I'm surprised we have as much as we do already. Given who's really behind the League, he's almost being sloppy, and that worries me. It might just be from picking up and cleaning Shigaraki's mess, but I'm still worried. The last point we are left with is Shigaraki himself. I know you had a desire to question him yourself because he's linked to All for One, but that is no longer possible. After the integration, Shigaraki had another episode of random words and curses thrown around. He seemed to be having a crisis of some kind as he kept screaming odd questions about himself. Whether intentional or not, all the thrashing and struggling induced what the doctors believed to be a severe panic attack. With no way to stop him or calm the episode, it turned into a severe seizure attack. Since then, Shigaraki has been completely silent. Scans and tests confirm minimal to no brain activity. He's just an empty shell now, still alive, but not truly. All Might let out a heavy sigh at the news. Even if he was a villain, it was still regretful to hear what had happened. Thank you, my friend. Every piece of information is helpful, no matter how small it may seem. We both know how dangerous he is, and now that Shigaraki is out of play, he seems to be stepping back in himself, so things will get quite complicated. All Might's face was filled with worry, and he subconsciously placed a hand over his old wounds. I agree that we need to err on the side of caution as much as possible, but based on what we know so far, we still have time. When it comes to him, there are no guarantees, but he should still be just as injured as ever. Our task force is getting more power every day as the true terror of who we are chasing comes to light. They're only small steps, but we are headed in the right direction. All Might nodded slow and assuredly before a thought of his successor came into play. This must end with me. A need to help others will always be present, as such One for All should still be passed on. But our fight against All for One has to end. Izuku has certainly grown, but he's not ready. I can't burden him with that pressure, his time doesn't have to come. All Might clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as he looked far out past the walls that surrounded him. He wasn't looking at anything but the future and how to prevent the worst case from coming to be. I'm getting itchy, man. Can't we go kill something yet? A voice came from a very large man, though not an ounce of fat could be seen on his massive frame. The only way to describe him was muscular. From his side on a cliff overhanging the side of the mountain they stood on was a much smaller man, but he was no less intimidating. Our goal isn't to kill anyone. We are just here to gather information and stir up the heroes. Besides, we still don't have everyone here, so keep your patience just a little longer. The boss already promised a lot of things to come, but this is the beginning of everything. His voice seemed to command the others around him as they all looked towards him. Pisses me off, but it's not exactly like I want to upset the leader. That's one scary dude. He could at least let us kill someone. This whole information gathering gig isn't suited for me. I just want to crush things beneath me, and there are some prime targets down there. The large and tall man looked down towards the mountain's base. From his vantage he could just barely see the edges of tracks and paths lined through the mountain. At the base and set towards the center he could almost make out what he knew to be there. A large campsite, housing a large building that had all of their targets inside and sleeping. Hey, that big shot Miruko is supposed to be here too, right? You think the boss would mind if I played with her? She might actually be a challenge. I can't wait any longer. Are you sure we can't go crush them yet? Beneath a large cloak that covered his body, his flesh seemed to wriggle and writhe as he stepped forward. It's not yet time. A few of us haven't arrived yet. You can have as much fun as you want once they have arrived. Besides, you just need to think about the words the boss left you. He never said you couldn't have fun and go break things, just don't kill anyone. The heroes need to feel threatened but safe. If we start killing them now, they lose that sense of safety. The small man's lips pulled wide and revealed highly scarred and disfigured flesh, held together by a multitude of piercings. Just you wait, heroes, for soon you'll get what's coming. Soon everything will be thrown into chaos and the world will see you for what you really are. Nothing but a bunch of posers and fakes. The man's fingers twitched almost manically as a blue fire danced across his hands. Izuku had a well-rested visage as he went about preparing breakfast. It was clear to anyone paying attention that he was completely different from yesterday. He paid no mind to all the gazes being given to him and let them draw their own ideas or conclusions. Completely rested and fully energized for the day, he chopped and cooked food in absolutely record time. From the corner of his eye he could see Rumi, who had taken her normal seat at the provided tables. He did his best to contain the grin that threatened to split his face and started unconsciously humming to himself. On his side, a few of his classmates gave him odd looks, but Izuku was oblivious to them. A few minutes later Izuku had finished and was sitting beside Rumi as he passed her a plate of food. Order had been restored. By the time Kendo gently sat down across from the two, they were deep in conversation. Izuku never once brought up their newly made relationship, but the wide grin he and Rumi shared was more than enough. He discreetly glanced over her body in her hero costume and couldn't help his drifted thoughts. Despite his best efforts, he thought about how the exposed flesh had felt beneath his hands. When his eyes glanced at her neck, he could just barely see the tip of the mark he had left. It was hidden well behind her high fur collar, but just knowing it was there filled Izuku's chest with an odd warmth. Conversation was light and easy as he discussed innovative ideas and moves he had been working on. Izuku also traded banter with Kendo over her quirk and ideas he had after seeing her fight. Kendo could tell he was completely different from how he had acted the previous day, and it gave her a small grin. She didn't like to butt into others' business, but it didn't sit well with her big sister heart to see the two so upset. With everything resolved between them, the air around the entire camp seemed lighter as chuckles and laughter was shared. Breakfast was a gathering that allowed all the students to ease their worries and burdens from the previous day and prepare to face those to come. Izuku glanced around and took in the atmosphere as he finished his food and gently placed his dish aside. After everyone was finished and the dishes had been washed and returned, they all once more split up into their groups. Izuku followed after Miruko, and behind him were her other 9 selected students. Just like the day before, they followed her over to the dome-like arena that had been provided by Pixie Bob. She gave them time to stretch and unwind before anything else. During that time, Izuku quickly talked over plans and ideas he had formulated after all their previously failed attempts to defeat Miruko. The ideas were discussed and improved as they finished stretching and prepared for the bruises to come. Izuku had a wide grin locked firmly in place as he tensed next to his fellow students. I know what I'm in for, but I can't help but be happy. My self-training seemed to hit a wall recently. Training with Rumi again really makes me feel like I've made real progress. He took in a deep breath and calmed his beating heart as he stared down Miruko. She saw the determination settled in his eyes and bared her own vicious grin. With a command gesture, Miruko challenged all the students to attack her. Not unlike the day previous, Miruko looked on with a wide grin at the massacre of beaten-down bodies beneath her. Every student sported multiple bruises, several were still on the ground, holding various injuries as they groaned out in pain. She couldn't help the smirk on her face as she felt a few muscles of her own give light twinges. Rumi had a few dirt scuffs from close calls, and several beads of sweat trailed her forehead. Even she knew 10 versus 1 wasn't something that could be maintained without effort. She also constantly fought an uphill battle as her moves became more apparent and her opponents were growing every battle. A break was called, and she listened as small breaths of relief were given as her students slumped in respite. Her quick glance around told her that only a handful of students were still in what she would consider combat-ready states. Izuku, despite his heavy panting, was the only one still standing and not sitting or lying down like his fellow students. He still sported multiple bruises and was bleeding in a few spots, but he stood tall. She had to wonder if it was his sense of pride, or maybe his hero's will that commanded he stand. Bakugo was still in a good condition as well. His pride had taken several literal and metaphorical blows, however. Rumi was glad to see that he was improving vastly in that regard. Shoto, in her opinion, aside from Kendo, was the one who had grown the most in the 2 days she had been training them. His attacks had a lot more precision and focus, less on wide-scale blasts. Miruko had noted his fire still seemed to fight against him for a control of sorts, but he was reining it in slowly and surely every fight. Kendo had improved the most. Rumi had watched her physical condition improve every fight, but her strategies and quirk application improved during her fights. Her other students were improving and growing quickly as well, but those few stuck out the most. Time still remained before they would break for lunch, and normally she would start another fight. Though, the condition the others were in and the limited amount of time, it wouldn't be enough for another complete fight. As such, she gave a few stretches to loosen her muscles before she approached her groaning students. Rest as much as you'd like, you have all earned it. Lunch should be in about 30 or 40 minutes. Once we leave for food and have rested, we will begin the second part of your training, just like the previous day. However, I have been told an activity is planned for tonight, so we will break slightly early for dinner and the event. That said, I'm not done with you, and if you're not keeping up with my techniques, I'll beat you up. That said, Rumi reached forward and grabbed Izuku by the back scruff of his sweat-soaked shirt. Despite Izuku being taller than her, Miruko lifted him off his feet and dragged him along. She chuckled slightly as her ear twitched and she heard a few snickers that compared Izuku to a kitten being dragged by its nape. Miruko trudged her path into the surrounding forest and continued it until she was sure she was far away from all prying ears and eyes. Show me what you have, I'm serious. If you haven't improved at all, I'll beat you black and blue. Miruko smirked as Izuku huffed slightly and she saw a tremble pass through him. He stood slowly and gave a few stretches and winces from his bruises, but otherwise looked prepared. Rumi smiled, glad he was ready so quickly. With a quick flourish, she spun about and brought her foot in sideways, aimed for a tree with an axe kick. Lunar arc, the tree shattered, reduced to splinters beneath Miruko's foot. She turned and gestured for Izuku to follow her example. His legs tensed and pulsed as he activated his full cowl. In a spin that was almost a perfect copy, Izuku brought his own foot up and kicked sideways at the nearest tree. Lunar arc. Rumi heard a satisfying thud as his foot connected with the tree, but it didn't have the same wood-shattering effect as hers. She inspected the tree and noticed a solid chunk hollowed out and nodded with approval. A smile was presented to Izuku before her fist crashed onto the top of his head, knocking him to the ground. Not bad, but your form was off. Even if your kick isn't as powerful as mine yet, you still lost power because you didn't have proper form. I'll let you off with that brief warning now, so on to the next one. For some ridiculous reason I chose you as an apprentice. That means you have to represent me, you brat, so do it right. Despite her harsh-sounding words, Miruko and Izuku were grinning at each other with smiles of joy. Nearly 30 minutes passed as Rumi continued to watch over Izuku and his various attacks and techniques she had imparted to him. Pleased with most his attacks, Rumi corrected the ones he slipped on with guidance and an iron fist. Once he had gone through all the moves she had taught him 5 times, nearly 10 minutes still remained before lunch. Miruko watched as Izuku leaned against a tree, gathering his breath and resting as he wiped sweat from his head. She watched his every movement and couldn't help being entranced by him. Regardless of her feelings towards Izuku, a deep part of her mind knew why she had chosen him. Not just as an interest of affection, but also as her apprentice. Izuku had something deep inside him, a spark that ignited something in her and burned her soul in a pleasant way. Her thoughts drifted, and Miruko took in Izuku's physical appearance. She watched as his sculpted chest expanded every time he breathed in and his muscles rippled. A trail of sweat started on his forehead and she watched as it trailed his defined cheeks. It served to remind her that Izuku had lost most of his loose weight and was truly starting to fill out his form. When he raised his shirt and used it to wipe off his sweat, Miruko was treated to the sight of his bare chest. From the first moment she had seen him at the sports festival, Izuku had certainly grown in her eyes. His chest and abdomen were sculpted and Miruko couldn't help the desire that told her to rake her hands and nails against him. Not one to sit idly, Miruko acted on her impulse and headed towards Izuku. Rumi, what are you? Izuku tried to question Miruko after he stopped dabbing at his head with his shirt. Before he could finish, she had placed a finger on his lips. Quiet. Miruko used his raised legs like a ramp and slid down until her rear landed fully but gently in Izuku's lap. He released a deep groan but held it in the back of his throat, trying to prevent it from escaping fully. Rumi. Izuku's breath picked back up as he felt Miruko's weight settle as her ass pressed fully into his groin. Before he could say anything else, her hand started from his waist and went under his shirt. The next moment she had captured his lips and Izuku's protests, if they had been protests, died in his throat. Miruko's hands trailed across the expanse of his chest and she raked her nails against the rock-like muscle of his abs. A soft prodding at his lips was Izuku's only warning before his body gave in and his lips parted for Rumi's tongue. She fully explored every inch of Izuku's mouth before his own tongue entered the fray and battled against her own. Wanting to experience what she had given him, Miruko used less strength and let Izuku push against her tongue. They battled from his mouth into hers before Miruko gave in and Izuku explored her. Her hands weren't idle as they continued to rove over his chest and snaked around to his back where they dug in harder. Izuku hit a rather sensitive spot in her mouth just as his hands began to caress her hips and she released an involuntary. Another came immediately after the first as Izuku tensed at the noise and she felt his hardness resting against her core again. As she released it, that was far deeper and shuddered out of her. They pulled back for air and a slight trail of their saliva kept them connected. I'll move. Rumi could tell by the slight stutter and redness to his cheeks that Izuku was feeling embarrassed. She couldn't deny that deep down she was as well, but she took what she wanted. After all, she was Miruko. Don't, I enjoy it. The shudder Izuku released as his hands gripped harder against her hips and he leaned up to press against her firmer, told her all she needed. Rumi had to beat down her own enjoyment as Izuku placed more pressure against her. They rested their heads against each other again as they panted and caught their breath. Miruko could tell Izuku was emboldened by her words as his hands raised from her hips to her waist. After that they settled just beneath her ass and Rumi twitched at the sensation. Glad for the continued moment, Rumi continued to ignore the pressure against her core and the delicious sensations it pulsed through her. She took a deep but subtle breath before she pulled her hands from Izuku. He pulled back and looked at her for a moment before she gently raised her hands and gripped his. Miruko took another moment before she raised their hands together and placed them upon her ass. Rumi Izuku screamed in a whisper as she felt him harden against her further. The increased pressure against her and bolt of lightning that shot through her back as Izuku's hands rested against her bosom was too much. She couldn't fight her voice anymore and a deep rip from her throat. Izuku, keep going. Rumi held back her following with admirable spirit as Izuku lightly gripped her. His own of appreciation was released as she noticed her ass couldn't fit in his hands and spilled out over his fingers. Her breathing picked up again as Izuku continued to grip and release her chest. I won't break, you can be rougher. Izuku took her words to heart and increased his strength. Rumi was rewarded for her words as she felt Izuku grip her harder and a pleasant tingle arched through her. Her breath picked up again as she lightly pulled back from Izuku's lips. More she was again rewarded as Izuku's hands started moving around in various shapes and motions. He began to truly knead at her chest, and the pleasure it brought Rumi was new and far more pleasant. When one of his thumbs managed to brush against her nipple, even over her costume, it was too much with all the combined pleasure. Miruko pressed down against Izuku as she clenched and tensed her whole body against him. The pressure from their cores finally became too much. With a silent scream, Rumi ate Izuku with everything she had as her body shuddered deeply. Her building tension finally broke as Rumi released it into Izuku's neck and came atop him. Izuku, his name was almost like a prayer or pleading wish against her lips as her floodgates released everything she had built. Not a moment behind her, Izuku lightly bit into her neck where he had already marked her and gripped Rumi for all he was worth. Rumi, despite her own wetness pooling in their laps, Miruko felt Izuku's heated and intense release against her. The sensation on her neck and their combined fluids served to prolong her own release through several equally deep but rapid pulses that raked her body. Several moments of deep pants and heavy breaths passed before either had the capacity to think. Wow. There was whoa. Izuku's words were hardly considered a sentence, but Miruko understood him all the same. She took several more breaths before she answered. Yeah, no other words would reach her. In the moment, it took her all just to remain upright, let alone build words. Both suddenly tensed against each other again as a deep and loud ringing not unlike a bell echoed across the entire forest. At the sudden tensing, Miruko was reminded that Izuku's hands were very much held against her bosom and they continued to grip her. They both released a deep groan as they shuddered against each other at the still present pressure. It's time for lunch. Rumi could hear the animosity in Izuku's words as his brain processed the meaning behind the noise he had heard several times over the previous days. She leaned down and caressed his cheeks before once more connecting to him in a deep. That was far shorter than she wanted, but she pulled back. We need to go. Izuku nodded at her sound knowledge, but as Miruko went to stand, her legs gave out. She crashed back onto Izuku, and their laps met with a wet squelch from their releases covering their fronts. I can't move. The words were said in complete shock as Miruko realized her legs had no strength in them and wouldn't respond to her. Izuku had better luck than her and slowly stood as he held onto Rumi. With their combined weight he managed to stand, but his legs were shaky at best. Rumi felt as her weight was shifted into Izuku's arms as he carried her in a typical bridal carry. New clothes are needed first. Miruko was quick to mention as she felt more than saw the deeply soaked wet spot on herself, mirrored by the white one coating Izuku's front. He nodded and made slow but deliberate steps towards the camp as his strength slowly came back to him. The closer they got, the more Miruko's ears twitched as she caught noises and directed Izuku away from the others. In an act of a miracle, Izuku managed to use his quirk for the last dash and they managed to avoid all prying eyes as they entered the camp from the back. She watched as he peered around corners and looked for others as her ears were on full alert. Eventually they reached her room, and Izuku gently clicked the door shut behind him with his foot. Can you stand? Miruko tensed her legs slightly while still in his hold and nodded to Izuku. With caution he set her down until Rumi had placed her full weight back upon her feet. She took several steps before she was sure she had full control again and nodded to Izuku. "Get going to your room while you can." Izuku nodded to her before his back was turned. He made his way towards the door before he was stopped by Rumi's hand on his shoulder. "I really enjoyed that. I hope you did too." There was a tone of doubt in Rumi's voice as she reached out for Izuku and his assurances. Her doubts left as Izuku rested one hand against her waist and raised another to the back of her head. He raised her up slightly as he leaned down and their lips met in a brief but powerful moment. "Yes, 1,000 times yes. I really need to change before we end up late to lunch though." Rumi nodded as she lightly eyed him again before they released each other. As he left and closed the door behind him, Rumi briefly glanced at her bed and pondered that being late to lunch wouldn't have been too bad. The remainder of the day passed in a blur for Izuku, and lunch especially had passed in a haze as he beat down the heat in his cheeks. Every time his eyes crossed Miruko, he was again brought back to their moment in the forest. Beneath the table his hands lightly trembled as he remembered the firm yet pliable, not unlike a marshmallow nature of Rumi's S. He was granted a slight reprieve after the food had been finished and the second phase of quirk training began. The effort placed on straining and improving his quirk allowed his mind to hyper-focus on training only. Every other thought was placed aside in an attempt to push his training to the highest degree. Izuku tried every day, even before camp, to activate his flow quirk. It irked him to know it was resting just beneath the surface. Miruko had mentioned his brief use of the ability when he had a moment during the study with her. He had yet to succeed, but he tried again and again. More effort was placed into extending his use and range of his full cowl and black whip. Having more experience and practical use with those, Izuku focused where he could on improving them. Just like float, it was an uphill battle, but it wouldn't be beneficial or real training otherwise. Whenever he could, however, he kept improving his base strength in any way possible. Aside from improving his use until it was instinct with one for all, he knew the best way to access more of the quirk's power was to improve his body. The more stress he could physically handle by himself, the more stress he could place on improving his quirk. He felt as though it was a battle of attrition that continued in a never-ending circle. But if he didn't start somewhere, he would never get anywhere. As much as it felt like a monotonous grind of repetition, he knew, even if only slightly, that he was improving. The battle was hard-fought, but he was slowly whittling it away and winning. Before long, night had started to set in, and as Miruko had stated, everyone was called back early for dinner. During that time, it was explained that the secret event Miruko had mentioned was a test of courage. As much as the teachers and the Wildcats wanted to push their training, they also understood the importance of rest. The justification they had used was that they were still just young adults in training to become heroes. Normal summer camp activities and fun could be a terrific way to relax their minds as well as their bodies. As all the students cleaned and put away everything from the dinner they had made, Aizawa explained to them the specifics of the event. 1A would be against 1B, so to speak. They were having a friendly class versus class scare-off. Class 1B would go into the forest first and set up at various points along the set-up path and set up ways to scare 1A. From everything Izuku heard, it sounded really fun. Everyone lined up prepared to begin, but before they could, Aizawa shot out his binding cloth and wrapped up the extra study students. "Not you guys, extra training starts right now for you." Izuku saw the gleam in his teacher's eyes and could almost say it was maniacal as he glared down at the students. They beat their situation and cried out at the unfairness of it all, being denied the carrot on the stick, so to speak. "Worry not, my fellow companions, I shall enjoy enough fun for you all." Knowing very well that Mina could have been one of the extra studies, she saluted them away. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she watched them get dragged away as she thanked her stars it wasn't her. Izuku released a small chuckle at her antics. As sticks with numbers for pairs were offered, however, he came to realize a simple fact. The other students cheered or begrudged their pairs. Katsuki in particular tried to trade, not particularly wanting to be paired with Todoroki. Izuku, on the other hand, looked around to his empty side and realized he was the odd man out with no partner. "Ah, Mandalay, I don't have a partner." He spoke low, embarrassed but also slightly nervous to be by himself. She heard him all the same and gently looked around and noticed what he had. As an odd number of students from his class were in remedial lessons, Izuku was singled out by himself. Katsuki gave a light chuckle and told him to go by himself, but Mandalay looked around before they landed on Miruko. "Miruko, as the teachers here, we are mostly on supervision duty. Would you mind accompanying Midoriya? It should be fun. As his primary teacher as well, it should be a good dynamic. Do you want to go along on the test of courage?" Izuku whipped his head around to Rumi and noticed she had a small blush at the base of her neck trying to fight its way up. "Sure, I'll scare those other brats on the path." Instead, her initial answer had been slightly meek, as such she made a loud and boisterous claim to follow it. All the students around her chuckled at her attitude. Except Izuku, he had to beat down a blush as he was once more headed into the forest alone with Rumi. The situation wasn't the same. It still reminded him of earlier, and as such he beat down a blush and swallowed his saliva that was building. Miruko gently stood by his side as they waited their turn to enter the forest. Even if they paid it no attention, Miruko was quite close to Izuku, nearly shoulder to shoulder. As such, their hands and fingers brushed against each other several times as they awkwardly remained a close yet fair distance from each other. From their vantage overlooking the camp upon the cliff, the gathered group of individuals all had wide and diverse appearances. Even if no one knew who they were, upon first glance villain would immediately come to mind. The ragtag group patiently waiting for the right moment to begin. In the front, the heavily scarred man that had taken command the previous night looked down as his phone slightly dinged. A wide smirk came forth that distorted his already rough visage, making it almost grotesque. His phone had a simple message, and he was all too ready to relay it. Everything is finally set, everyone is here and in position. It's time to go wild and expose these fakes, his words said. The gathered group quickly dispersed and shot in multiple directions into the growing night. Izuku walked along the trail with Rumi, now and then glancing over towards her. He had slightly jumped a few times at the various tactics his fellow students of Class 1B had used. However, he was far more focused on his hand that kept brushing Miruko's. In the back of his mind, he also felt slightly sorry for the one student that had surprised Miruko. She was distracted, mid-sentence trying to tell Izuku something. The student had popped out and startled Miruko, not enough for her to truly be considered scared, but she had reacted. Rather than scream or jump away, her first instinct had been to punch out. The unfortunate student was immediately knocked out, and last Izuku had seen, his partner was hauling him towards the camp for treatment. Both had remained near silent the entire journey, aside from the one moment Miruko had tried to speak earlier. They quickly made it to the halfway point and received the marker with their names on it from Ragdoll. A few steps were taken before Izuku resolved himself and reached out to fully grasp Rumi's hand. Neither one said anything as they froze in place and refused to move. Rumi acted first and smiled before her hand became less rigid and her fingers interlocked with Izuku's in a comfortable grasp. He realized that despite everything that had happened between them, and everywhere his hands had been, he had yet to hold hers. Excited and also emboldened by the thought and sudden desire that had been inspired, he pulled Miruko into the forest out of sight and away from anyone else. He reversed the hold on Rumi's hand, so their hands were interlocked front-facing and pressed her against a tree. Her hand interlocked with his was held above her head as he leaned down and captured her lips firmly. "We can't, Izuku. Ragdoll is close and she's using her quirk to watch everyone." Her voice was whispered out, but Izuku ignored it as he gazed down at her. Miruko had changed into her spare costume, and it only served to further entice him and remind him of what had happened earlier. Izuku lightly pushed her collar down with his free hand and glanced the mark he had left there. "It's okay, I've always been curious about different heroes and their quirks. Hers in particular is rather unique, and having been given the chance presented by being here, I asked her about her quirk. She can't physically see anyone with her quirk, it's more like sonar or a video game's minimap. She knows the location and distance of up to 100 people around her in her mind, but they appear more as dots on a map. If we stay in one place too long and don't keep moving, she might be worried, but we will be fine for a while. With the amount of people she's watching right now, it won't even be suspicious that two people aren't moving. She could just assume we are a group trying to scare the other students." Silenced by his sound logic, distracted by his lips on her sensitive neck, and aroused by his sudden assertive nature, Miruko remained silent as Izuku continued his attack on her neck. Izuku continued to hold Miruko's hand above her head as the other slowly caressed her side and removed his lips from her neck to her. His bold actions continued as he brought his hand up her side, edging just the side of her as he continued up and interlocked his free hand with hers. Once their hands were joined, they met with the others held above her head as he continued his exploration of her mouth, gently dipping his tongue into join with hers. From their side, several loud explosions and a scream that sounded eerily like Ragdoll completely shattered their moment. He released Miruko quickly, and with a complete change and shift to their demeanor he looked into her eyes. With a brief nod they shot off into the night, headed towards the scream. Izuku looked around and began to process everything that was immediately visible to him. Several things caught his eye, but the most pressing one was the black smoke in the distance, accompanied by the smell of fire. That was accompanied by the loud revving, cranking, and grinding noises he and Miruko approached. He could only compare the noise he vaguely recognized to several power tools all being turned on at once. When he again heard a scream followed by a shallow thud, he followed behind Miruko as best he could. Even with his increased speed and quirk usage, she was still a fair bit ahead of him. After a single blink, however, she was suddenly right in front of him as she forced him down to the ground. His senses shot to life as he noticed a chainsaw's blade roar to life and swipe through the space his head had occupied a moment prior. There was a slight ache from his back as he crashed into the ground, but his eyes stayed focused on the blade and traced it back to the body of a creature he was awfully familiar with. "Anamu, but why are they here? That can only mean the League is attacking us, but I thought they had lost their leadership in Shigaraki. Wait, I thought we were supposed to be safe here. How did the villains find us here?" Izuku shot off his thoughts and questions as Miruko tugged him backwards as they regained their footing and faced opposite the Namu. "Talk later, fight now, Deku. We can figure all of that out later. For now all that matters is two things. 1. We are under attack, deal with it. 2. We need to protect everyone around us. We don't know who is or isn't injured. We also don't know how many enemies are present, they have the advantage," Miruko said. Izuku nodded his head and calmed down. After Hasu and everything that had happened, they had discussed together, and later with the police, the nature of the Namus. They may have at one point been human, but with all the modifications and drugs placed into their systems to make them Namus, they were considered beyond capture. Izuku steeled his nerves just as he had back in Hasu, and briefly shared a nod with Miruko. He went low and shot between the creature's legs. It turned to follow him, and Izuku knew his distraction had been successful. Black Whip shot out and snared as many of the Namu's tool arms as it could. With the beast's full attention on Izuku, it had no time to understand why it suddenly could no longer see. Izuku held back his small urge to vomit as he watched Miruko smash its exposed brain, and then try to shake her foot clean. There was definitely a scream earlier. We need to find where it came from and help whoever might be in trouble. Izuku nodded and looked away from the dead Namu as he continued further into the forest alongside Miruko. They had traveled no more than 100 feet before Izuku heard a wet squelch as he stepped down. He looked for the source and had to fight back his shock as he had stepped in a puddle of. His eyes quickly followed it to see Ragdoll's lifeless visage on the forest floor, with a gash pouring from her head. He nearly turned to look away before Miruko placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku couldn't move or look away from Ragdoll, but he felt calmer as Miruko held his shoulder. Breath and focus. I trained you for things like this. When in an emergency situation, shut down emotions as best you can and focus only on the details. You're losing focus because of all the look closer. It may seem like a lot, but that's mostly because it's from a head wound. They bleed fast, but the is thinner. Most times the injury isn't as bad as that makes it seem. Miruko leaned down to Ragdoll after she released Izuku's shoulder. When she gently moved the other hero and Izuku heard a groan, a deep breath of relief left him as the hero was alive. Izuku watched Miruko tap against her side plate armor and was reminded it was actually a support tool. She tapped another small section on the device labeled number 1 after the plate dropped open. From within she grabbed a small, almost bean-sized jar, and as it came out Izuku watched it expand to the normal size of a cream jar. While intrigued, Izuku stored his questions away as he watched Miruko open the jar and apply a whitish-brown cream to Ragdoll's injury. Only a few moments passed before the bleeding stopped and she looked less pale already to his eyes. We need to get her back to the main camp. That should be where everyone is headed. It can also act as our base of operations while we try to understand what's going on around here. Keep your senses up and let's move for now. You carry Ragdoll. I'll guard you both as we retreat back the way we came. Going forward will likely only put us deeper into enemy territory, and with an injured comrade that's not something we can risk. Izuku nodded along to Miruko's words as she took charge immediately. He had enjoyed the time she had given him to lead and grow during their patrols together, but he also enjoyed this as well. Despite the circumstances they had found themselves in, Izuku found slight joy in getting to see a new side to Miruko. She charged forward, head held high in the large grin he was accustomed to spread across her face. Izuku had come to understand from his time spent with her, and getting to know each other, several things about Miruko. The one most prominent now was that her grin was much like All Might's smile. Yes, she did enjoy fights, would and could duke it out with the best, but the grin was more than that. To her it was a self-promise to always face her enemies and show them no fear, but it also acted as a way for her to force down any fear she may be feeling. He took a moment to calm any lingering fear or doubt and put on his own smile just as All Might had taught him. Now was the time to set aside his own desires and focus solely on everyone within his reach. With a quick movement he shifted Ragdoll to his back and secured her with Black Whip. If the situation called for it, he could at least fight back that way. The run back towards the camp felt both horrifyingly long and dreadfully short. Izuku looked around constantly on the highest vigilance. Neither he or Miruko ran into anyone or anything else as they made their way swiftly to the camp. Once the camp was in sight, it proved to be in worse condition than the forest was. Izuku quickly spotted his hero teachers engaged in fights against several different villains across the open space. Vlad and Eraserhead were engaged with 2 different enemies and surrounded in a ring of fire. Mandalay and Tiger were in a staring match against 2 other villains. Izuku wanted to shout and ask why they weren't moving or fighting back. Once he opened his mouth, however, he spotted the unconscious body of Pixie Bob under one of the villain's feet. He looked over towards Miruko to ask her a question before he saw she had already moved and snuck behind the villains in a crouch. She was posed to pounce the moment an opening was presented to her. The chance came as the villain with his foot on Pixie Bob raised both his foot and weapon up to taunt the other heroes. As he was distracted, Miruko surged in and swiped his legs before a kick landed into their solar plexus. With no air left in their system, the villain gasped and coughed for air as the other retreated without hesitation. Izuku rushed around towards Mandalay and Tiger to hand Ragdoll over to them. Once he set her down, they both moved over towards their teammate, but never took their eyes off of the enemy before them. When Izuku crossed eyes with Mandalay, he could see the relief in her eyes that her teammates were both still alive and well. As he looked deeper, though, he saw a deep look of grief clenching her heart. Clarity suddenly rushed through Izuku as he heard a large explosion-like noise in the distance as he felt the earth slightly shake beneath his feet. He turned and faced the distant mountain as his own dread set in. His eyes darted around and past several others, including some of his fellow students and classmates. What he couldn't find was a set of disgruntled and angry eyes belonging to the young Kota. We already had dinner before the event started. From the few times I followed Kota from behind to learn more, he's probably at his secret spot. That's really close to where that large noise came from. Mandalay is probably thinking of him. We are all already broken up as it is, but she probably can't fight at full strength while she's worrying about him. I seriously want to help, but I feel like I wouldn't be any help here. What I can do though is try and find other students in the forest and do what I can there. More important is keeping the morale of the heroes here and fighting at its highest. With Mandalay worried about Kota and the teachers worried about their students, they can't fight to their fullest. Izuku concluded his thoughts as he stepped back and looked to Miruko briefly. He could tell she recognized the look in his eyes, but she said nothing. Mandalay, I know where Kota is. I'll go and bring him back safely, I promise. Aizawa-sensei, Vlad-sensei, I'll help anyone else trapped in the forest I can and send them back this way. Please trust me, I will do everything I can. Izuku charged up his quirk as electricity surged around him before he shot into the forest. Midoriya, wait, don't. Izuku lost the words of Aizawa as he shot into the forest, but he briefly heard some shouting between his teacher and Miruko. Bursting through the forest, he made his way towards where he knew Kota to be and towards where the noise had come from. Along the way he looked for anyone else, but he encountered no one as he continued towards the mountain. Izuku slightly tripped from the voice of Mandalay in his head, but he steadied his footing and kept his pace at top speed towards the mountain. Once he was at the base he heard another loud explosive-like noise from near the top of the mountain. He increased his quirk to 15% subconsciously and had no time to process that he felt no strain as he surged upwards. The moment he peaked the mountain's top, Kota came into his view, as did the huge arm that looked to be chiseled from rock crashing towards the child. Izuku moved faster than he ever had before as he tackled Kota, and they both rolled together several feet away from the fist. When Izuku saw it cave the earth in beneath it and heard a shattering crack not unlike thunder, he realized the noise and shaking he had felt was the man before him. A deep pit of unease settled in his stomach as he took in the villain that stood in front of him. This is too cruel a twist of fate, Izuku thought as he recognized the villain in front of him. From Kota's tears that streamed down his eyes and the lack of revulsion from Izuku being close, Izuku realized he did as well. He knew that he recognized the story of Kota's parents when Mandalay had told it to him, but he had looked it up afterwards to refresh himself on the story. Small black eyes, short-cut spiky blonde hair, and a scar gained from the loss of his left eye. This man is definitely the one who killed Kota's parents, the strength augmentation quirk villain Muscular. Izuku breathed heavily before he steadied himself and held Kota close to him. Kota, I understand, I do, but I need you to focus and look at me. The boy managed to calm his tears and looked towards Izuku, who kept his eyes focused on the villain who removed his first from the ground and narrowed in on Izuku. Stay behind me, Kota, about 2,030 feet, don't get closer or go further. We can't risk you heading back towards camp and running into another villain. Don't worry, I won't let him past me, I'll protect you no matter what. Izuku gave his words and the young boy nodded before he ran behind Izuku and did as he asked. Oh ho, here I was just having fun trying to kill the kid. You look like you can actually fight back though. Will you give me a decent challenge? I'm starting to get excited, might need to change my eye. Izuku heard the villain mutter towards himself near the end, but he also realized something as he was addressed directly. The villain before him didn't have the same kind of pressure or presence that Stain had. He's probably a lot stronger just based on his quirk, and I'm entirely alone with no backup. But it's not the same, I'm afraid, but the pressure just isn't the same. There isn't any reason or conviction behind his destruction. He fights because he wants to, for fun. I can do this, I don't know how, but I'll figure something out, I can do this. Izuku decided not to answer the villain and charged forward as he landed a direct punch to the man's face with blinding speed. He felt it connect solidly and watched as Muscular crashed into the mountain, but unease clawed at his heart. With his fighting stance still clearly in place, Izuku stepped back and watched as Kota did the same while they waited for the dust to clear. From out of the crater Izuku had made, the tall blonde walked out with seemingly no worries as he shifted his neck left and right, cracking it before he reached into his pockets. I was right. You are fun, entertain me more, this here is my excited I live up to it and stay alive as long as you can bring my existence joy. Izuku watched Muscular swap out his glass left eye for another one in his pocket that seemed to express more, just as Muscular had stated. Within that brief moment Izuku noticed the beginnings of a bruise on Muscular's left arm. Even in that short time frame, it looks like he managed to raise his guard and block my attack, but I injured him. I don't care that it's just a barely there bruise, it shows that I can reach him. Izuku stopped his thoughts as Muscular charged forward. He dodged another punch thrown at him, this one faster, but no less powerful. A few more punches were thrown that Izuku managed to either dodge or deflect as he gauged his opponent. With nothing to lose, Izuku met the next punch head-on with one of his own. He felt only a slight tingle up his arm as he watched Muscular's arm be pushed back from his and on his slightly cracked knuckles. Aha, you are fun. Was I supposed to ask you something? I feel like I was. This is why I told the others I wasn't good at information gathering. Who cares though, his rules or morals or whatever, I couldn't care about any of those, but that Stain guy was right, you are worthy. Izuku felt a shiver up his back at those words. He continued to watch Muscular as he examined his fist. It's not much, but the difference is there. You're definitely faster than me by a decent amount, but your strength is only above me by the smallest of margins. You can handle my base, now survive longer and entertain me." As Muscular shouted out his words, Izuku couldn't help but find interest in the man, even if a morbid one, as thick sinews of muscle fibers shot out from his body and wrapped around Muscular. "Ah, I get where his name came from now." That was the only thought Izuku could process before the giant of a man was in front of him with speed on a completely different level. Izuku acted on instinct as he jumped back as best he could and crossed his arms to guard the blow aimed for him. On an unconscious level he couldn't follow, his instincts acted for him and raised his power to the absolute limit he could handle without serious ramification. As Izuku's body coursed with 25% of 1 for all, he took Muscular's attack straight to his guard. Even with the jump backwards to create distance, Izuku felt the punch hit him like a truck as he crashed into the mountain with serious force. All around him he felt and heard the sound of the mountain and earth caving in around him from the power behind Muscular's punch. "It doesn't hurt as much as I expected." Izuku breathed heavily from the large amount of adrenaline pumping through his veins, but he wasn't winded. He quickly analyzed and diagnosed everything he could from the glance. "Nothing is broken, my left arm hurts like hell and I'm sure I'll have a nice bruise later, but I can still move it." A few quick tenses of his muscles told Izuku he was right at his limits, and he would certainly feel the consequences later. However, he wasn't past them, he could still move, and more importantly he could still fight. "Oh ho, still alive, you truly are worthy." Izuku ignored Muscular's taunts, if they could be called that, and focused on Miruko's words and teaching. He knew deep down this would be his ultimate challenge and test. Nothing before could compare to what he was now faced with. Set everything else aside and focus on the details. Fight fiercely, don't give him any time to think, most importantly, don't break. There are still other people I can reach. In this particular situation, Black Whip isn't at a level I'm comfortable using where it would be helpful. As ridiculous as it is, I need to overcome his brute strength with a more powerful force. Izuku's eyes seemed to glow and resonate with the energy arching around him as he shot forward. It was slight since Muscular's increase in power and speed from his quirk activation, but Izuku was once again faster than him. Not unlike Gran Torino, he was almost like a pachinko as he bounced around, always staying the slimmest of margins ahead of Muscular's attacks. Koda was forced to retreat further away from the two hurricanes of disaster. As Muscular was completely focused on Izuku though, he had no need to worry for anything but his own safety. Izuku used the brief gaps created from his higher speed to analyze everything and counterattack where he could. His fatigue was starting to build up, but he pushed it down and focused on nothing but his instincts and the fight in front of him. With his quirk constantly coursing through him at 25%, even if he didn't realize it, Izuku's entire body was right on the verge of tearing itself apart. He couldn't see it himself, but the shadows of the 8 previous users followed behind his back like guardian entities. Izuku was the one in control of his body, there was no doubt to that, but the vestiges made sure he stayed at exactly 25%, not one bit higher or lower. Izuku's eyes followed everything and caught every detail, despite not realizing that things seemed slower to him as his quirk sped up all his senses. With those calculating eyes of his, he noticed Muscular's only true weak point. In a brief moment that he dodged a blow and felt the wind pressure whip his hair about, Izuku darted his eyes down and confirmed what he had seen. He uses his quirk across his entire body, but he mainly focused his power onto his top half to increase his pure destructive force. His legs are certainly being strengthened and his speed enhanced, but barely any excess muscle is covering his legs. That's his weak point, now I just need to target it. Izuku formed his plan and dodged another blow by a hair as it crumbled the ground beneath where he had been a blink ago. He pulled back a few feet and continued to dodge as he watched and waited for the moment he needed. Once Muscular pulled back from his last miss in agitation and wound back a massive attack, Izuku acted. He charged into Muscular's guard and used all his strength to deflect the punch down. Izuku then used that momentum to grab Muscular's arm and use it as a pivot point. Izuku swung his body up and whipped his left leg down with all the force and technique Miruko had taught him. He felt his kick connect solid with Muscular's right ankle and heard the sickly crunch of the man's bones breaking beneath his foot. No mind was put to it and he pushed his feelings down as he twisted around and brought his other leg around. His kick landed perfectly horizontal to Muscular's left knee, and Izuku heard another deep crunch as Muscular sank down and released a guttural yell of pain. Even if you increase your physical abilities and all other offensive and defensive abilities, your ability doesn't heal you. He can take damage just like anyone else. Crippled to contain him, all that's left is to finish this. His neck muscles are just about the densest ones I can see, he can take it, but this will end it. Izuku jumped back and created distance from the howling man. In a perfect imitation, just as he'd been taught, Izuku shot into the air and spun multiple times to build momentum. Once he had sufficient speed and force, he drove his leg straight down in a front-facing axle kick. Izuku aimed his leg and had it crash down at an angle straight into Muscular's neck, into the junction between where his neck and shoulder blended into one. Lunar Arc. Izuku knew he didn't need to, but he called out his master's move with pride and everything he had. His attack connected, and Muscular resisted as long as he could before he fell to the various pains ailing him and crashed into unconsciousness. The force of Izuku's attack continued through and knocked Muscular's unconscious body into the side of the mountain and embedded him slightly into its surface. From behind Izuku and a fair distance away, Kota released further tears, but unlike the previous ones they were of pure joy as he remembered his aunt's words. He continued to cry before he charged forward with no fear and hugged Izuku from behind as he clung to his waist. I finally found him, Auntie, my hero. After all this time I finally understand. I'll be just like them. And him, a great hero, one who's needed even when they aren't wanted. Kota continued to release all his pent-up frustrations as he held Izuku for all he was worth. Izuku himself felt every muscle and nerve across his entire body tense and pulse. He thought to turn off his power, but knew he couldn't. The moment he let go of it, everything would crash into him at once and he'd burn out. There was still more to do. Even if he had wanted to stop the flow of power, what happened next told him he couldn't. Not yet. He feels close. The world around him briefly flashed black, and Izuku felt the familiar image and voice of the first user settle into him. Both at once he felt a surge unlike any other pass through him that seemed to numb away his senses and pain, but he also felt a shiver rack his spine that threatened to freeze him solid. One word, he, but the way it had been spoken told Izuku just how grave he knew it to be. Kota, can you move? His question asked. Izuku received a slight from the boy as he released Izuku and smiled at him with all the joy a child his age should have. Izuku smiled in return and placed Kota on his back where the boy wrapped his arms around Izuku's neck before they both took off, headed into the forest. Izuku felt a slight tingle on the back of his neck, but he paid it no mind and passed it off as a twinge of pain and Kota's weight settling in. Had he looked backwards he would have caught the sight of Muscular's body disappearing into a black and purple void that circulated with energy. As he hadn't, Izuku faced forward and charged ahead as Muscular disappeared from his indentation in the mountain without a sound. Izuku had managed to defeat his foe, and the man had been light-lipped, but all he had managed to get was that the League was gathering information for some unknown purpose. It unnerved him, but he set the thought aside and continued through the forest back towards his teachers and the main camp. He heard several faint noises in the distance far from him, but he knew Kota took priority first. Along the way he didn't encounter any other students in the few minutes it took for him to return to the camp with Kota in hand. The young boy quickly ran to Mandalay as Izuku looked the clearing over and noticed most of the previous villains were gone. He also noticed that both Vlad and Aizawa were nowhere to be found, nor was Miruko. Mandalay relayed the situation to him as she quickly fussed over Kota while keeping an eye around the camp. She was acting as the main overseer of the camp's front entrance. Vlad is inside watching over the other students that have managed to make it back. Tiger is also there keeping an eye on Ragdoll and Pixie Bob along with anyone else injured. We have already called for reinforcements and medics. Several students have what appears to be a minor form of gas poisoning. The Racerhead went into the forest and Miruko followed after to help the other students once the villain he and Vlad defeated proved to be a fake or clone of some kind. He took everything in and made up his mind. Even if his mind disagreed, which it didn't, his body still had fight left in it and refused to stop. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Izuku shot back into the forest, ignoring any words or shouts coming from behind him. His thoughts focused on the task still before him. He still had other students to save and villains to defeat. If he could, Izuku also wanted to find and reunite with Miruko. He had a dark and sinking feeling that wouldn't leave him regarding her safety as he charged further into the dark forest. Izuku was running purely on adrenaline, along with his body and Quirk's refusal to give in as he followed towards any noise and searched all around. He heard an explosion in the distance followed by cursing and anger. Immediately he knew the voice to belong to Bakugo from what he could hear. He sounded disgruntled about something but agreed anyways. Izuku shot forward and into the clearing to a sight he hadn't expected. Takoyami seemed to be in some sort of quirk rage and smashed a villain with ease before Katsuki and Shoto shot past him using their quirks. The light seemed to calm whatever had happened to Takoyami and the Raven-esque boy gave his thanks as he apologized as well. Izuku quickly entered the scene and diverted their attention as he quickly caught himself and them up with everything that had happened. From the shadows, no one in the clearing noticed as a masked figure watched them with interest in his eyes. He was dressed as a jester or entertainer of sorts as his eyes roved the clearing and landed on Bakugo and Takoyami for longer than the others before they stopped on Izuku. I wonder if I can get all three. The master wants Izuku if we can grab him, but I'm sure those other two will please him as well. The jester gave an unseen smile beneath his mask. As he did, Izuku felt another tingle down his back and knew the night wasn't over just yet. Izuku held back a grunt of pain as he felt his muscles pulse and tense again. He didn't want to alert the others, but he knew soon enough, willing or not, his body was on the verge of collapsing. After the defeat of the villain, and subsequent saving of both Takoyami and Shoji, the group of five proceeded forward towards any noise they could hear. His senses running on overdrive, Izuku missed the silent presence following behind his group, waiting for the opportune moment. As they ran, he did pick up other noises such as explosions of fire in the distance. When he heard a plead for help, the group instantly shot in that direction and came upon four other students. Izuku took in the sight of Momo in a waist carrying Gyro and Kodai. The first thing to cross his mind was that all four were wearing masks that appeared high grade. Before he could offer help, Momo stepped forward and filled the others in on the situation she was aware of and what they had encountered. Izuku wanted to rush after anyone else still out there and stop the main problem, which at the moment appeared to be the gas villain. She was quick to sway him from that and explain that both Kendo and Tetsu had both been given masks and offered to challenge the villain. Once permission to fight had been given, they had all agreed it was the best decision to try and minimize any further harm. The 7 conscious students argued for a minute or two before Izuku felt a sudden spike of unease in the back of his neck and looked over everyone present in front of him. He looked over all the faces once, twice, 3 times and even counted them before he realized. Whereas Takoyami Izuku suddenly shouted out and halted any further discussion. They all quickly turned around and came to the same realization as he did. Before further panic could set in, Izuku suddenly spun towards Bakugo when he heard chuckling. I honestly didn't expect you to notice so quick. You've got good sight and senses, kid. I could make you a great magician. Shock and horror came across Izuku's face as he saw the masked man before him with his hand wrapped around Bakugo's neck. Before the eyes of all present, they watched as Bakugo suddenly disappeared in a small flash. The next moment, his visage briefly shined on a marble that appeared in the man's outstretched hand. Well, how do you like my magic? It's quite the showstopper, isn't it? Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku shot forward and aimed to snatch the marble from the man. Katsuki, even as fast as he was in the given moment, Izuku failed to grab the marble before the man jumped back and landed on a tree branch above them. He watched in sudden anger as the man moved his mask aside and smirked at them before he spread his right hand to show 2 marbles. Once he finished his display, he slipped his hand back into his coat pocket. Even if you got the one, that still leaves another I have. The hands do what the eyes can't see after all. That's a magician's greatest secret. Rage overtook the young hero as he thought on All Might's words of saving those he could reach. Give them back. Izuku could barely hold himself back as sparks of energy shot off him and he felt his muscles protesting against such use again. The man ignored his words and jumped further away into the forest. With no thought to the action, Izuku chased after him as the others tried to keep up. Everything he had trained for and done to save everyone he could was suddenly failing Izuku, but his mind and body refused to give in. I can still reach them, I can save them, no, I will save them. His mind raced, filled with desire to complete his wishes. Izuku's body complied with his wants, but with the adrenaline surging again, he failed to realize a small twinge beginning across his body. Pushed further than it could truly handle, his muscles had slowly started tearing from too much strain. Miruko ran throughout the forest as she chased down the villain Eraserhead had defeated. The moment she had seen the man using fire crumbled into an almost glue-like sludge, she had realized the real one wasn't present. That also meant that at least 2 villains were still active and present. To her, that meant they were still a threat. For a few brief moments, she and Aizawa had followed next to each other before they separated. They agreed it was best to split and cover more ground to search for the villains as well as any possible students still left. Mandalay had been relaying to them constant info and updates per their request. With her information, they knew there to only be a few students unaccounted for and 2 villains had been captured and detained. Mandalay's latest report after the 2 villains had been brought in near simultaneously worried Miruko. From the information that had been gathered, it had begun to look grim for the heroes. 2 villains had been captured, and only 3 students were unaccounted for. However, Izuku was chasing after an unknown villain followed by Shoto and Shoji. Not just that, but Katsuki and Fumikage had been captured. All things accounted for, a total failure for the heroes. She shook her head back and forth several times to push her thoughts down and focus. They had also learned from the information that Momo and 3 other students were safe, as they had been the ones to drag in one of the tied-up villains back to the main camp. Her heart sped up and beat at the unknown and uncertainty facing Izuku and his whereabouts, but she had to push it down as she surged into an open clearing. After she entered the clearing, Miruko came upon a strange sight to behold. 3 villains were visible to her and having a discussion, unaware that she was present. She held back from charging straight in to gather any information they might provide to her, unaware she could hear them. Don't you think it's about time to call back Namu? Wish it listened to me as well. I could care less. No, I don't. It's almost time to go. Miruko eyed the villain speaking in opposites of himself with a raised eyebrow. Had been trying for a while now. Either it was defeated, or the master already brought it back. I gave it a simple task anyway. Master said he was interested in that lame hero's quirk. Doesn't really matter to me, but we got to do what we're asked right anyway. Did you get enough like you were supposed to? That was also an important part of the infiltration. She watched the heavily scarred man from before talk and take control. If nothing changed and he used the same abilities as the one she had seen in the clearing, then he was the one responsible for the fires. Miruko glanced over the third one in interest and the mention of kneading, as well as the fact the male had said it was important. I got some from one person before I was interrupted. Moonfish and his stupid teeth interrupted me. He came flying through my area being chased by this huge shadow thing and other small heroes. Thanks to that jerk I only got about a cup of before I had to run away, wasn't safe anymore. Besides, the ones that Master wanted weren't present. Rumi controlled her movements to be silent as her ears twitched back and forth taking in the info. So they are looking for specific people. Knowing who would be better, but that seems like all the information they really have. Their purpose is still unknown, but at the very least based on their words, it seems it was to gather information and rile us up. They also have an interest in individuals and quirks for different purposes. This goes deep. She prepared to jump into the clearing and take the villains down, but once she turned she knew she couldn't. hiding just as she was, but shaking in uncontrolled fear several yards away from her was Ioma. She could also see the other 2 students beside him, lying unconscious on the ground. Miruko couldn't act now. If she did, those 3 students would be in danger. Civilians, or in this case those who were injured, always took priority. That was part of being a hero, put others and their needs above your own. As she continued to look around further, however, Miruko had come to the same conclusion Ioma had despite his shaking and fear. If she tried to move closer to him, it would lead to the exposure of all of them. Further, if they tried to retreat, the villains would notice. Where Ioma was located left only 2 real choices. The first and safer option, due to his unconscious comrades, was to wait out the villains and hope they left from the clearing. As unlikely as it seemed, Miruko also knew it to be a possibility. Still, from what she had watched, the villains were staying in the open clearing without intentions of moving. What that meant was likely that it was their rendezvous point. If that were the case, it meant that more villains might come. She knew they had a warper on their side though, and that meant if they stayed undiscovered, the villains may well leave from right there. The second and only other option available was to attack with everything she had and challenge the villains. That scenario would then play into 2 different good possibilities. All the villains were defeated and captured, thus ensuring victory. Or they could be injured and distracted enough to run away and ensure that those unconscious were safe. That's best case scenario though. If the villains manage to injure or kill any of us, that puts all the others at further risk. Not to mention, as risky as it is, an ambush is best. From what Mandalay relayed, if it's true the villains captured 2 students, then this is the best place to be. If they truly are all meeting at this one location, then I just need to get that one villain. By fighting and distracting all those present as well, Yuga will be able to leave undetected. Miruko tossed around her thoughts. As she did, she made sure Ioma was looking at her. Once he was, she did her best to silently reassure and calm him down. He needed to know that everything would be fine. Her presence alone would be enough to help calm him, but they had entered a dangerous situation. Further, Ioma had more people than just himself to think about. Damn it, I'm not good at this waiting thing. This is why I can't work well with teams. If it's just you, then you don't have to worry about anyone else. Breath, Rumi, just assess what you can and take everything in. The villains don't know I'm here. That also means I have the edge and they feel safe. Miruko continued to plan and observe the best she could as the villains gathered and the clearing talked. Should just be compressed left right, then we can go. Miruko listened to the high school looking girl that continued to play with a knife in her offhand. We still need the Namu. Not like I care about it. That still leaves Muscular, Moonfish, and Mustard. Having a total number and names in mind helped Miruko. If they truly only had as many as stated, then she had the edge on them now. Only one is coming back, depending on how good their information is. Izuku and I killed the Namu, and 2 other villains were captured. That means only one left outside those in the clearing. Miruko had further thoughts to plan out, but the chill that passed her entire body froze them. She heard as a voice that filled the area with ice by its tone and manners alone speak from a radio in the burned man's coat. Just compress his left. Once he is back, I'll have Kurogiri warp all of you. Moonfish and Mustard proved themselves expendable. As such, I let the heroes keep them. Muscular still has immense value though. He's been returned to base already and is healing as I speak. His fight answered several questions after I poked around in his memories. A good deal for the future just went though. More allies gather by the day. If things go well, before long I'll be able to see all of you in person, and won't that be a day? The best news of the day, however, is about young Izuku. I was right, he's the one I want more than any other. Every nerve in Miruko's body tensed, and she felt cold sweat trail down her spine. Despite the numerous villains she had fought against and captured in her time as a hero, the voice that spoke out terrified her. Something about it unnerved her. It wasn't rough and grating like nails on a chalkboard, but rather calm and contained. Even so, to the roots of its being, Miruko couldn't hear it as anything else but bored, yet terrifyingly sinister. Miruko had a great deal of insight into the villains and their plans now, thanks to the voice speaking freely. However, knowing that whoever it was wanted Izuku didn't sit well with her. Nothing they could want from him would be good, but she wouldn't let them have their way. If she had any control over the situation, and she would make sure she did, they would never see Izuku, let alone get their hands on him. Just as the thought to protect Izuku and keep him as far away as possible came to her, she heard a rustling in the distance. Her attention was split as she heard the radio click out and the chilling pressure of the voice she'd heard left. Not a moment later, however, she fought back the urge to scream out in frustration as Izuku crashed into the clearing on a villain's back that he had in a submissive position. Whether he realized it or not, Izuku had an aura that surrounded him. It was composed of his willpower and natural charisma. It was what had initially drawn All Might to him. However, that same ability is also what drew in all those around him. The ability was what allowed him to come up with a ridiculous plan that boiled down to throw me, and no one questioned it. As such, Izuku found himself rocketing through the air towards the man who called himself a magician. He knew that his friends were within his reach, and as such he wouldn't fail to reach out and grab them. When the villain came within reach, Izuku didn't hesitate to shoot out Black Whip as fast as he could and ensnared his foe. They quickly plummeted to the earth, but Izuku paid it no mind as he tugged the man closer and dug his knees into his foe's back. Izuku quickly plunged his hand into the man's coat and snagged 2 marbles from within just as they crashed into a clearing. He disengaged from the man and looked up, assessing his situation. Izuku didn't know how to undo what had happened to Bakugo and Takoyami, but he refused to drop them or allow any harm to come to their marbles. When he looked up and took in the sight of 3 more villains, not counting the one he had driven into the earth, he knew his odds weren't great. The villains quickly exploded into action as they surrounded the magician and helped him to recover. Not one to stay idle, Izuku fell back and quickly took up a defensive stance. He wanted to immediately retreat, but his logical mind also told him that he didn't know how to undo what had happened to his friends. Izuku might have had their marbles in safe possession, but without knowing how the enemy's quirk worked, he couldn't guarantee their freedom. As such, though the situation was far from ideal, he needed to capture the villain. "You all right, Compress?" Izuku said nothing and held his stance as the now identified Compress regained his bearings and slowly stood up as he rubbed his back. He watched the man get up and slowly dust himself off before he grabbed his hat. With a few slow and deliberate swipes of his hand, he had dusted his hat as well and returned it to his head. "I'm fine, though the concern is noted. We live in quite the world, don't we? Young Deku, tell me, do you know a magician's greatest secret?" A small and indignant scowl came to Izuku. "What does it matter? Return my friends to how they should be." Izuku tried to hold back his anger, but it only grew as he looked on at the villains in the clearing. For the time being they all remained still and passive, but knowing what they had done, and no doubt planned to do in the future, enraged him in a way nothing had previously. It was a struggle, but he held back his anger as he watched Compress lightly chuckle. "The request you ask of me is quite simple actually. Would you like to know exactly how to return your friends back to normal?" Before Izuku could say anything more, the heavily burnt man stepped forward and Izuku took a step back. "Hey, Compress, what are you doing? This isn't supposed to be part of the plan," the boss said. Compress lightly held up a hand and gently silenced the man. "Worry not, we have failed, just as much as young Izuku believes he has succeeded. Now on to what you asked. My quirk is actually quite simple, you see. I compress anything around me within a certain size, of course, that in turn becomes one of my most precious marble toys. In order for a marble to return to what it was, one of 3 conditions must be met. 1. I purposefully undo my quirk. 2. A week passes, and my power no longer affects the object I used it on, though your friends might starve at that point. After all, they are still quite alive and awake within my compression." Izuku held down his anger again, knowing the man was taunting him. "Then there is also option 3. If an object isn't within my field of power, its effects wear off. You would need to be more than 5 miles away from me. Quite the challenge you have before you, isn't it?" Izuku held his breath and took in the knowledge. Compress had given him everything he needed, and that moment he was glad villains tended to spew all their abilities. He tensed his legs and prepared to dash away from the villain, knowing he could escape that limit once the villains decided to leave. Before he could, however, 2 things happened simultaneously. Just as he turned his neck and his body was prepared to follow, he crossed vision with Aoyama and his body froze. The second was the absolute sense of dread that encompassed him as Compress continued to speak. "You never did answer my original question, even though I gave you the answer. That's why you have lost and will regret this moment for the rest of your short life. Once our boss gets what he's after, it's only a matter of time anyways. No one can stop the new wave of villainy on its way. It will be an age of unbridled chaos. Nobody can stop what's coming." He broke into maddened cackles as Izuku slowly turned back to the man and addressed him with a sense of dread coursing through him. "I'm listening now then. What's a magician's greatest secret?" Izuku didn't want to encourage the villain, but something deep inside told him it was vital he listened to his each and every word. Compress stood straight from his bent laughing posture and started a slow and methodical clap. "Why, I believe I already told you, the hands do what the eyes cannot see. This direction, my dear Izuku." Just as he said that, a purple and inkish black portal opened behind the villains, ready to return them back to where they had come from. Compress gave a light bow before he snapped his fingers, and Izuku suddenly felt a shift in his hand. The 2 marbles he had grabbed and was absolutely certain were his friends turned into 2 large chunks of ice. Izuku was forced to drop them as quick as he could and step back before the chunks attempted to crush him. "As you can see, I win, Izuku. Worry not, your time will come soon enough." Compress continued to chuckle as he put a hand to his face and pulled his mask aside. The face revealed to Izuku was the last thing on his mind as he watched the man stick his tongue out at him. He knew it was meant as a taunt, but it also revealed to Izuku the 2 true marbles that held his friends. A sense of dread and failure unlike any he had ever encountered before overtook him as he made to shoot forward before the villains could escape. Just as he attempted to move forward, his body finally gave in and he fell forward onto his knees as he felt his muscles tear. Izuku ignored the pain as he watched Compress walk backwards into the swirling portal. Before he could suck to his failure, he watched as a beam of light shot out from the bushes and struck Compress in the face. The damage was mostly regulated to his broken mask, but the shock had caused him to momentarily pass out and cough up the marbles into the open air. Izuku attempted to surge forward and grab the marbles, but with absolute dread he realized his body refused to move another inch. He was lucky he didn't need to, when faster than he had ever seen her move before, Rumi shot into the clearing. In a spin of utter elegance, she created enough wind and force to send the marbles towards Izuku and away from the grabbing hands of the flame villain. To complete her spin, Miruko struck Compress in the chest and he shot into the portal. True to his word now that he was gone, Izuku watched as the marbles glowed and reverted to Bakugo and Takoyami. He quickly wrapped them in black whip and pulled them back and away from the retreating villains and closing portal. Izuku fell onto his back as his friends crashed into him and extreme pain surged through his body. But he ignored it in favor of sitting up as best he could and keeping an eye of the clearing. Miruko had managed to beat the villains back into the portal and it was closing at a snail's pace. Dread continued to consume Izuku though as he watched a gloved and almost clinical-like hand reach through the portal holding a gun. His mind filled in the dots faster than his eyes could, and he saw as Miruko's back was turned to the portal as she was headed towards Aoyama. Izuku couldn't tell the gun was aimed at him and not Miruko, but his first instinct was her protection and nothing of his own. Rumi, her sharp hearing, took in Izuku's scream just as it did the cocking back of a gun's hammer. She turned around with rapid speed. She had, however, noticed what Izuku hadn't. The gun she heard wasn't aimed at her but rather Izuku, and without hesitation she kicked off without a thought and made it to the middle of the clearing. Directly within the bullet's path, Izuku could only watch as Miruko appeared between it and him, but outside his reach. The ringing of the gunshot would stick with Izuku forever as he watched it hit Rumi. However, it was with surprise and joy that he watched as no came from anywhere. Before his joy continued, Izuku watched as Miruko's ears seemed to lay flat with no energy and she collapsed looking weaker than he ever wanted to see her. The evening only seemed to get worse by the second as Izuku watched another hand shoot out from the portal. Miruko was just within reach, and he watched as the hand wrapped around her throat. She seemed to have no energy or fight within her as Izuku watched Miruko being dragged into and through the portal. Get Himari, she'll know what to do. Izuku could only watch on as Miruko gasped out her words clearly in pain. With everything he had, Izuku tried to call forth his quirk or will his body to move, but he was frozen and ruined as he watched Rumi be pulled away. Rumi with tears pouring uncontrollably, Izuku could do nothing as his broken body refused his will. Izuku. Her voice was soft and quiet, but Izuku heard it as though it was the loudest noise in the world. He watched as Rumi's face showed less strain and a small but true smile appeared as a single tear streaked down her beautiful cheek. I love you. In the next moment she was gone, and the portal closed leaving the clearing empty and devoid. Izuku could barely process anything that had happened before his mind broke and his anguish rushed forward. Nuwo, his wail of agony was heard well into the distance by all. Miruko coughed and gasped for air as the hand around her throat released her. She looked down her leg towards the rapidly growing bruise surrounding the almost syringe-like bullet that had hit her from the gun. Rumi was certainly glad neither she nor Izuku were dead, but the extreme weakness across her entire body told her something she had already suspected. Whatever they hit me with is certainly not normal. I can't feel my body responding properly at all. Her quick analysis finished, she looked around and realized just how bad the situation she was trapped in truly was. Around her were all the villains she had seen in the clearing, as well as the teleporter. Even at my best, I'd be hard-pressed to defeat all of them at once. With my body in this condition, I'm not sure I can even take one of them. Her thoughts proved accurate as she attempted to stand and defend herself, only for her legs to give out and she collapsed again. The villains chuckled at her weakness and she had to bite back a rough retort, knowing it wouldn't help her situation. From the corner of her eye she managed to see another villain. As he had sterile white gloves and was cleaning as well as inspecting a gun, she suspected that was who had shot her. The further presence of a plague mask let her know just who the man was tied to and how deep the league had truly reached. Her thoughts continued to race before she was surrounded by the villains as they stared down at her. What should we do with her? She's a threat, not to mention she wasn't one of the original targets. They continued talking around her as though she wasn't there, but she paid no mind as she tried to take in anything around her that may be helpful or beneficial. I don't care personally, but whatever you decide to do I recommend it's in a hurry. After all, I did say these were still experimental. The effects she's under could last anywhere from an hour to a year, I don't know yet. Rumi absorbed that knowledge, knowing whatever had done this to her wasn't permanent. While they were all distracted by the man, however, she subtly reached down and clicked a tab on her chest plates. Having done everything she could at the moment, she listened to the villains talk and bicker back and forth. Enough. That same cold and calm voice from before spoke. The villains immediately stopped arguing and Rumi had to fight down another shiver at the voice. It spoke only one word, but commanded so much power behind it that she was unnerved. She has trained my newest project after all. Her value to me is quite high. Kurogiri, send her to me and continue with our plans. As for you, Chisaki, or do you prefer overhaul? I believe your demonstration was quite worthwhile. We have an accord and I look forward to our future work together. Miruko steadied her breath as she took in everything and faced the screen the voice was coming from. She had a theory that Izuku had shared with her and all the pieces seemed to be in place, now she just needed to know. You're really him, aren't you? All for one. The room was once more consumed in silence before Miruko felt a pressure unlike any other settle over her. It took everything she had to not vomit everything up from the bottom of her stomach as it settled over her. I prefer sensei these days, but I'm not opposed to my old name either. Your value has raised quite a bit, I must say, Kurogiri. Miruko barely blinked before one moment she was in a bar atmosphere, no doubt the villain's hideout, and the next she was surrounded by darkness and what sounded like electrical humming. She looked forward and held her breath as a man leaned forward in a chair, and her entire body froze as she looked upon a horribly scarred face of a man with a tube in his throat. Now tell me, just where did you hear that name from? I wonder. Miruko breathed heavily as she tried to get anything out that wasn't a gasp for air. Miruko continued to breathe heavily as the weight of who was bearing down on her truly set in. Even so, she continued to try and gather any information she could. She realized that even though it felt as if he were looming directly over her, the man was quite a distance from her. All around Miruko, she noticed machines of all varieties from medical to surveillance. Ironically, it was exactly as she expected an ultimate evil lair to look like. A stubborn one? Oh, that's fine. Can't exactly do anything right now though, can you? An intriguing conundrum, is it not? Something that can destroy quirks and society as we know it. Yet, it may also be the ultimate salvation I look for. Nothing has changed much, now or 100 years ago. It all comes down to how open or close-minded people are. Though we have always been that way, haven't we? Good and evil, light and dark, yin and yang. So many names, so much time, but we aren't here about the past, are we now? Slowly, as though he had all the time in the world and not a care, the man speaking to Miruko stood and walked at a perfect gait until he stood directly over her. Her breathing had leveled out, but it strained under the weight of the presence before her. Quirks are a most marvelous thing, the only issue is, you never know exactly quite how they will turn out. How naive I was. I thought I could give my precious little brother a power, simple in nature, and it would put him on my side. After all, absolute power corrupts absolutely, as the saying were. See, my dear rabbit, reality is slightly different though. Willpower is such a unique concept. Some will say they are hard-headed, others may say they are quite stubborn, some may even say they are strong-willed. But real willpower, real conviction, so very few have it, and those that do have it always seem to be against me. It's so very frustrating. Aga, before she could even understand the true meaning or purpose behind his words, excruciating pain assaulted her. Miruko had been weakened a great deal by whatever had been shot into her and was still affecting her. To make her situation worse now, however, the man before her had stomped her ankle with great force and clearly snapped it. It was clear that it was cleanly broken, as it turned at an angle it shouldn't have been and was already changing colors. She took in deep breaths and fought back the pain while also refusing to let a tear of pain escape. You have it, I can see it in your eyes. As much as I hate those of strong wills, I also greatly respect them. Despite what others may say of me, I'm also not a fan of mutilation. Now don't get mistaken, if I must, I will. But you see, it's much easier this way. When your quirk returns, and I'm sure it will based on Overhaul's words, I can't have you running. Where was I again? Ah yes, my precious brother. You see, he had always been quite frail and weak of constitution. I even believed he had been born without a quirk. How naive indeed. He's my brother after all. How couldn't he have one? So I gave him a quirk, and it was so simple in nature too. It would take power and stockpile it over time, so simple in execution. 1 becomes 2, then 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, you know how it goes. Say I'm 1 billion in this analogy, the billion never thinks the 1 will ever reach it. It's so far away, not to mention the billion can keep growing. Yet time is such a fickle and funny thing. You see, while the billion can grow only so far and fast at a time, the 1 doesn't have that struggle. It just keeps on doubling and doubling, then it changes hands and grows by 10 times its base. So frustrating indeed. Time, the one thing that is my greatest friend is also my worst enemy. I was talking quite a bit, wasn't I? I can't help it though. I haven't been this close to my brother in a long while. I'm feeling nostalgic. Where was I again? Yes, indeed, that's where. Now tell me, my dear Miruko, how's my brother doing? Is he where you heard my name? I'm so curious. We have so much to talk about. So much information was coming and going that Miruko was having trouble keeping up. Regardless, she would take it all in and remember everything to use it at a later moment. While Miruko was grateful she hadn't been killed, she didn't for a moment believe the possibility was off the table, but she would make sure to use everything she learned against her captor and ensure their downfall. How long has he been like this? And the rest of the students? What's everyone's condition? All Might stood beside Izuku's hospital bed as he conversed with the others present in the healing ward. Aizawa was the first to answer as he lightly scratched at his freshly healed wounds. All things considered, though the media will be all over this, and it seems a loss on our part to the villains, we got out fine. Ragdoll is still healing up from her run-in with the Namu she described, but other than that all pros are fine. For the students, we still have a few unconscious from the gas but no permanent damage, and they will be awake within the next few hours or a day at the latest. Izuku is the most physically injured, and even then, his injuries are already healed. It's just a matter of recovery and waking up. We managed to gather information on our end and even captured 2 villains. However, we did also suffer the loss of pro hero Miruko being captured by the villains. All Might grit his teeth and tried to hold his rage, but as he buffed up into his muscular state and punched a wall that cracked and quivered under his might, he fought a losing battle. All Might, I know you're upset, but we must think and plan rationally. Having just entered the room and received the rundown, Detective Tsukachi tried to calm his friend. Before he could say more though, a knock came from the door. A doctor quickly came in and excused themselves as they quickly checked over Izuku and updated his patient board. After the doctor left, the pros and detective kept talking and planning before another knock interrupted them. Gran Torino entered and following behind him was Aoyama, who was shaking quite a bit. Whether it was because he was surrounded by multiple pro heroes, or still dealing with the trauma from the events that had just happened, was anyone's guess. Your student says he has some very important information, Aizawa. I suggest you listen to All Might. This could just be the time and opportunity we have been waiting for. Gran Torino spoke his piece and then waited. When the young boy continued to stand there and not say anything, he gave him a slight nudge and then he started talking like no tomorrow. Aoyama had been in the clearing for a long time, as such he had seen and overheard a lot from the villains. He continued to talk and talk, telling the heroes everything he had heard, learned and otherwise acquired from his time there. As he got near the end of his story, he started to get nervous again and panic was clearly racking his body as he started to hyperventilate. He explained the deep and rattling voice that had made all the other villains listen and left him absolutely paralyzed. All Might locked eyes and had silent words with the other heroes once he heard that, and a deep resolve burned in his very soul. When prompted about any other knowledge he might have, Aoyama shook his head a bit and then continued with his story. Aoyama gave detailed information as he described Izuku crashing into the area as well as Miruko's arrival. He told them everything that had happened and went into detail on everything he saw. The heroes were once more concerned and shared looks when they heard about a gun that had made Miruko lose all power and fighting ability. As his story and information wound down, Aoyama took deep breaths and calmed himself from everything he had shared. You have been immensely helpful, Aoyama, my boy, which took a lot of bravery. I just have 2 questions. Have you told anyone else, and is there anything else you can think of? All Might asked his questions gently, already knowing the young boy was under heavy stress, but he placed a comforting hand on his shoulder to ease the boy's worry. When he shook his head in the negative, the heroes thanked him for his time and saw him off. Just as he was about to exit the door though, he stopped and turned. I'm not sure how much it will help or if it meant much, but Miruko did mention something right when she was captured. She told Izuku to get Himari. She insisted that she would know what to do. I don't know what it means, but she was very adamant about it. With that said, he made his way out, and the heroes discussed the information. It's clear that FO is behind what's going on. What we had already suspected can now be confirmed, and we know that Shigaraki has been abandoned. That means he has a new plan and is working in a new direction. That means we must err on the side of caution. We already have an idea on one of their bases and have observers in place, but I'm still confused on this Himari individual. Detective Tsukachi said his piece and asked that which was bothering him. Gran Torino briefly grunted, and the attention shifted to him. Himari is the name of Miruko's assistant that works out of her agency. Though I have no idea how she will tie into this. If Miruko was truly that adamant about contacting her though, it's a lead worth tracking down. I can feel it in these old bones of mine. That decisive battle and day is coming in close upon us. Gran Torino finished his words, and while both Tsukachi and All Might seemed to understand his words, Aizawa felt as though there was something he was missing. While they continued their conversation and slowly made their way out of the room, Izuku lightly tossed and turned in his coma-like sleep as he let out a grunt. Still can't speak yet, huh? It will come in time. While you have indeed been maturing your abilities quickly, you have also just recently gotten this quirk. We have seen each other briefly before, but I suppose this is the first time we have been able to speak freely, isn't it? Welcome, Izuku. I've been waiting a long time to finally meet you. Izuku looked all around to find the voice but noticed the entire environment around him was mostly covered in darkness. Bits and pieces around him showed clarity, but mostly everything was shadowed. What he could see and recognized was the shadows and flickers and energy from what seemed to be 8 floating figures. He at once knew where he was and what the vestiges of shadow were meant to be. Confusion came over him, though he knew he had managed to clearly see and hear Degoro before, and while he could still hear him briefly like an echo, he couldn't see anything more than a flicker of a shadow. Just as he knew from what Rumi had told him that he had managed to connect with and had briefly used Nana's quirk float. Though he hadn't successfully managed to do so again of his free will, he had made great strides with Black Whip. Even so, the only person that was clear was the person he knew as the first user, and Izuku could faintly make out what appeared to be a stone throne he was sitting on. I knew it, he's not worth the effort. Did we really think a kid would be able to accept our battle? The voice sounded very rough and gruff to his ears, and while his heart hurt from the words, something else was there. Izuku couldn't explain it, but it was almost like he could feel what the person was actually thinking or feeling. Despite the tone and words, Izuku could tell it wasn't directed at him, but at the man himself, as though he was angered and disappointed in himself that his battle was passed on. Izuku's head began to feel like it was melting as a million different thoughts and memories began to flood his being. It felt like his entire body was burning up, and nothing made any sense. He couldn't call out, he couldn't scream, all he could do was take the burning pain in silence. Before he had managed to clearly see visions or memories from the first user, he had also even heard the 5th user's voice while conscious in the real world. He couldn't understand what was happening. It must still be too much for you to take everything in as it is right now. Izuku heard the first user's voice again, and suddenly everything stopped. The world around him became dark again, and all the voices and memories stopped. Along with that, his pain faded away as well. The world around him went completely black, and the shadow vestiges of the earlier users fizzled away as well. My control is limited, and we are still tentatively testing how much we can affect this space, but for now this should be enough. Can you still see me and hear me? Izuku, with his pain gone, it was much easier to focus on the voice and take in everything around him. As the world was no longer trying to build itself and no other voices or presences made themselves known, it was easy for him to focus and trace the voice. Izuku moved around as much as his body allowed him, and his eyes finally landed on the person calling for him. As he had noticed before, it was indeed the first user, and he was in greater detail. He could fully make out his image and noticed he was indeed sitting on a stone throne. However, everything else around them and in the world was completely black and shadowed. Good, it might indeed still be too soon for you to experience everything, but you're growing. I'm glad to finally be able to fully manifest. It was difficult trying to communicate before. I was stuck to memories of the past and vague images, but I feel my presence growing stronger every day with you. The man stood, and as he did, the chair disappeared into shadow as well, but everywhere his feet touched became solid ground, as though he was painting the area with his every step. When he finally came to stand next to Izuku, he reached his hand down and out to the young man. Izuku could still read his emotions and sense the intentions behind the action as he had been able to with the man's words from earlier. Even so, Izuku had always trusted the hand that continued to reach out for him. Without a shred of hesitation, Izuku reached out for and grabbed the hand. The motion was slow and caused him effort, but his hand managed to reach the other man's. I knew we chose right with you. Our battle can finally start ending. I'm so happy to be able to meet you like this and talk. You can't yet talk back to me, but I can feel it, your spirit, the will you're carrying. What's going to happen next will hurt. That's all the comfort I can give you, Izuku. But I think it's finally about time you hear my name. I'm Yoichi, and I suppose everything starts with me. Izuku listened to the name before a sudden and sharp pain assaulted his entire body once more. Know my name, know our origin, know our fate. Every step we make forward is one closer to the true peace we all look towards. It's a step closer to a world without All for One. I know this doesn't make sense. That's okay, but know this: everything must end with you, Izuku. We don't have any more time or choices. With those last words, the pain became too much, and Izuku blacked out into a regular and welcome unconsciousness. Days had passed after the attack on the training camp, and the events had finally started to calm down. Aizawa was correct over the fact that the media was trying to give them severe hell over everything that had happened, but they had managed to mitigate it after a press conference was announced. The conference was planned for 2 days' time. In the interim, however, everyone aside from Izuku had managed to awaken and were discussing what had happened. His mother had come to visit him and expressed her concern over what was happening to All Might, but he had managed to assure her he would do everything he could to take the burden on himself. Bakugo and his friends had also stopped by and watched over him while they conversed with one another. It wasn't until another full day had passed, and all his classmates were gathered in his room and talking over him based on their plans, when his body began to emit energy. His body that had until that point been completely motionless aside from breathing started to float off the bed, and energy sparked off in rapid streaks. At first his classmates were afraid for him that he might be hurting his own body, or that a stray bolt may hit them, but nothing happened as his body continued to spark and churn even more energy by the second. Once nearly 10 full minutes had passed, his body slowly returned back down to his bed and the energy stopped. Katsuki was the first to react and stood over Izuku, checking his breathing and other vitals being reflected on the machines. From what he could see, Izuku was completely fine and nothing was wrong. Just as he went to turn around and say as much to his classmates, Izuku woke up and surged forward. "Goddamn it, you stupid nerd, shit your head is hard." Katsuki bent down on one knee and held his forehead as Izuku rolled around on his bed holding his own in pain. Who just stands over someone when they are in a hospital bed? Izuku couldn't help the retort of his own that came out. His thoughts came back to him. Everything began to pull into focus again, and as it did, his mind at once shot to the last thing he could remember. Rumi, where is she? What's going on? Izuku rapidly began to panic and look around as his friends and classmates all looked down or away from him. His panic only raised, and he was about to freak out before a hand landed on his shoulder. When he looked to his side, he saw Katsuki. He had a thin but resolute face. "That's what we have been talking about while you were passed out. Take a minute and listen to everything we have to say." Katsuki then began to explain to Izuku in detail the plans and information his class had managed to gather. Aoyama was the first to go as he told Izuku everything he knew before the boy had arrived in the clearing. Not long after that, the rest of the class chimed in with their side of the story and where they had been. Shortly after, everything began to piece itself together in his mind. He could picture it all, where everyone was and how it had all played out. With everything said, they then went into detail over what had happened in the aftermath. Izuku listened to everything as he had been asked, but just knowing Rumi was still captured and in the hands of the League didn't sit well with him. The closer they got to what was happening currently, he could understand why he was asked to keep calm. After Aoyama had given the information about Himari, they had sought her out. Why they wanted her or what information she had wasn't known until she had decided to pay Izuku a visit of her own. Because of that, they had managed to learn that Miruko had activated a tracker she had on her. With that information, the heroes had managed to confirm the location of the villain's base that was already under surveillance. Not but a few minutes later, when her tracker went to a completely different location, most likely by a teleport, they now had information for a second base and potential hideaway. Katsuki explained that while she was hesitant to give them the information, she also knew Rumi wouldn't have trusted them if she hadn't trusted Izuku. After she said all of that, she gave us this. It's a tracker connected to Miruko. I know you want to go and save her, and I feel indebted to her for everything she taught me. Not to mention I would have been captured if not for her, so what do you say, will you join us?" Katsuki knew that even though he asked the question, and even without the tracker, Izuku would have gone on his own to search for Miruko. He gathered all his thoughts and didn't say anything, but he shook his head yes. Once he did, all his classmates once more started talking about times and their plans for when they would leave. Some functioned as voices of reason and tried to sway them, but a fire had been started and it wouldn't be put out. Izuku instead zoned everything out and only picked up the information that was relevant as he flexed his arms and felt out his body. He could tell something had changed and his body was different, but what exactly had changed wasn't obvious. With their plan set in motion and a time decided on, the rest of his classmates dispersed so they wouldn't draw attention and slowly left his room. Katsuki was the only one left, and he looked over his friend carefully while looking at the gleam of fire so hot it would even burn him, glowing in his eyes. "We will rescue her. Soon enough she will be back to beating you down like normal." Katsuki knew how much their temporary sensei and ally meant to Izuku, as such the words were meant to boost his confidence. Instead, the fire in Izuku's eyes only glowed deeper, and a rage he was used to seeing in his own eyes grew little by little. "No matter what, I will save her." Izuku's eyes flared with his spoken resolve as he clenched his fist and energy began to spark again. Miruko took deep breaths as she panted in exhaustion. Her quirk and strength had managed to come back after about 12 hours from when she had first been shot. As he had intended though, her foot was a deep purple, almost black now, and she wasn't going anywhere. She had managed to gather a great deal of information, but it would all be useless if she couldn't escape or use it. By now, she knew Himari had to have given someone her tracking information, but even so, deep down she hated the feeling of needing to be rescued. AFO had kept true to his word. If she gave him information and didn't lie, he provided her with food and water to sustain her. On the other hand, the purple bruising and likely broken ribs causing her labored breathing were evidence to lying or holding back information. She had managed to gather that while he was indeed the peak of evil and wasn't above using any means to get whatever he wanted, it was a case of a thug versus a mob leader. However twisted or broken he was in the head, he seemed to have some kind of moral system that he followed. Miruko had managed to understand that his words were much like a deal with the devil. You had to listen very carefully to the wording and specifics, but otherwise he would always keep his word. "I knew from the way Gran Torino spoke of him that he would be dangerous, but I never expected this. All Might really fought against this man. I know they both nearly killed each other, but how can you even call that living? They seriously expect Izuku to fight against this monster. Whatever you do, stay far away from here, Izuku. This isn't a threat one person can manage." I don't know what All Might was thinking taking him on alone. Miruko continued her labored breathing as she heard a light click of a door opening. She flinched slightly at the light that streamed through, but then opened her eyes and took in the many numbers of tanks and Namu that she could see. Once she heard the pump and flow of air going back and forth, she knew who was once more coming to see her. Every time he entered the room, her hatred for the man grew, but she also managed to lessen the chill his presence shot down her back. "We have had some good talks, haven't we, my dear Miruko? I would think after all this time you would greet me with something other than a scowl. Either way, it's good to see you again as well. I'm glad you are holding up so well. Still, I have a tough time believing what you told me last time. I knew that the quirk I chose was a good one, but to think it could grow in such a way. I've tried to take it back before in the past, you know, but willpower is such a funny thing. I believe we have had this conversation before, have we not? Do you know why I'm so jealous of my brother, though his power was always in direct opposition to me? You see, while he could pass his power on and allow it to continuously grow, I have no such luxury. Sure, I can take whatever quirk I want and make it my own. I also have plenty of ideas and thoughts on how to best use said quirk in my possession as well. However, quirks are quite fussy, you see. The body can adapt surprisingly well, and others can even use other quirks without real issue. The problem comes from the development of said ability. You see, quirks can only continue to grow and evolve when they are with the original owner. Say for example I had managed to take a quirk that allowed me to lift 10 times my body weight. That's all the quirk would ever be able to do with ability. If, however, I had left it with the original owner and they managed to evolve or improve it to lift 100 times their weight, automatically that's a better quirk, but it's no longer possible because I took it before it had time to evolve to such a degree. It's so very frustrating, but if I could get my hands on OFA, especially with what it's evolved into now, I would never again have that problem. I could finally continue to grow anything I wanted without limit, without stopping. That's why you are so important, my dear Miruko. You are the key I need to access that quirk. See, willpower is so interesting, you never quite know how it will react. Will it strengthen and never again be broken, or will it break so far that it will never recover? Soon enough we will find out, won't we? I'll kill you in front of Izuku, and then his quirk will finally be mine. After all, you are calling him directly to me, aren't you? Even if he doesn't come, and he will, how great will it be to see my old rival again? AFO gently reached down and tapped at her chest plate. When he did, the panel dropped open and the smallest of blinks emitted by a light no bigger than a pinprick flashed. Oh, I can't wait. Who will it be? Who's going to show up? Will it be my little brother, or that disgrace still living and going around calling himself the symbol of peace? I can't wait. It's so exciting. I can't thank you enough for this thrill in my chest. Hey. Oh, I'm so excited. Miruko said nothing and hung her head. She could do nothing but listen to the sickening laugh. Whatever you do, don't come Izuku.